The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 351. Screams. Standing on the rooftop, there were numerous thoughts running through his head. He was thinking of his tenants, of the people of the town, of the Noel family, of the killer, of the darkness and, most importantly, about himself. There was a very subtle feeling in his gut, something much milder than any warning he had ever received from his instincts. He could not exactly identify what it was, and it was so mild in fact, that it was only now that he realized that it had been building up for a while now. He closed his eyes and tried to focus. He could feel the cold wind running across his body, hear it whispering in his ear like a close friend. He could feel weight. It was the weight of his body, but also of responsibility. He had with him the ability to shelter the entire town should he wish, but in doing so he would paint a massive target on his back. Maybe, during the darkness no one would target him, or maybe he would be targeted by a few greedy people. He wasn't concerned about that. His concern was the immortals that might become curious if the mysteries surrounding the tavern seemed just a little too far-fetched. With his impressive formation, and the amount of MP he had, he was sure he could survive an immortal coming to the tavern. But if more than one came, or they used some means beyond his understanding, he would be vulnerable. It was best not to enter their sights. But that more or less meant condemning the town to care for itself. It was a very difficult decision, but fortunately not one he had to make immediately. He didn't know what caused the issue with the formation, and maybe it could be fixed. Moreover, there were too many variables in this uncertain time for him to account for. After some consideration, he decided to face things as they came. For now, he would not do anything too drastic. But one thing was certain, he had no intentions of taking a single step outside the tavern. The feeling in his gut, it was like he had accidentally wandered into the territory of a predator. The signs were around him, but he did not know if he was the target. Moreover, it was not just danger he sensed. It was something more, something beyond his understanding that was attracting him. It went beyond the scope of treasure or something valuable. It felt like a piece of his soul that he didn't know he was missing. It was too confusing to actually understand. Instead, he settled for preparing for the worst. Having made up his mind, he quickly returned to the main hall, where guests had gathered at the windows and began to panic. Ladies and gents, his loud but calm voice blanketed the hall, grabbing everyone's attention. Before discussing anything else, I would like to assure you that so long as you are within the premises of this tavern, you are completely safe. He stopped talking for a moment as he continued to descend the stairs, his movements marked with a blinding lack of haste or concern. It was as if he was taking a casual stroll in his own home, which, in a way, he was. I am not sure why the lights went out, but I'm sure that the issue will be fixed shortly. Even if it isn't, once again, I have to remind you that the tavern is safe and we have enough food reserves to feed everyone for a long, long time. At this time, it is very important that everyone maintain the utmost calm. Have some food, have a few drinks, relax, listen to some music, go take a nap, whatever you want. But do not create a panic. At this time, the relaxed demeanor Lex had been nurturing as a tavern owner disappeared and his characteristics as the innkeeper shone through. He was calm and commanding, reassuring everyone while at the same time taking control of the situation. So long as they were inside his tavern, during this emergency period, they would have to listen to his orders. While the numerous guests calmed down a bit, and began discussing amongst themselves what they thought might have happened, a few approached him with questions. Based on his performance, many assumed that he might have some information on what happened, but unfortunately, he did not. For now, at least. The rumor room might provide him with a few ideas of what happened, but that would have to wait. He went up to Roland, who, despite his young age, seemed to have maintained his composure. Or, at least that's what he displayed up front. Lex could tell at a glance that the kid was just pretending, so his friends would feel reassured. "You guys go sit in the private room from last time," Lex told him. "I'll send some food over, and it's on the house, so don't worry. I strongly recommend you do not travel anywhere in the dark. From what I understand, it only takes a few minutes for some of the weaker monsters to form during the darkness." Roland hesitated, but eventually nodded. It was not obvious to the unobservant, but Roland was actually very proud. He detested taking handouts, and only ever relied on himself for anything he wanted. Even now, he had to struggle to accept Lex's help, and were it not for his friends behind him, he would have struggled even more. Sending the kids away, he summoned all his employees and temp workers to the kitchen. "I know everyone might be worried about their families and friends out there," Lex said, looking at the triplets. "And I won't stop anyone who wants to leave, but I don't recommend leaving the tavern. The mayor is probably working on a solution as we speak, and things might get better soon. But in case they don't, staying here is the best solution." Henna and the rest of the spoilt kids had gone completely pale and they were panicking too hard to think clearly. They wanted nothing more than to return to the safety of their homes, but at the same time, they were too afraid to traverse the darkness. Lex didn't particularly care for them. It might sound harsh, but while Lex had a newly emerging sense of protectiveness, it only extended to his employees and guests. He would of course not throw them out to fend for themselves, but they would get no pity or leniency from him. After the triplets, despite their extreme distraught states, decided on staying at the tavern, Lex continued. "We don't know how long this will last, but I believe in preparing for the worst. Follow me." He led them to a remote corner of the kitchen and moved a table, revealing a hatch in the floor. He decided to use the system and added a couple of secret underground rooms, pretending as if he had them hidden all along. One set of secret rooms, entered through the kitchen, would be for his employees to live at. He created another one with a secret entrance right in the main hall, hidden behind the bar. It was not massive, but it could accommodate a few more people in case the situation developed to them requiring refugees. He opened the hatch and climbed down the dimly lit vertical stairs, revealing a corridor with 5 small rooms. He assigned one to Big Ben and Betty, and the triplets shared another. Ron and Rick, who had previously been living in the backyard, would also take a room each, to keep up appearances. Once everyone got familiar with the rooms, they returned to the ground floor and everyone continued with their jobs. Betty began cooking, because it would be lunchtime soon and because eating would temporarily distract people. Lex sent Big Ben to his neighbor's bakery to summon Dino and his wife over. Since the street seemed to be empty, of both people and monsters, it took him but a couple of minutes. The baker and his wife accepted the offer and quickly came over. As neighbors, they naturally heard about the speciality of the tavern, and were too afraid to remain in their own bakery. Strangely though, none of the other shop owners on the street came over. Lex didn't bother extending the invite either, for he didn't want Big Ben going too far. After the first half an hour, which was spent making minor preparations and passing out instructions, Lex ran out of things to do. All there really was to do was wait now. Wait and hope to either see the lights or the town guard patrolling the streets. Unfortunately, the first person Lex saw on his street was not a guard, but a corpse that had been thrown out of a building. The loud sound of a body crashing through a wall attracted everyone's attention, just in time to watch a long, bony thing emerge from a house. It looked more like an abstract piece of art than a creature. That did not, however, stop it from emitting a howl that shattered countless windows on Baker Street. The howl was followed by screams. Chapter 352. Lunch is served. It had been nearly a year since the Midnight Inn first appeared, and regardless of its apparent popularity, on a universal scale, it was not even equivalent to a blip. First of all, a majority of all living beings in existence were simply not destined to ever make use of the inn because it would take months of savings to accumulate even 1 megapixel. Second of all, despite its excellent services, they simply had no need for it. Even if one wanted a vacation, traveling somewhere local made more sense than some remote area in the universe. Among certain crowds, however, its popularity was spreading. This crowd mostly contained Foundation Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators. The price was steep but acceptable, and the services were truly unmatched by anything on their planets. Moreover, the entertainment was excellent. But while this crowd made up the majority of the guests the inn received, there was another strata of universal beings taking note of the inn. This consisted of those who kept tabs on rumors of any and all dollards, and the latest rumor was of an unknown dollard behind the scenes at the inn. Credibility was added to this rumor when the devil known as Loretta let it slip that she strongly suspected it was true. For the people who did not know the weight of her words, they meant nothing. For those that did, it changed everything. In the Milky Way galaxy, on a spaceship traveling at full speed across the stars, a man was hung in the air by chains that pierced into his collarbone. His legs had been chopped off clean, and his body was covered in brutal scars, but his hands and his face were not harmed in the slightest. This man was known as Mr. Jekyll, and was the instigator behind the rascal attack on the Midnight Inn. His life had been just peachy up until recently, when the organization backing him learned of the rumor about the Midnight Inn. Upon hiring independent investigators, unrelated to the organization, they learned that not only was the inn unharmed by their small skirmish, they had a very mysterious backer. Although this organization could afford to mess with the William family, messing with a Dollard was out of the question. But, considering the fact that there was no retaliation, they assumed that the Dollard could not be bothered with them. They did, however, need to punish Mr. Jekyll so that he would rein in his arrogance and stop offending any more people unnecessarily. They had humored him this much because of his unique ability, but it wasn't worth being destroyed over. "That's enough rest," echoed a voice from the dark. "Let's continue your punishment." If the rumor about a Dollard had spread so far that even simple organizations could discover it, then the larger ones would also soon be in the know. The matter of fact was that as soon as the Jotun royal family gained a certain level of surety in the matter, they spread the news in the relevant circles. It may seem like those larger organizations hadn't taken any action, but it was only because they operated on a universal scale. Let alone less than a year, even 10,000 years was a short time frame for them. But, the preliminary process had already begun, and today, they officially began acknowledging the inn's existence. With a flash of light, several humanoid beings appeared at the inn at the same time. If one were to judge them based on the myths and lores from Earth, they looked like a devil, an angel, an elf, a dwarf, some unknown being of which there were no myths, and a human. They looked at one another silently while contemplating something. Finally, the angel spoke. 6 beings from 6 different galaxies, but we arrived at the exact same time. This is unlike any teleportation I am familiar with. You do not need to be familiar, spoke the devil in a matter-of-fact way. You only need to do your job. Remember, angel, we are only here as messengers. Do not provoke trouble, for us devils have been ordered not to provoke the Midnight Inn. I see a dragon, said the elf, ignoring the existing conversation. It has the mark of the condottiere. If the inn needs to hire security, maybe they do not have strong manpower, said the dwarf. Stop probing lest you offend someone, said the being from the unknown race. Too late, replied the elf. They looked up into the sky and saw a baby whale, swimming through the skies. Walking slowly beneath it was a large turtle with a single horn protruding from its head. At first, the group did not pay much attention because it was weak. Then they recognized its race, and froze. Crap, said the human, ready to escape. This was much scarier than a dragon. But the turtle paid them no attention at all, and just kept moving. After all, it was completely normal for new guests to scan the inn with their spirit sense. He was already used to it. Only after it left did the 6 humanoid beings, all on the verge of becoming immortals, finally breathe. Even if they became actual immortals, they would not be insane enough to offend a being with the word sovereign right in the name of its race. The creature's howl was the signal that ushered in chaos. From stunning silence to the sounds of shattering glass everywhere, followed by bitter screams. The situation should not have been as bad as it was, since these creatures were relatively weak and everyone was a cultivator. To be specific, Lex couldn't see how good or bad the situation was, since most of the fights were happening inside the various buildings. For a moment Lex thought it was because of the sudden fear of the dark, but then a thought struck him like thunder. This was the Crystal Realm, not Earth. This may have been Lex's first time encountering darkness like this here, but it should not have been the case for the citizens. They should have been mentally prepared to encounter an accident at any time. Yet nothing he saw indicated that even a single person was attempting to fight back. Something was very wrong, and it wasn't just the abrupt shutdown of the light formation. Something was elevating everyone's fear and preventing them from thinking clearly. At first when Lex saw everyone feel afraid he thought it was the natural reaction, but now it seemed that it wasn't. Moreover, they weren't the only ones affected. Even Lex's first reaction to the darkness was one of fear. He lost his composure easily and even began fearing being attacked by immortals. While his thought process was logical, Lex was not someone so easily frightened anymore. He had overcome too many unforeseen obstacles to be afraid of something that might happen. Lex thought of several ways he could test his theory, but that would have to wait for later. Mentally using the system, he outfitted the rooftop with an extremely strong light and turned it on, pointing it towards the sky. Not only did it brighten up the surrounding area, it stood as a beacon in the dark, signaling everyone to come here. As for the consequences if he attracted too much attention, he would deal with it when the matter arose. Worst comes to worst, he could claim his dad was an immortal. It wouldn't be the first time someone in the crystal realm would believe that anyway. But while he could attract attention with light, that was about all he could do. Even though the monsters formed now were weak and he could face them, something strange was going on and he was not enough of a saint to risk his life for strangers. The weird bony monster that let out the howl looked directly towards Lex after it finished with its first meal. The guests in the hall were immediately frightened, and fell backwards, but Lex remained standing. As if provoked, the monster lurched towards Lex. But, before it could even get close to the window in front of which Lex was standing, it froze. It had entered the boundary of the tavern when it crossed the small garden in front, and was thus within the space formation. Lex put it in a room of the exact shape of its body, and then squeezed. The monster blew up, unable to even touch the tavern building. Lex looked on as if he had seen something unremarkable. In fact, he was no longer paying attention to the street. He was discussing contingency measures with Mary, and using the system scan constantly to monitor the tavern. After all, they would not be polite enough to only attack from the front. He had to keep an eye out on all sides. Upon seeing the monster explode, the guests were slightly reassured. Bang! The kitchen door slammed open, startling everyone, but instead of monsters, it revealed the triplets walking out with trays of food. "Lunch is served," said Naki with a smile. Chapter 353. Epistle. The 6 humanoid beings toured the inn separately, for though they had the same objective and represented the same organization, the differences ingrained in them due to their races kept them from truly working together. The devil had the easiest time, for he simply walked to the stall the devils had set up at the inn in their attempts to make deals with various beings from various worlds. The devils were one of the richest races in the Origin realm, and while their uncanny control over demons was a major source of wealth, their never-ending enterprising mentality also played a huge role. The others either explored on their own or took their personal holograms as guides to fully understand everything about the inn. Most aspects of the inn were very normal to them, since their experience was extremely vast. Yet a few things still stood out to them here and there. The mystery trial was one unique building they could not fully understand, though they could not try it themselves, for it was one of the most popular attractions and always had a line. Another was the way the Lady Cosmos competition was being broadcast so randomly throughout the Origin realm. A rather important one was how the inn was cut off from the rest of the Origin realm. They could not communicate with anyone outside the inn while inside it, something they had special equipment for. All in all, the inn seemed very ordinary on the surface most of the time, but once in a while it would let slip its specialness. After their judgment, they regrouped, and made a joint request to meet with the innkeeper. As Lex was not available, they ended up meeting Mary, as had been the case with everyone who wanted to meet the innkeeper since Lex left. "How may I be of assistance?" Mary asked politely as she observed the 6 guests. Though she could not scan them, a glance was all that was required to determine that they were of unusual origins. Unexpectedly, of the 6 races, it was the human that stepped forward and spoke. "Would it be possible to meet the innkeeper? We represent a special organization we believe the innkeeper would be most interested in. The innkeeper has left the inn on some important business. I cannot say when he will be back, as I do not know, but you can deliver your message to me and I can directly transmit it to him." The 6 were not surprised at being unable to meet the innkeeper, for how could it be possible to meet a dullard at a simple request? In fact, it was not even their objective to meet the innkeeper. Their only job was to initiate contact between their organization and the innkeeper, and what followed afterwards was none of their concern. "In that case, I would like to officially present to you, for the innkeeper, an invitation to the Henley Assembly." The human withdrew from his robe an epistle with the word, Henley, embossed in purple on the envelope. "The esteemed innkeeper can attend at his discretion, and will officially be welcomed as a member of the assembly at the time of his attendance." Of course, it goes without saying that the innkeeper can maintain his anonymity during the entire process and no one will try to pry into his personal matters. At the same time, I bring on behalf of the assembly a small welcome gift to the Origin realm for the innkeeper, as well as a copy of the Henley Conventions should he wish to peruse. The elf stepped forward and revealed a small, wooden treasure chest. For the sake of his guests, Lex put a small illusion formation over the windows so that they would be unable to see the monsters outside, or hear their gruesome screams. The truth was, Lex expected an influx of refugees after his beacon lit up the dark sky, but not a single person arrived. Hours later, the sounds of fighting and screaming on Baker's Street disappeared and only a deluge of monsters remained, all charging towards the tavern building. The ease with which Lex killed them told him that they should barely be equivalent to the Foundation realm in strength, yet somehow none of the residents were able to overcome them. More than the monsters, it was the mystery of what was affecting everyone that scared Lex. But now that he knew that something was artificially enhancing his fear and trying to disparage his mental faculties, he did his best to not let it affect him. His thinking cap helped greatly in this regard. In the town, if Lex was able to realize this, so were many others. The town guard, consisting of soldiers who would regularly see battle, had honed instincts and excellent battle awareness, so that even if they were afraid, they could hold their own wherever they were. Naturally, the five nobles, Mario Ricci and the mayor, all were just too strong to fall to enemies of this level, and were able to not only protect themselves but also their nearby subordinates. This way, a few pockets of survivors and resistance were formed within the city, formed of either battle-hardened soldiers and mercenaries or nascent-level cultivators. All of them saw the giant beacon of light, and while they did not know what it meant, started guiding their survivors that way. But they weren't the only ones who saw the beacon. So did the killer. But instead of being enraged by the clear indicator of survivors, he grinned with glee. As silent and deadly as an assassin, the killer moved through the darkness, one by one picking off any loved survivors heading towards the light. This was too much fun. Just too much fun. His sight was not at all hindered by the darkness, for as the wielder of the murder system, he was uniquely equipped for the task. In contrast to the deathly desperation engulfing the city, the tavern hall was filled with light and soothing accordion music. The kids, those that came with the guests as well as Roland's friends, were all sitting in a private room playing a bunch of board games Lex magically produced. The adults all sat in the hall, which crowded the room considerably, but they were just too afraid to go into their rooms and be alone. The triplets were serving a soothing green tea which acted as a mild sedative to calm their minds and keep them from overreacting to anything. Big Ben had to retreat, for all the energy he accumulated in his body from the various drinks he had at the tavern finally caused him to have a breakthrough. Betty was cooking in the kitchen, along with Dino, who was baking pies. Lex had done his best to keep everyone busy so that their minds would remain occupied and would spend less time thinking about the disaster occurring outside. Rick and Roan were the only ones who didn't need to be distracted, for they had unwavering faith in the tavern owner. Only Lex himself stood still, facing Baker's Street while standing on the rooftop. He was looking out for any signs of survivors, but he only saw monsters. Speaking of which, it was a good thing that he had set an illusion formation, or the guests would never be able to calm down. After all, in the short period since the monsters appeared, Lex had killed over 3,000 monsters that attacked the tavern, with even more visible from where he stood. Things were glum, but, in that moment of dread, Lex heard a familiar sound, the sound of a system notification. New quest. Host a Henley assembly at the Midnight Inn. Quest reward. Subject to success of assembly remarks. Maybe if you had friends, you could have hosted them. Instead, you can settle for hosting the oldest geezers in the realm. New quest. Have the Midnight Inn officially recognized by the Henley Assembly. Quest reward. Guest registry remarks. You're getting fat. Lex was surprised, for he was expecting to get a quest related to the events happening in Babylon, but this was completely unrelated. In fact, he had to scan the inn to understand what had triggered the quest. But the 6 representatives who came to deliver the epistle and gifts did not stay long to elaborate, and bid their farewell. He asked Mary if she knew anything about them, but the system provided her with no knowledge regarding anything they said. Lex was more or less completely in the dark about what the assembly even was. When he asked her to open the epistle, she was unable. In fact, she was unable to open any of the items left behind. Lex sighed and told her to put them away. These were destined to be just 2 more quests that would sit in his system collecting dust for a long time. An explosion nearby attracted his attention, and Lex finally saw the first survivors heading towards the tavern. It was just 2 people. Chapter 354. Bazooka. Though it was dark, with Lex's improved eyesight, it was easy for him to see their actions clearly. They were trained warriors, of that there was no doubt, and they had excellent teamwork as well. They were much stronger than the monsters assaulting them, but there was strength in numbers as well. Moreover, the monsters born of darkness had no set pattern, and so it was difficult to come up with a fixed strategy to face them. Some attacked from afar, and some slithered right at them. Lex watched silently as they slowly made their way towards the tavern. A few times, he noticed that some monsters were able to sneak up on them and managed to land a few hits. They were mostly unharmed, but that was solely due to their armor, which seemed to have some kind of enchantments. He mentally added a few spotlights to the top of the tavern and lit up the entire street. He didn't want to put the light directly on the two warriors as that might attract unnecessary attention. Now, instead, with the entire street lit up, it was easier for them to view the monsters. Calmly he walked down to the main hall and awaited the two warriors' arrival. He was looking forward to any new information they could provide. A few minutes later the warriors arrived at the front of the tavern, and noticed that as soon as any monster approached the building they would automatically explode. They were hesitant, and even afraid, to approach the tavern out of concern that the same may happen to them, but they had no choice. Originally things should not have been so bad, but the town's guard had been overrun when they let fear interfere with their duty, and less than a third of them remained. They needed to understand more about this building throwing light into the air. Such an action not only assured them that this building had a large supply of spirit stones or some other form of energy to carelessly waste, but whatever defensive formation they had in place was still functioning. The truth was that the town had multiple contingency safe zones and secondary defensive formations in place in the event that the main formation shut down or broke. But when the anomaly with the main formation occurred, it suppressed all other formations within the city. This seemed to be the only one still working. And how could it not? 300 million megapixels for a formation that only covered a small region and only had the function of manipulating space made it far beyond anything local formations could compete against. Finally they took a risk and stepped in, and were greatly relieved when nothing happened. Still they did not let down their guard as they stepped in, but not even in their wildest dreams would they have been prepared for what awaited them. While outside the temperature was well below freezing, a warm cozy breeze blew from the tavern door, accompanied by music and the sound of laughter. A waitress was carrying a tray full of steaming soup across the hall. Some of the sailors were playing a dice game while others were playing cards. A bartender was casually wiping a glass clean while standing ready at his station, awaiting a guest to come with an order. "Welcome guests," said Lex, when he noticed the men stood frozen at the entrance. "Come in, don't let all the warm air out." Lex's voice woke the men from their reverie, but also alerted all the guests of the new arrivals. They paused whatever they were doing and turned towards the door. The music stopped, and the room seemed to reach a standstill. The two men walked in, their gazes fixed on Lex, analyzing the man. Lex was also checking up on them and only retained the most important point: they were in the Golden Core realm. "Do you happen to know what is happening outside?" Lex asked, his voice as calm and soothing as always. But the two men did not perceive it as so. To them, it sounded like he was completely ignorant of what was going on, and was relying on some kind of backing to keep him safe. They scanned the tavern with their spirit sense to see if they could detect anyone else that was actually a threat. "We're with the city guard," said one of the men gruffly. "Under orders of the mayor, we're here to investigate the source of light. Give us some food and water, and stop wasting all your spirit stones on useless lights, and stop wasting all this food needlessly. Everyone here will take up arms and obey my orders. As of now, this building is being commandeered as a military checkpoint and you're all conscripted. Promptly prepare everything, and in the meantime." The man's eyes wandered to Nami, who had been serving soup, and just as he was about to say what was on his mind, the man's body shot out of the tavern like a rocket from a bazooka. His body smashed through dozens of monsters like the strongest artillery fire and even through the front wall of the building on the opposite street. Lex had no idea if the man was alive or dead, and he frankly didn't care. Lex was more than happy waiting for him to finish before correcting him that the tavern would do no such thing, but the moment he turned his eyes onto Nami, Lex's patience evaporated. In all fairness, it was entirely possible that he was not about to make an uncouth demand towards Lex's staff, but just the look in his eyes was enough to turn Lex off. Were this the inn, Lex would have been bound by the system's rules and been unable to do anything until the man actually broke some rules. At the tavern, though, things were a lot more flexible and Lex could do as he pleased. In this case, what pleased Lex was to manipulate the space around the man and hurl him out of the building like yesterday's trash. "Please excuse the disturbance," Lex said, with a polite smile towards his guests, before turning back to the other man who had frozen still of his own accord. He still could not understand what had happened, and so did not dare to do anything rash. "As I asked your companion earlier, do you happen to know what's going on with the town? The man did not think too much and obediently began answering. Something has gone wrong with the town's array. Instead of keeping the town lit and secure, it's actively suppressing all light formations within, and instead of keeping monsters out, has trapped everyone within the town itself. We suspect sabotage, but haven't been able to investigate yet. The mayor is trying to rally all the town guards before he begins scouring the town looking for survivors, but because of the suppressed formations, there's no good place to gather everyone. That's when the light from your building appeared, and he tasked us with investigating it. Whether we respond or not, he will be coming here with the gathered soldiers soon enough. To the warrior's disappointment, Lex did not seem bothered by the news of the mayor's arrival, as if he wasn't threatened in any way whatsoever. That's great news, said Lex. I'm glad to see that the mayor is prioritizing the safety of his citizens. The formation's malfunction, though, is troubling news. I have no proof, but my gut tells me this may have something to do with the serial killer on the loose. Do you by chance happen to know the travel paths of any nearby Saul birds? How long can we expect this darkness to last? The man grit his teeth and answered truthfully. It's really hard to predict. Unless the Noel family learns of our plight and makes a move personally, the darkness should last anywhere between 1 to 3 months. Unfortunately, all communication with the outside has also been suspended. Lex nodded as he started making plans. It was best to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The serial killer was frowning hard as he killed another monster. The citizens in the town were dying way too quickly, and most of them to the monsters. This was not satisfying to him. He needed to make a few changes to make the game more fun. Yes, it needed to be even more fun. He manipulated the formation and created 6 safe zones in the town, where other protective formations weren't suppressed. He needed the people to live. They were supposed to fear him, and die by his hands. The monsters and the darkness were only accompanying characters to his performance. He had to make sure everything was just right. System, list down all high-value targets in the area. I have to make sure they don't accidentally die. Several high-value targets are gathered at the Beacon of Life, and are safe from monster attacks. How lucky, he said with a chuckle. Chapter 355. Slimy business. Now that you've completed your task, do you want to take some time to rest and eat, or will you be returning to finish your report? Asked Lex to the remaining warrior. The warrior trembled upon hearing the question. Fear of the unknown was the most common thing, and what kind of danger the tavern represented was more or less unknown to the man. He only knew that it was enough to crush him. But, at the same time, returning now, on his own, would present him with a great danger as well. Eventually he grit his teeth and decided to return to the mayor while the option was still available. He did not dare to hope that the tavern owner would actually provide him with food and rest. As for going back and checking on his partner, even if he had survived crashing through hordes of monsters in a building, possibly more than one building actually, he would most likely have been besieged by monsters by now. Even if, by some miracle, he had survived the monster attacks, he would be heavily wounded and his movement impaired. He would be a burden on the return journey, not an asset. Not wanting to waste another moment, the man quickly departed. His former partner launching out of the building had distracted the nearby monsters sufficiently for him to begin his escape with ease. Lex shrugged. It wasn't like he intended to punish this man as well, and so long as he paid, Lex would have let him rest. The carefully built environment of harmony in the tavern had been disrupted by the arrival of the 2 men. The news they shared wasn't what everyone had been hoping for. There was a problem with the town formation, and there was no communication with the outside. It would take months before the light returned. By then, the number of monsters would be much greater, and some of them may even be nearing the peak of the Foundation realm. When it came to monsters, their strength grew quickly in the beginning but would eventually slow down. Most never surpassed the Golden Core realm, if they reached it at all. But their threat did not lie in their strength, but their numbers. Lex wasn't too bothered by the news, because he more or less was expecting only bad news. So far, everything was still within the range where he could survive with just the tavern. I know some of you may be concerned about the duration, Lex addressed his guests. But don't worry, whether it's months or years, the one thing the tavern will not be short of is supplies and food. You also don't need to worry about the lights turning off in here. The greatest challenge for you is to find something to entertain yourself with. Lex's last sentence ended as a joke, and visibly relaxed everyone, but deep down, he meant it. Trapped in a building with nothing to do for a long time would slowly drive everyone insane. At the same time, this experience gave Lex a new perspective on the pro bono function of the inn. Across the many worlds, how many people would be in similar situations where they were completely trapped and needed aid? He understood that charity was not the purpose of the system, but suddenly he had a new appreciation for the feature. Maybe the system wasn't so bad. Maybe. 2 more days passed without anyone else arriving at the tavern. From the rooftop, Lex was able to see a few portions of the town where lights had appeared, which reassured him. He even shared the news with the guests. This meant that at least some people had found some kind of solution, and there were other survivors in the town. Moreover, if someone had found a way to turn on the light formations in those few areas, there was a chance that soon they would be able to fix the town's formation. Unbeknownst to Lex, their areas had lights because the killer eased up the formation in those areas. He allowed the strong warriors and soldiers in the town to lead survivors into those zones, so that all his targets would accumulate in a few areas. Currently, he was picking apart one of the newly created safe zones, killing one survivor every hour. Of course, he was doing it personally instead of using monsters or the formations. How else was he to enjoy it as much as possible? While things had slowed down considerably at the tavern, back at the inn, things were climaxing. The final 10 of the Lady Cosmos had been selected. At any given time, there were 13 million guests at the inn to enjoy the show. While not all of these guests were staying at the inn, they would more or less still spend some MP. Still, even 1 megapixel at a time, Lex had managed to accumulate 7.8 billion megapixels more, bringing his total to 10 billion more or less. Actually, it was 10,057,007,000 megapixels. Lex took the opportunity to create a request in the guild room for pure energy crystals and put down a deposit of 57,007,000 megapixels. He would use this to test the waters and see if absorbing energy from within the inn would help his energy accumulation. If it was, despite Lex's earlier plans, he might speed up his return. After all, things were just too unpredictable at the tavern right now, and he did not want to spend months and possibly years trapped, unable to do anything. But while he had a lot of free time, Lex was not free, for he had to constantly manipulate the formation to kill monsters. This was not feasible as he would never have the time to sleep or rest. As such, he ended up spending 0.3% of his accumulated energy to add the security room feature to the tavern as well. He temporarily made Rick in charge of security via the security room, and gave him control over the formation as well. This way, while Lex wasn't managing the security himself, Rick would do it. With that done, he spent a good deal of time cultivating, and when he got tired he would watch the Lady Cosmos show. Surprisingly, of the top 10, only 2 were actually humans. One was Haley, the farmer from X142 that Harry had grown fond of, and the other was Alyssa, the YouTuber from Earth. The favorite to win at the moment was a fair, followed closely by a slime. As surprising as it was for Lex to learn that slimes could be female, he was even more surprised to learn that this particular slime would manipulate its shape to form a very seductive humanoid figure. Moreover, it could manipulate the color of its slime to give itself the appearance of a woman in beautiful clothing. Its latest figure was that of an elf that it had seen at the inn, which managed to steal a decent bit of the votes from Earth. There was also a fox beast from Nibiru which, after undergrounding an evolution in its bloodline due to the growth of the planet itself, could shapeshift into a human appearance. The remaining 5 contestants were from a race Lex wasn't familiar with called Echoes. They were not humanoid at all, but their cuteness level was astonishing. They were like cuddly teddy bears with eyes that could melt ice and a laugh that could fill one with glee. The next stage of the competition would be an intense one, for it was not on stage or in a stadium. Instead, in the floating city above the village, the remaining girls would have to live for 5 days unaided. Moreover, lucky viewers, and some wealthy ones who paid for the opportunity, would be living in the city alongside them. The final judgment would actually be influenced by votes of the viewers in the city, and the girls would have to convince them to gain their vote. This would be a live test of not only their charisma and social skills, but of their ingenuity and survival skills. This was because, other than a house to live in, the girls would not be provided with anything else. Of course, during this portion, the girls would be provided with security to ensure something untoward did not happen. Moreover, it had to be ensured that the girls would not buy votes using some kind of shady deals or offers, and that only their ability to convince fans would be at play. Lex was watching the slime have a jovial conversation with a group of ladies over coffee, regaling them with tales of its life, when Rick came to alert him of something. From the rooftop, he has seen an entire group of people approach the tavern, slowly and steadily fighting against the hordes. In the lead of that group was Mario Ricci, the Goatfather. Chapter 356. Disappeared. Lex was not at all surprised that Mario was unhurt. After all, he was much too strong for monsters of this level to overwhelm him. But when he reached his rooftop and saw the size of his party, he was extremely surprised. It was much too small. Only around 10 people were following him, all of whom were excellent fighters on their own as well. Clearly they would have survived even without Mario as long as the rest were together. But their small numbers and, most of all, slow and steady speed told Lex something was going on. That's when Lex noticed that Mario's son, Elio, was not with the group. He did not jump to conclusions, but he kept the thought in mind. Despite how near they were, the group did not get impatient at all, and continued on their pace. It took nearly an hour before they finally reached the tavern. Like the previous two warriors, the group was hit hard by how contrasting the environment within the tavern was. But unlike the first group, they did not become overly arrogant once they reached this establishment filled with civilians. Thugs like them had a deeper understanding of the way of the world. In the killing field that Babylon had now become, only disgustingly overwhelming strength would allow one to live in such comfort. Lex had prepared food for everyone already, and at the sight of the steaming bowls of soup being laid down for them, these rough-and-tumble men gave Lex a look filled with sheer appreciation and gratitude, and sat down to savor their first meal in days. Mario, however, did not go towards the food and instead sat himself down at the bar, his deep-set eyes gazing out into the distance. He ordered hard liquor with nothing but a gesture and downed the glass like a parched man chugging water. "Your party is smaller than I would have expected," said Lex as he approached the man. Men like Mario did not need consolation or words to ease them. Instead, treating them softly or carefully might actually offend them. In such a case, it was best to just be upfront with them about what you were curious about. "It was that damn killer," Mario said, his voice hoarse. He downed another glass and began to pour one more drink for himself. He shepherded us like cattle towards the light, only to pick us off one by one. "Even I couldn't catch him. He has clever ways to hide in the shadows, and of making people disappear, only for their corpses to reappear a short while later. Do you think he had something to do with the light formation failing? He shouldn't. While he is very tricky and clever, he is not strong enough. The formation is heavily guarded. It would take at least a nascent cultivator to break through all of its defenses, and if he were that strong, he wouldn't be picking off the weak like that. He would be aiming for me. Instead, what he's been doing is not targeting me, but targeting people right in front of me. There's a small but significant difference." Lex did not need to ask to know what the difference was. One meant that the killer was strong enough to challenge Mario, while the other meant the killer knew he couldn't take on Mario himself, but was skilled or crazy enough to antagonize him. Lex asked him if he knew the situation in the rest of the city, which Mario did not. He had stuck close to his own turf until it became obvious that the killer would pick them off one by one unless they left. One thing that caught Lex's curiosity was that the killer somehow had a way to not be targeted by the monsters in the dark. While everyone else was fighting for their lives, the killer was sailing through the darkness like a ship in calm waters. Mario did not say much else, but the addition of new guests quickly caught everyone's attention. With not much else to do, they talked and exchanged stories, and quickly a new fear began to spread between those staying at the tavern, that Mario and his gang had led the killer right to them. But nothing of the sort happened. The tavern was as safe as always. While Big Ben and Betty were just glad to be alive and safe, the triplets along with the bakers had many minor panic attacks. They all had family out in the dark, but they knew there was nothing they could do to search for them. The small spark of stimulation provided with the addition of new guests soon waned as the days returned to their previous monotony. Lex had somehow produced more mattresses and bedding, and opened up the hidden chamber underneath the bar so the tavern wouldn't get even more crowded. 7 more days passed like that and, just as everyone, the kids especially, were about to lose their minds, another group was spotted heading towards the tavern. This group was much larger than Mario's, but when they arrived, they were also in much worse shape. This group had been led by one of the nobles and the parents of one of the extra staff Lex had helping at the tavern. Unsurprisingly, their story was very similar to Mario's. They were surviving, barely, in one of the safe zones that had developed around the town, until one day when the killer appeared and started killing them off one by one. It was out of sheer desperation that they ventured out into the dark, but the giant beacon of light was not their first destination. It was like they had been forced by the killer to come this way, for when they head in any other direction, the murders would increase. Lex received this news with surprising calm. It made sense. He had been feeling something was slowly building from the moment the lights failed. 4 days later, another man appeared. He walked through the darkness alone, the monsters dying around him. He was another noble, and he had been unable to save a single person. It was mostly the monsters that killed everyone he had tried to protect, and the few survivors had been picked off by the killer. The next day, the remaining 3 nobles arrived as well, once again alone. By now the tavern building was jam-packed, even with the secret storage downstairs. The mood was grim. It seemed like they were the last survivors in the town, for no one knew what was happening with the mayor and town guards. Even with nearly 100 people packed into the tavern building, it felt like the loneliest place in the world. They lived on a small island of safety, surrounded by a hungry abyss. At least, that was until Dino and Betty started getting creative with their foods, and started asking everyone what their favorite was. With the endless supply of ingredients that Rick somehow always provided them with, the mealtimes at the tavern became the most anticipated times of the day. People would place bets, and play guessing games as to what would be the meals of the day. The music never stopped playing, and Lex provided an infinite variety of board game ideas for everyone to entertain themselves. It really did feel like there was a festival going on inside. This was because one day Lex had an epiphany. If everyone's mood was being disrupted artificially by some means, could he not do the same? He purchased a formation that blocked any outside interference in emotions, and another that slightly eased the mind. That was all that was needed, for the numerous children inside immediately became joyful, and entertained all the guests. They created their own plays and put on their own performances. Deep down, no one forgot that they were in a desperate situation. But at the same time, they could do nothing about it, so they chose to indulge in whatever joys they could claim. Unbeknownst to them, for the last 3 days, the killer had been outside the tavern, hiding from the spotlight that lit up the street. He had been watching. His plan to lure all the high-value targets in one place was a success. What he did not expect, however, was that his system would fail to provide a safe way to infiltrate the tavern. So, for the last few days, he had been using his X-ray sight to carefully observe the tavern and its inhabitants. There were too many peculiar things going on in there that could not be explained, so the killer didn't really try. His entire focus was on finding a way to infiltrate. In the end, when he could not find a way on his own, he had to rely on one of the quest rewards he had been saving up to kill the mayor. System: prepare the death bubble. Target the highest value person in that building. Suddenly, Lex, who was busy cultivating in his room, disappeared. Chapter 357. Lucky Lex was, as usual, cultivating in a tub of iced tea. Not only did the tea bath speed up his cultivation, it left his body smelling nice after he was done. In the past couple of weeks, his constant dedication had actually somewhat helped him make progress in the Foundation realm. Today, however, while he was cultivating, he was hit with a sense of extreme danger. The danger was not external, but was a result of a disruption in his cultivation technique. Something had happened, and before he could begin to comprehend it, there was an abrupt change in the amount of spirit energy his body was absorbing, causing the cultivation technique to immediately shut down. Such a forceful interruption would normally be enough to completely rip away someone's meridians. Lex, however, managed to survive because of his incredibly sturdy body, as well as the fact that his meridians had been reforged out of metal. It still hurt like hell, though. Though he managed to survive the disruption, his sense of danger did not disappear. Lex opened his eyes to find himself in a completely foreign place. He was standing on a flat dirt road surrounded by the rubble of collapsed buildings. The sky was dark, as usual, but the familiar glint of starlight could be seen across the expanse. Lex was suddenly hit with a wave of nostalgia looking up at the heavens, but now was not the time to get lost in thought. He turned around to his left and saw nothing more than rubble. Broken pieces of stone with rusted bits of metal sticking out of them sat in piles, undisturbed in this strange place for God knows how long. But it was not the rubble that Lex was looking at. He was looking at the ground right before the rubble. No one was there, or at least, his eyes saw no one, but his gut was telling him otherwise. It told him there was a predator standing before him, and that he was in a situation he hadn't been in a long time. He was being hunted. It was like when he was chased by zombies back on Vegas Minima, or the pack of wolves back on Nibiru. But there was one stark difference between now and then. It was that he was not afraid. "How did I get here?" Lex asked, his voice calm and steady. Though he saw no one, his instincts had never been wrong before. Moreover, he had a pretty good idea of who he was about to meet. It was as if the gut feeling he had back when the lights failed was coming true. His question was followed by silence for a few moments, but eventually he got a reply. "This place is called Death Bubble. I can teleport anyone I target here, and then neither of us can leave until the other person dies." A couple of moments later, a man appeared right where Lex was looking. He was pale and lanky, with short dark hair. His thin figure made him look malnourished, but his eyes were full of life. He grinned at Lex, revealing sharpened, yellow teeth. "You're the first person to not panic at all when coming here," the murderer said in a gleeful voice. "I'm used to teleporting," Lex replied plainly. Though he was standing still, it wasn't as if he was doing nothing. Lex's mind was running as fast as it could, and he was already making plans on how to kill the other. Good, you're strong. I've never killed a brave one before. This will be a new experience. Are you so sure that I'll be the one to die, and not you?" "I'm very lucky. I wouldn't have met you if I couldn't kill you," he answered excitedly, the saliva practically dripping from his lips. Then the battle began. The murderer stood still in front of Lex's eyes, but a figure appeared behind Lex silently and tried to stab his kidney. Lex, who no longer only relied on his vision and sense of sound, was not taken by surprise and turned perfectly to avoid the dagger. At the same time, a small array of merely a few characters quickly formed in front of his left hand. Using the momentum from his turn, Lex jabbed forward with his left hand aiming at the figure's neck, a small spear-point blade of ice forming around his middle finger. The figure, which was revealed to be the murderer, was surprised and could not react fast enough to avoid the jab. But, just as the small ice blade touched the murderer's neck, something completely unexpected happened. The rubble upon which Lexus was standing came loose, causing him to suddenly slip. Lex lost his balance, causing his jab to miss and making him vulnerable once again to the killer. A grin formed on the murderer's face as he realized what had happened and swung his dagger towards Lex. But while Lex could not dodge, he was not helpless. Using his right hand, Lex used talk to the hand, forming an invisible barrier which blocked the blade. With his attack blocked, the murderer took a jump back to regroup and Lex quickly got up as well. Lex couldn't believe that he actually stumbled on some rumble. He normally wouldn't make a mistake like that. The array he used earlier was one of the quickest and easiest arrays he memorized. It absorbed the moisture in the air to form a blade that was very sharp and sturdy. But because it was a very basic array, the blade did not have a proper grip, and would only sit on his finger when attacking directly straight. If he tried a cutting or sweeping attack, the blade would fall off. Still, the lethality of the blade should not be underestimated. Moreover, this was just one of the many arrays Lex memorized. Lastly, Lex had also gone a step beyond just memorization. He had formed a very simple system of his own to help him create new arrays on the fly. Since attacking with arrays was not hampered in any way by Regal Embrace, Lex's lethality had shot up. Now, equipped with an arsenal of his own, Lex no longer waited for the murderer to attack again and took the initiative. Two arrays began to quickly form, each in front of his hands. A ball of orange fire formed above his left hand and he used his right hand to aim at the murderer. Before the murderer could even react, the ball of fire went hurtling towards him at a speed too great to avoid. This was the second time the murderer was taken by surprise, and didn't have time to react. But, by sheer coincidence, a nearby ruin that had survived the untold number of years these ruins had existed broke, stimulated by the small vibrations of their fight. The wall fell down just perfectly to block the ball of fire before it reached the murderer, causing it to explode. A cloud of dust exploded in the air, blocking Lex's sight and hiding the murderer behind its veil. When the dust cleared, the murderer had disappeared once more. Lex could temporarily not locate him, most likely because he was no longer being blatantly targeted by the murderer. He remained standing in place as he employed Ripple Shell in case the murderer succeeded in landing a hidden blow, all the while trying to figure out what happened. Twice he nearly killed the murderer. He wouldn't be surprised if the murderer found some way to dodge or block the attack, but strange things kept happening to protect him. Was this the murderer's doing, or were they all coincidences? How was he supposed to overcome this? A few ideas crossed Lex's mind and he began forming one of the larger arrays he knew. It would take a few seconds to ready, during which he would not be able to block, so he needed to keep his wits about him. His back tingled and he dodged to the side once again, just in time to see the murderer glaring at him, his earlier joy gone, slashing towards him with his knife. "I will make your death slow," the murderer said between gritted teeth. He was genuinely afraid for his life for a moment. If his luck hadn't been so good, he would have died to that fireball. Angered by the retaliation, the murderer no longer cared about holding back, and used all the quest items his system had given him. It was lucky for him, they suited his attack pattern really well. The murderer kept stabbing and swiping, showing a certain degree of amateurishness in his moves. But no matter how careless he seemed, he had too many kills under his belt for Lex to take him lightly, which is why he didn't dare take on his attacks directly. Just as he was about to finish the array, he felt something stab him in the back. The sharp pain, that was far beyond anything it should have been, caused Lex to lose control of the array, causing a massive explosion. Chapter 358. Like a king. More than the heat of the flame or the roar of thunder, it was the pressure of the explosion that rocked Lex. His body shot up into the air like a bullet, spinning and flipping like a gymnast giving his best performance. It took a few seconds before the overwhelmed and dizzy Lex found a few moments of clarity, and a few seconds more before he was able to stabilize his body. In a heartbeat, he analyzed the damage to his body, and discovered, to his great surprise, that his back was completely unharmed. There was no stab wound, and the pain had completely disappeared, as if it was only his mind. Other than that, though, he was not in his best state. The shockwave that passed through his body had rattled Lex to his bones, and though he was largely unhurt, the blatant flaw in his array plan hurt him more. Deciding not to take any more chances, Lex decided to scrap every array he planned on using that would take more than 2 seconds to form. But before he could do anything to attack the murderer, he had to ensure he landed safely. He formed quick and small arrays to immediately change his trajectory, in case the murderer had something planned for him where he would fall, and immediately slowed down his descent. But changing the direction did not work, for the moment he landed on the floor, 2 stabbing pains shot up through his feet, as if he had landed straight into 2 pikes. Despite the experience from earlier, Lex couldn't help but look down to see that his feet were completely unharmed. His back tingled, warning of an impending attack, but the pain in his feet and his knee-jerk reaction to investigate them wasted precious moments, making it so he couldn't retaliate like usual. Instead, he leapt forward and fell into a roll to get some distance. But when he turned back, the murderer was not in sight. Lex narrowed his eyes. As amateurish as he was in his attacks, the murderer wielded abilities that were genuine and quite lethal. By now Lex had understood that whenever he felt piercing pain, it was fake and served just as a distraction. But he dared not completely ignore the pain in case this was a feint, so that a real attack would follow when he learned to expect nothing. He had also somewhat gotten used to the murderer disappearing and consistently attacking from behind him. But even that he dared not get too comfortable with either. But no matter what he did, Lex would not overcome him by waiting for him to attack first. He thought up a plan quickly and formed an array that caused fog to slowly accumulate at the knee level. This way, he'd be able to determine as soon as the attacker attempted a single attack. He also formed another array, using the low-level fog to hide a trap. But the effectiveness of the trap would depend on if the murderer continued to attack from the back, and the nature of the attack. If he had managed to bring his thinking cap with him, he would have been able to use more complex and powerful traps, but alas, life does not follow one's wishes. His back tingled once again and, to hide the existence of the trap, Lex dodged normally, and just as he turned around to look, his back tingled again. This time the attack was too fast for him to dodge even with the warning, and something slammed into his back, throwing him onto the ground. The attack was not sharp and piercing, like he had been expecting from the knife. Instead, it was a large blunt force, as if he had been hit by a beanbag or something. "You are nothing, idiot," the murderer yelled, his voice filled with both anger and jubilation. "You are nothing. You are dead. All that remains is your final struggle." Even disoriented, Lex was paying attention to his surroundings, and the moment he located the direction the sound was coming from, he fired off another fireball. But this time no accident happened to block the attack, and the murderer himself dodged it easily. Yet when he turned to Lex to gloat, he was startled to find a flaming man walking his way. Lex had actually lit himself on fire. This was not a diversionary tactic. Instead, Lex was acting off of his instincts. He felt that some kind of goo had latched onto his body where he had been hit earlier, and the goo was alive and trying to penetrate his skin. He felt actual, genuine danger for his life from the goo. But the information provided by his instincts was jumbled and vague. He could only determine that the goo was alive, and that it would not come off his skin easily now that it had latched on. So, taking advantage of his body's toughness, Lex lit himself on fire using an array. But that was not all. More than pain, Lex felt a minor sense of humiliation at having to rely on having to light himself on fire. This feeling of humiliation came from a recent sense of pride that had planted itself in Lex as he overcame so many trials. Now this pride was fueling a flame much brighter than the one covering his body, and it sent Lex's mind into a state of overdrive. It was similar to the sense of flow that Lex used to get, but much greater, and with far fewer restrictions. Not only did his mind work faster to absorb all the information his various senses and instincts were providing him, he could almost split his mind into two. He could focus a majority of his attention on a certain task while leaving a portion of his thoughts to focus on a separate task without compromising the quality of work. Moreover, the boost in his thought process was dozens of times greater than when he used the crown made by the crystal race, or even when he used to enter the state of flow before he entered the Foundation realm. This boost would have been great if Lex had anticipated it. Since Lex did not anticipate it, and was caught in the state unaware, all his extra mental energy was focused on his anger at the murderer. Lex used the technique he hadn't used a single time since he learned it, Home Sweet Home, and, in a burst of speed, barely comprehensible, arrived before the murder in the blink of an eye and slammed his burning body right into him. Burned and crushed, the murderer's body was flung away, but Lex caught his ankle, keeping him from flying away. With a furious bellowing roar, Lex slammed his body into the ground and put his flaming foot on his chest. He aimed his array at the murderer's face and launched a flame ball at him. But, just as the flame ball was about to hit him, the ground beneath him collapsed, revealing a sinkhole, moving his body out of the way. Lex immediately absorbed a lot of information and quickly drew the conclusion that for non-lethal attacks, there would be no accidents, but as soon as he tried to kill the murderer, something would prevent it. A few theories popped into his mind, but before he could try them out, the murderer let out an angry yelp as he dangled over the sinkhole and disappeared right from within his hand. Lex squinted his eyes as he drew another conclusion. The murderer was not turning invisible but disappearing entirely, or teleporting somewhere else. Lex formed two more arrays, entirely ignoring the fact that he was still on fire and the goo that had latched onto his shoulder had been completely burned off by now. The two arrays took him 2.4 seconds to form, even in his overdrive state. But, once they were completed, a surge of spiritual energy started flowing around him, spinning in a circle. His burning body acted like a flint, and lit up the energy into a fiery tornado that began expanding outwards, quickly burning everything it touched. This attack would reveal the limitations of the murderer's teleportation if there were any. Well, it could not entirely test the limitation of his ability, but Lex would eliminate them one by one. In only a few moments the tornado had spread across half the visible land and continued to grow when, spontaneously and without warning, a burning meteor fell from the sky. The meteor crashed into the ground some distance from Lex, causing a massive explosion that startled even Lex. He quickly deployed Talk to the Hand, using both his hands to block the aftermath of the clash between the fiery tornado and meteor. Cracks formed in the invisible shield, but it ultimately held until the force of the explosion passed, leaving in its wake a sight fit for Armageddon. Only two small patches of land seemed unharmed, one behind Lex's shield, and another, conveniently blocked by a massive rock that jutted into the ground. Behind that rock stood the murderer, panting and in pain. Though his ears were ringing, the murderer managed to hear a small sound. When he looked up to investigate, he saw a flaming Lex, looking down at him from the top of the rock, like a king about to sentence one to death. Chapter 359. Beat down before the murderer could cry out or yell, Lex smashed his body into him using Home Sweet Home once again. The fire on Lex's body had gone out, but the one in his heart was raging on as he continued to attack relentlessly. Letting go of arrays, Lex used his bare fists to beat his body into submission. Since fatal attacks would trigger the coincidences, Lex aimed only to cripple him. Punch after punch landed on the murderer's skinny body, breaking it bit by bit. Compared to other body cultivators, Lex's strength may not be as impressive, but to a person who was not a body cultivator, each of Lex's punches was like being smashed by a wrecking ball. Unable to retaliate or even avoid, the murderer disappeared once again. But the ruins had been completely destroyed by the blast, eliminating all hiding spots. The moment Lex climbed up onto the big rock, he could easily see the collapsed body of the murderer in the distance. Not interested in giving him any time to retaliate, Lex dashed towards him once again. But the murderer had been pushed to the brink of desperation by Lex's relentless assault, and he began mindlessly using anything and everything in his arsenal. A blue bubble appeared around his body just in time to stop Lex, causing him to crash headfirst into it. Unable to stop in time, Lex's body hit the bubble hard, and fell back with a strong rebound. His nose broke and started bleeding. Even in his state of anger, a part of himself could not stop himself from commenting on the irony that the greatest wounds he'd suffered so far were self-inflicted. The murderer was not interested in Lex's self-depreciation as he began to spend his murder points, or MP, to buy everything available to him. Mannequins started appearing out of thin air, all holding blades similar to the murderer, all looking at Lex with dark eyes. When 109 such mannequins appeared, they attacked Lex in unison. Their coordination was immaculate, and it was as if a higher power was controlling each of their movements. Each of their attacks were smoother and deadlier than the murderer's, though Lex could detect a hint of similarity in their attack patterns. Still, none of it mattered. Something as simple and straightforward as physical attacks could not overwhelm Lex unless there was a massive difference in speed and strength, which there was not. Guided by his instincts, Lex dodged so smoothly and seemingly effortlessly that were anyone to see it, it would seem that Lex and the mannequins were working together to purposefully avoid him. It was like he decided where he would move to dodge before they even decided to attack, and it was more or less exactly what was happening. This was a result of a flaw due to how perfect their coordination was. That perfect coordination made it so that their next moves became predictable, even to the point where, in his overdrive state, Lex was able to determine what would happen 4 or 5 moves ahead. Lex was moving as fast as he possibly could, but at the same time he was under no pressure. This allowed him to begin forming arrays to deal with the mannequins. But the murderer was not done either, as he had killed enough people to accumulate quite a bit of MP. A mannequin was hovering over him, healing his broken body while 2, much more intimidating ones stood around him as guards. Moreover, armor filled with metal spikes slowly appeared around the murderer's body. At a small distance, dirt from the ground was automatically piling up on itself, forming some kind of massive monster. Up in the sky, the starlight was blocked by thunder clouds that were beginning to form. All of this was taken in by Lex, even though he was busy dodging the mannequins. He did not know how the murderer was suddenly doing all these things, but it was best to let him fully prepare. His mind went through the various arrays he memorized, but none were suitable for the situation. He also didn't want to risk using evisceration, as while he had increased his mastery over the technique, with the unusual coincidences happening, Lex didn't want to risk it. If the coincidence went from blocking the attack to somehow interrupting Lex's evisceration, the result would be catastrophic. He took a deep breath just as the arrays he was forming ended. The ground trembled and hundreds of sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, impaling most of the mannequins. It was time to employ the rest of Lex's preparation with arrays. The conundrum of forming new arrays to match various situations was an extremely difficult one. If he had time it was not an issue, but in the heat of battle it was not possible. So, Lex found a loophole using his knowledge of programming, and the unique connecting method employed in the crystal realm for their arrays. It would somewhat diminish the power of the arrays, but it was good enough as it provided versatility. Lex memorized over 100, extremely small arrays that performed very simple and basic tasks. He originally wanted to call them functions, but ended up just calling them letters. The reason for this was because the concept he was working towards was combining the various small arrays in the way letters combine to form words, and then words combine to form sentences. Combining the so-called letters was still not exactly straightforward, for even language has rules about how the alphabets behave, let alone something as complex as arrays. Yet the concept of joining many small arrays to form one big array was too attractive to overlook, and much easier to design. What he needed now was immense, concentrated firepower, and so he began forming just such an array. At his current speed, within 1 second he could form up to 10 mini-arrays with the function of gathering heat. For the array he had planned he would need hundreds of such arrays, so he couldn't wait and began immediately. A few seconds went by when the murderer realized that Lex was not attacking, as he usually did, and was instead preparing something. Attack! He roared to his final two mannequins that acted as his bodyguards, as well as the arachnid-shaped dirt monster. Attack! 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 Kill him for me! A sharp, piercing pain stabbed him directly through the eyes and into his brain, but Lex did not even flinch in his overdrive state. Pain meant absolutely nothing to him right now. The mannequins reached him in the blink of an eye, these ones armed with a sword and shield each. They were also much faster, and much stronger than the previous ones. Truly, they were formidable foes. Well, they were formidable if their opponent wasn't Lex. With the forewarning from his instincts, Lex dodged each attack easily. In fact, Lex did not even look away from the murderer as he casually avoided each swing of the mannequin's sword. The dirt monster, 12 feet 3.65 meters tall, also arrived and started smashing at Lex with its numerous legs. It was not as fast as the other two, but it was much stronger. Dirt and rubble flew into the air under the explosion caused by its massive legs, yet Lex was as elusive as the wind. A hint of fear crept into the murderer's mind as he observed Lex, who never broke eye contact. But the fear was followed quickly by madness. He joined his hands together forming a strange symbol and began reciting some unusual prayer. From the moment he uttered the first syllable, Lex felt the danger around him increase, and he knew he could waste no more time. Whatever he was doing had to be stopped. But his array was not ready either. It would take a few more seconds. The duel suddenly turned into a lethal waiting game, and whoever struck first would gain the advantage. Normally Lex might have felt nervous under so much pressure, but his overdrive state allowed him maximum control of his every thought. Nervousness was not a useful emotion right now, so it would never be activated. Of course, a part of his also had to do with the fact that Lex's mind had been flooded with pride and anger. Just as 2 seconds were all that remained for Lex's array to be complete, he dodged his attackers and rushed towards the murderer. A monster that had previously not existed suddenly appeared in front of Lex, blocking him. Unwilling to change his actions, Lex used Home Sweet Home and continued in a straight line. Either he would tear through the monster's body, or take him along with him. But how could a monster formed from dirt be sturdy enough to block Lex? Bursting right through the monster's chest, Lex appeared before the blue bubble that blocked the murderer and aimed his right palm at him. Even Lex was interested to see what kind of coincidence could block him now. Chapter 360. Murderer system. Time seemed to freeze as the murderer looked at Lex's palm. He forgot that he was wearing special armor, and even forgot that he could do something to move. The sight of Lex bursting directly through the body of a monster to approach his bubble was seared into his brain. Though the monster was made of dirt, when dirt was compacted enough it was not easy or simple to break through it. Then there was the look in his eyes. The disdain in his eyes was as clear as day, and the murderer was spellbound. He could look nowhere else. They were eyes that told him that no amount of luck could deter him. No amount of help from his system was enough. No sword was fast enough or strong enough. They were eyes that told him death was nigh. The murderer's mind collapsed, but there was not enough time to show it. A bright, yellow light shone out of Lex's palm. The next moment, a beam of yellow light with a 10 feet, 3 meter diameter was launched out of Lex's hand. It was silent. There was no loud bang, no sonic booms. Moreover, there was no sound of a collision, or something crashing. One moment all was well, and the next a massive yellow beam seemed to appear, and traveled to infinity. From afar, it actually looked pleasant. Nearby, however, anyone would be too distracted by the searing, immolating heat the beam gave off. When the light disappeared, everything that had been in its path disappeared. Even the ground disappeared perfectly in the shape of the circular beam of light where the light touched it, its cooked edges slowly giving off smoke. The attack had been the most devastating that Lex had ever released, clearing almost everything in its path. Almost because a single figure fell to the ground when the light disappeared. The armor the murderer had been wearing had melted into a puddle and had been blown away, yet the murderer had survived because of a protective amulet he had been wearing on his person. The amulet, through some unusual coincidence, had been specifically made to protect from heat-based attacks, and had been used up entirely to protect the murderer. Lex was not disappointed to see the murderer survive. He felt nothing. No matter how many times he avoided death, all Lex had to do was try again. Wasting no time, Lex arrived in front of the murderer and lifted him by the throat. The murderer was unresponsive, for his mind had collapsed due to fear. Lex ripped off his shirt and removed any and all jewelry or talismans he wore to further reduce his chances of survival. It was much easier now that the murderer was simply limp. Once he was sure the murderer had nothing else on his body, Lex punched his face, completely determined to kill him with that hit. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, landing directly on Lex's crown, paralyzing him and preventing him from completing his punch. Oddly enough, the lightning did not affect the murderer. When Lex recovered, he tried again, but the unusual land they were in experienced an earthquake, causing Lex to stumble. He tried again and cramped in the foot. He tried again and a massive gale started, pushing Lex to the ground. He tried again and darkness fell, causing him to miss. He tried again, his expression constant throughout. He was Lex freaking Williams, and even an act of God, or several acts, would save the murderer from him after crossing him. Serene Williams, mother of Lex Williams, trembled as she looked at the person who arrived on the planet. It was her eldest daughter, Belle. Her face was as expressionless and cold as ever, and only the fierce determination in her eyes set her apart from an emotionless doll. The silence echoed through the hall as the two marinated in the tumultuous emotions that filled this moment. Finally, unable to control herself, Serene opened her mouth to speak, but Belle beat her to it. "I've officially graduated from Ventura Gold, but I have no intentions of continuing on to Ventura itself." After trying to speak and failing multiple times, all Serene could say was, "How? How could I not? I had the love and affection of my parents supporting me. All that was left was to break through my limits time and time again, use all the resources available to me and steal the ones that weren't, and force myself into the immortal realm." Even as she said this, and hinted at the grave dangers she faced, all without informing her family, her expression remained impassive as ever. "And you're leaving Ventura to go back to them? It is my duty and my place. I do not need the honor given to me as a birthright. I will take it on my own. You do not know the full story. They will kill your brother if they ever meet him. They are not the angels that they claim. Even better then, that I become sovereign of the William family then, isn't it? I can then protect my baby brother with my own hands. You do not understand." "Enough," said Belle firmly. "I am not here for this. I only came to let you know that I have become immortal, and to ask you a question. Will you continue to create a cultivation technique tailored to me, or shall I go to the family and take a complete one on my own?" There was a painful moment of silence before Serene's eyes also became determined. Belle was always like this, from the time she was a baby. If she could not prevent her from taking this path, all she could do was help her. "I'll continue to create a technique for you," she said, her voice regaining the command normally embedded in a parent's voice. "But since you are determined to take your own path, do not blame others for doing so as well. If you change your name to Evangeline, then your father's sword will be drawn before its time. You know how he is about these things. Now come, explain your breakthrough to me thoroughly. We need to establish what tenets your future cultivation will be based on. No child of mine will ever cultivate a subpar technique, it needs to be perfect." Despite her usual impassiveness, Belle could not help her lip twitching at her mother's comments. Only she, Serene Williams, could call the cultivation technique provided at the Ventura Academy and Williams family subpar. After all, as far as humans were concerned, no one could form a better cultivation technique than her. Even her own father gave up his entire cultivation to start again under her guidance. Although his cultivation realm was now much lower than what it once was, no one dared to test his sword. No one. A beaten and battered Lex punched the murderer once again. It was ridiculous that the murderer himself had not been able to hurt Lex, yet the unusual coincidences had him drenched in his own blood. But even then, it was just to the extent of spilling a little blood. Whether it was earthquakes, tornadoes, lightning strikes, meteors, collapsing buildings, sudden cramps, loss of control of spiritual energy and even a minor heart attack, Lex remained undeterred. He was genuinely amazed that even his body was susceptible to these coincidences. He really wanted to understand what was the cause, but he wanted to kill the murderer even more. Moreover, while the attacks his body suffered were lethal for normal people, to him they were not but minor inconveniences. He could live for hours and hours even if his heart completely stopped beating, so a small heart attack was nothing. Due to the resilience of his meridians, the loss of control of spiritual energy was even less dangerous. Of course, if the coincidences became too dangerous, he would stop. For now though, they were within an acceptable range. But, the next moment, though he was not expecting it, nothing stopped his fist from connecting to the murderer's face. His end was quite abrupt and gruesome. Lex suddenly left the overdrive state and was hit by the urge to wipe his hand. Not to be graphic, but not much remained of the murderer's face at all, simply because Lex had used too much strength. Much of it had been blown away, but some of it was still stuck to Lex's hand. He did not know when or how he would return, as apparently he would be sent back after one of them died, but then something unexpected happened. He heard the familiar sound of a notification from his system. System notification. New system detected. Analyzing the secondary system. Murder system grade D+ detected. Host can choose to assimilate with the secondary system and have two concurrent systems, or absorb it to strengthen the existing system. Please note, this decision will be fixed and final, and will result in the same action for all subsequent systems discovered. Chapter 361. Lucky Sutra. For a moment, Lex didn't register what he read and his mind blanked. Then he rubbed his eyes and read the notification again. System notification. New system detected. Analyzing the secondary system. Murder system grade D+ detected. Host can choose to assimilate with the secondary system and have two concurrent systems, or absorb it to strengthen the existing system. Please note, this decision will be fixed and final, and will result in the same action for all subsequent systems discovered. System notification. Murder system grade D+ detected. Murder in cold blood, one and all, to gain system points and receive a boost to your strength, as well as tools to help plan out intricate murders. The greater the murder, the better the reward. Murdering special, high-value targets yields better results and rewards. From weapons to technique to formations and golems, the system will provide you a smooth path to the most efficient murders. Lex read the notification again and again, his mind racing. This answered one of the greatest questions he'd had about his system for a very long time, and yet also resulted in more questions. First of all, he was not the only one with a system. While his system may be unique, though he wasn't even sure of that at the moment, it was a fact that others also had systems. It also did not mention any grade in his system or anywhere else, so he had no idea what grade his own system was, if it even had one. Moreover, the purpose of the systems did not seem to overlap much. After all, his system was targeted towards hosting guests and even promoted charity work of sorts, while this fellow literally had a system that encouraged murder. That raised the question, where did these systems come from, and what was their purpose? His system, especially, confused him greatly. As his understanding of the universe was expanding, he began to understand how truly minuscule he was in front of the capabilities of his own system. In that case, what could it ever hope to get from him? This was a question for which he had no answer. After all, it could directly use its abilities to trap Lex and take whatever it wanted from him, but it didn't. Maybe there was something the system needed him to do. After all, he did not know if this fellow was already a murderer before he got the system, or had been influenced by the rewards the system promised to enter onto this path. Whatever the truth of the matter may be, it was a fact that Lex's life had been inherently linked to the systems for good. Even if he wanted to escape the influence of the systems, he would have to do it by getting stronger first. For that, ironically, the system itself played the greatest role. If, somehow, his system could become stronger, then it would aid him greatly. Especially because he was not at all interested in going on random murdering sprees. Just as he was having these thoughts, a change appeared on the murderer's body, and a couple of items appeared. There was one crystal as well as a wide bracelet of pure gold. Before Lex could pick them up to observe, he appeared once again in his room back at the tavern, the murderer's body laying at his feet. He quickly scanned the tavern to ensure all was well and breathed a sigh of relief. Rick was controlling the space array around the tavern, so no monster was able to enter during his absence. "Mary, do you care to explain?" Lex said, calming himself down. He knew this was not an opportunity he wanted to miss, but before he did anything, he wanted to get as much information about it as possible. "I do not have the authority to comment on anything related to the system beyond what I've already told you. If you want my recommendation on what option to choose, I am not allowed to comment on that either. All I can say is, think back to your own experience when the system was new. How did it encourage you to complete its quests? How did it threaten you? I am not saying that other systems will do the same, just that it is something you should remember." As soon as she spoke, Lex's mind flashed back to the early days when the system would threaten him to complete quests by stating the punishment for failure was death. If the murder system gave him a quest and set a similar punishment, Lex would be stuck. He would have no option but to complete the quest. The thought gave him shivers. He absolutely could not get more systems. As for the Midnight system, it was already strong enough to send him to other realms, and so firmly had his life under his control. Making it stronger would not change that fact, but it could at least increase whatever benefits he could get from it. With his mind made up, Lex selected to have his system absorb the murder system to become stronger. The murderer's body exploded and a small golden ball rushed into Lex's body the next moment. A strong sense of déjà vu hit Lex as he recalled a shooting star, but this time, fortunately, Lex was not knocked out. Instead, his system interface disappeared, and only the words, "updating," appeared in its place. This made Lex nervous, for he used the system for a lot of things, even at the tavern, but all he could do now was wait. Also, he could clean. For once, the system's automatic cleaning function wasn't available, so he had to clean up the mess created by the murderer's body by himself. Well over an hour Lex sat back down beside the window he opened to air out his room, and investigated the two items that appeared from the murderer's body. The gold bracelet looked like pretty standard jewelry, right up until Lex channeled his spirit energy into it. Much like the book that appeared in the ring given to him by John, his worker at the inn, a scripture appeared in his mind from the bangle. For some reason, though, reading a single word seemed to drain him mentally. He was only able to make out, "Lucky Sutra," before he became too exhausted to continue. In fact, he became so tired, Lex fell asleep the very moment he stopped reading. He woke up groggy and with a throbbing headache. It was only after he asked Roan to bring him a rejuvenating tea that felt better, slightly. He put the bangle away, unwilling to look too deeply into it for now, though he seemed to have understood much about his fight with the killer. This so-called Lucky Sutra must have played a role in constantly keeping him alive, and why he mentioned that he was very lucky. It was definitely something to look forward to, later. Rubbing his throbbing head, Lex reached out towards the crystal and reluctantly poured his energy inside. This time, instead of a book, the crystal revealed itself as the controlling mechanism for the formation around the town. How lucky, Lex couldn't help but comment, his facial expression eerily similar to the killer's as he said so. Lex himself, though, did not feel anything odd. It was natural that, if the killer had something to control the formation, it would fall into Lex's hands after the killer had been dispatched. Not wasting a single moment, Lex started to focus on the crystal, trying to understand how it worked and how he could control it to restore the town to its previous state. During this time he did not notice at all as he subconsciously wore the gold bracelet onto his left hand. His body, which had gone through an arduous battle, also did not warn him via the usual instincts that anything was wrong, as he subconsciously used a portion of his spirit energy and started channeling it through the bangle. As the gold bangle tightened around his wrist, Lex felt nothing, and when it began to fuse into his hand Lex was too engrossed in the crystal. But that's when things became odd. The bangle, which at first seemed to be quickly melding into Lex's hand, slowed down. It was supposed to have fused into his hand seamlessly, like a person jumping into the sea holding rocks. Instead, it became like a person slowly falling in tar. It was thick and sticky, and while the bangle was still fusing with his hand, it was way too slow. Still, Lex was oblivious to all of this. When he finally managed to figure out the controls of the formation, he murmured, "How lucky," and began setting things straight. Turning on the lights would not make the existing monsters go away, but at least it would stop new ones from forming. The mayor, if he was still alive, would have a much easier time reclaiming the town. Chapter 362, Overdrive State. Turning the lights back on was not as straightforward as it seemed, mainly because every formation Lex had ever interacted with before this was generated by his system. As such, the formations would directly act according to his intentions and Lex did not need to bother with the details of how the formation actually performed the relevant action. Now, on the other hand, there were hundreds of options for Lex to interact with and he could not easily figure out what they did. A simple example of this is taking an avian beast that's been flying all its life with the aid of its wings, with each and every maneuver easily performed at a whim, and putting it in the pilot seat of a commercial airline. It could not even begin to comprehend what the various buttons did. After a good bit of trying with no significant result, Lex decided to stop and take a break. He needed to reflect on his battle with the killer a bit. At the time, he hadn't noticed, but the signs of the killer being a system user were all there. From the get-go, Being able to teleport Lex without any prior warning was a significant indicator that he was not simple. Moreover, being able to spontaneously summon monsters and mannequins, having a mannequin heal him, randomly disappearing or teleporting away. To be honest, any one of these abilities was extremely powerful, and had they been in the hands of anyone more competent, the fight would have been much harder. Lex was not belittling himself, for he had literally survived a meteor crash, but he also needed to be aware of the fact that the opponent had a system that directly increased his battle prowess. Should he face such an opponent again, and the possibility that he would encounter such foes in the future was great, he needed to be better prepared. After all, now that he was sure other systems existed, he would constantly be on the lookout for any hints or clues of system users. Similarly, with the renown of the inn increasing, he had to anticipate that other system users might suspect him as well. He tried to summarize the similarity between himself and the murderer that could be used to identify a system user and be on the lookout for those attributes, while hiding the same features in himself. The most common was the random appearance of new items, such as the mannequins. This was bad, as he had already displayed that ability multiple times at the inn. Next was the ability to teleport. He had displayed that as well. As for his other peculiarities, Lex suspected they had much to do with the Lucky Sutra and not the system. He would need to do more research on the matter to come to a conclusion. With that out of the way, Lex then thought of the overdrive state that he had entered during his last fight. It was significantly different from his flow state. During the flow state, he would achieve extreme mental clarity. His focus would improve and he would be able to perform any and all actions to the best of his physical capabilities due to the extreme control and precision he gained over his own body. The overdrive state was all that and more. It was not tapping into the maximum mental clarity or aptitude or focus he could physically achieve, but directly increasing it for a short duration. But, for now at least, the increase was limited to the mind only. That meant he was technically not any stronger than his normal maximum physical limit. But, with his mind working much faster and with greater and more detailed control of his body, he could easily create the necessary situation to exceed his limits. The drawback was, once the overdrive state ended, if he overused it, he would be completely mentally drained. The greatest benefit, at least as far as Lex was concerned, was that he could sense how to enter such a state. It had originally been triggered by his strong sense of pride. He could feel that, with a little effort, he could enter the state again. He closed his eyes and focused, concentrating on his pride. What was he proud of? It was not something that appeared out of thin air. Even if he set aside everything the system gave him and his success with the inn, his repeated success and achievements in the crystal realm were definitely his own. Just the fact that the crazy man Vernon wanted to recruit him into strange classes and that everyone mistook him for being born from royalty spoke volumes. Heck, he single-handedly took control of various minor realms when even someone like Sewenhild went with a group. He was not just Lex Williams, a simple programmer from New York anymore. He was a genuine cultivator who was cutting out his own path in the universe. Just as he was swelling on these thoughts, his overdrive state was triggered. This time, since he was not overtaken by feelings of wanting to kill someone, he could actually take the time to appreciate all the changes. He could feel how his brain influenced his emotions. He could feel how each heartbeat affected every step he took. He could feel each breath nourishing his body. He could feel his arm. Wait a minute. Lex turned to look at his left arm and was very seriously surprised to find himself wearing the golden bracelet, but more than that, he was surprised to find it melding with his arm. Alarm bells rang in his head as he analyzed what was going on, and realized that, even without being conscious of it, he had been running his spirit energy through his arm and into the bracelet. The moment he cut off the energy, the fusion stopped and, after a few agonizing moments, the bracelet popped free of his hand and fell to the ground. He dared not pick it up and check the condition of his body again and again. All seemed to be fine, and his instincts gave him no warning of anything good or bad happening. It was as if his body failed to recognize this as anything but an ordinary piece of jewelry. He didn't know if that was a good thing or bad, but he used the space formation to seal the bracelet for now. He dared not mess with it again before the system returned. Maybe then he could use something to scan this item. In fact, when he thought about it, it was very lucky that he even considered trying out his new overdrive state. Had he delayed the matter for a few hours more, the bracelet may have completely fused with him. He did not know what would have happened if it did, but he didn't want to find out by experimenting on himself. Lex exited his overdrive state and went back to the bar. He needed a drink. As usual, the hall was as crowded as could be. Most people were forcing themselves into a state of escapism by playing board games and drinking all day and night long, and with the tavern at beyond capacity, there was almost no room. It would have felt extremely congested if everyone wasn't cooperating with each other very well and behaving appropriately. Of course, Lex's firm control over the space in the tavern, and his emphasis on maintaining decorum greatly helped as well. "You don't normally drink," said Roland, the enterprising young businessman who was sipping hot chocolate while sitting at the bar. He looked sleep-deprived and worn out, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Lex did not know much about his personal life, despite spending so much time together, but he understood the kid enough to realize he was mature beyond his age. Unfortunately, with that maturity came stress and anxiety that not everyone knew how to manage. "I'm celebrating," said Lex as he took a sip of a chilled glass of Coca-Cola. "Celebrating? What is there to celebrate?" the kid asked in a defeated voice. "I have a scoop," said Lex, teasingly. "Are you interested in the latest news? From beyond the tavern?" "From beyond the tavern?" he asked, suspiciously. Unable to guess anything, the kid relented and asked Lex the news. "The problem with the light formation is going to be fixed real soon," Lex whispered. Roland was startled upon hearing the news, but then gave Lex a defeated smile. "I'm not a kid, you can't fool me." Shaking his head in disappointment, Roland got off his seat and went to look for his friends. Although he knew nothing would happen to them at the tavern, he couldn't help but worry. Lex said nothing and only watched him leave, his hand fumbling the crystal in his pocket. After he got some rest, he would test his overdrive state on figuring out how to manipulate the formation. That should speed things up. A loud slamming sound woke Lex from his musings. Chapter 363. Abnormal luck. Startled by the sound, the whole tavern looked towards the door that had been swung open. A brutish man, covered from head to toe in filth and monster blood, stumbled in, dragging behind him a massive double-sided axe. Well, it was formerly double-sided, but now one side had been corroded away by something. Even now the axe gave off the scent of burning metal. The man looked at the crowded tavern room, his weary face showing confusion and non-comprehension. Before he could say anything, Mario Ricci rushed up to him with a concerned face and checked up on his body. They said nothing, but Lex strongly suspected that they were already talking through their spirit sense. "Lex, is it possible to get a private room for a short while?" Mario suddenly asked, turning towards him. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. He placed a great deal of importance on Mario because of his ring, and possible connection to the Noel family. As such, his current reaction greatly attracted Lex's attention, and aroused his interest towards this mysterious man. After all, as someone who had spent some time at the tavern, he should have known that there was basically no room at the tavern currently. Before he formed any theories on the identity of the worn-out man, Mario continued to speak. "Let me introduce you. This is the Honorable Mayor of Babylon, and a distant relative of the Noel family. There are some matters we need to handle that require a bit of privacy." A distant relative of the Noel family, Lex immediately wished he had the ability to snoop on conversations like he could back at the inn. At the moment, the only way he had to properly even scan what was happening in the tavern was using the space formation. Still, the better his relations with these people, the better his chances of learning the secrets of this place. "Don't take too long," Lex finally said, deciding to accommodate their request. "As you know, we're extremely short on space, and forcing too many people in one space will make everyone uncomfortable." The mayor was still groggy, and barely registering what was happening as Mario led him by the hand to one of the private rooms Lex emptied out. After spending so much time at this place, he had come to understand how excellent the sound insulation in the private rooms were, so he was not at all worried that they would be spied upon. Moreover, any conversation they would have would be through their spirit senses anyway. After inquiring if the mayor required any medical attention, to which Mario answered no, they closed the door and began their meeting. Lex too retreated from the main hall, back to his room. So far the monsters that had spawned were not too strong, with only their numbers as their greatest asset. But if even the mayor had been brought down to this level, then things must be getting bad. He immediately entered his overdrive state and began deciphering how to use the formation crystal properly. Even if he could not restore the lights, allowing communication with outside the formation should allow them to request for help. The crystal allowed him to observe each and every change that was happening to the formation, so with every proverbial button he flicked using the crystal. He looked for changes. He spent an entire hour doing this before he was too exhausted to continue his overdrive state and took a rest. This would be a tedious process. A teleportation formation flashed, and the crown prince of the Hum nation appeared amongst a crowd of people who were traveling to the Noel family's lands. Although this piece of land seemed like it was independent of any nation, it was only because geographically it was too far from any of the nation's borders. That did not mean, in any whatsoever, that it escaped the influence of the nations. As a human ruler, no matter how far he actually was from Hum nation, there was no way he would be able to continue his reign without the hidden support from Cornelius. Such was the case for many so-called independent states. It was just that the public did not need to know what went on behind closed doors. Regardless of all that, it was that connection that resulted in various teleportation formations that allowed travel even from the farthest regions. After all, it was unknown when they would need emergency help, and even Cornelius himself would take months if not years to travel to the farthest regions without these formations. In his hand he still held a plastic fork and, after checking something, the prince dashed out into the darkness, uncaring of any monsters in his path. A short while into his journey, however, he encountered another man making his way through the darkness. Considering that he might be lost and in need of aid, the prince stopped near him. But, after appearing right beside the man, he stood awkwardly. It had been too long since he had spoken to another person while sober. He wasn't sure what to say. Pivarti, on the other hand, was as genial and excited as always. "Hello friend," he exclaimed while slicing an elephant-sized monster in half. "Would you happen to know where Bobble is? Or baby, maybe it was Baba. Aw darn, I cannot remember the name of the town, but it had an amazing tavern." The crown prince's eyes flickered at the mention of a tavern, but then they dulled. How could he expect to find something that could get him drunk out here in the middle of nowhere? "I do not know the name, but I'm heading towards a town. You can follow me and ask for directions from there." "Excellent," he replied, his mood improving drastically. As soon as he agreed, the prince put his hand on Pivarti's shoulder and carried him along as he zoomed through the darkness. The speed was faster than anything Pivarti had ever experienced and he was startled, but he quickly realized that he was not affected by the speed at all, and began to enjoy the experience. That is, until they reached Babylon and found the formation shutting the town shut. Both Pivarti and the prince grew extremely serious upon witnessing such a sight. 4 days later, Lex chugged a drink very similar to coffee, except that instead of caffeine, it flooded his body with easy-to-absorb spiritual energy. Unless Lex quickly used up the energy, it would dissipate and not get absorbed into his body. But the benefit of this was, if Lex was drastically using up the spiritual energy in his body, it would automatically get absorbed into his spirit energy pool and allow him to continue using energy for much longer. He needed this drink to facilitate his use of the overdrive state. After 4 days of continuous use, he learned that it was not only his mental energy that was drained, but it exhausted him physically as well as put a strain on his spiritual energy. Still, after 4 arduous days, he could proudly say he had gained enough of an understanding of the formation that he could finally return things to normal. It would take one final push. He entered the overdrive state and immediately began manipulating the formation. He had to be careful, for he had learned through continuous experimentation that controlling the lights in the town was perhaps the simplest function of this formation. It definitely did many more things way too complex for him to understand, but they were not his problem. Soon things would return to normal. But Lex remained unaware that, in the main hall of his tavern, the mayor and Mario exchanged worried looks. Things had turned extremely bleak when an important component of the town's formation had been turned off a few days earlier for just a few minutes. That was actually Lex testing out the function of the formation crystal. As a result, some energy signatures that the formation kept hidden had leaked for a few moments, and monsters hidden in the deep, dark depths of the sea had been attracted. Those monsters were way too strong for even the mayor to handle. No matter what happened, they needed to make sure that they could request for aid from the Noel family before something else happened to the formation. Otherwise, the repercussions would spread far beyond just Babylon. Unfortunately, the luck of the entire town had been undergoing abnormal changes of late. Of the millions of buttons, Lex messed with the single most dangerous one, just long enough to attract trouble. And now, at the worst possible time, he finally figured out how to turn the formation off. Just as suddenly as the town had been blanketed in darkness, the lights turned back on, revealing a town nearly destroyed, and an army of monsters filling the streets. The gentle hum of various formations returning to life filled the town. The hum was followed by an earth-shattering howl as a massive creature exited from the sea. Chapter 364. Fruit trifle from the dark, ebbing waters of the coast, two massive claws emerged and set themselves deep within the docks. The ground crumbled under their weight, and the earth itself began to split when the creature they belonged to put pressure on them to pull itself out of the water. A massive head, 30 feet (9.1 meters) large emerged from the water, two equally massive tusks emerging from the base of its jaw and ran closely down the length of its face. The weight of its gaze froze countless monsters nearby, but their existence was too paltry to even notice to the behemoth. Unable to sense the aura it had traced all the way here, the creature continued to lift itself out of the water, its body emerging from depths like a nightmare escaping a dream. Zagan, the Ocean King, was not impatient. It would take its time and search thoroughly. On the other side of the town, Pivarti and the Crown Prince had been testing the formation for its abnormalities. They did not want to take any drastic action until they fully understood the situation. So when the formation returned to normal, they were taken by surprise. But when the town full of monsters revealed itself to them, their expressions fell. Before they could even completely comprehend the situation and even consider eliminating the monsters, Zagan had revealed itself. Pivarti instantly reached into his pocket, looking for the emergency summoning talisman for his father, but found his pockets empty. Now, weeks after it happened, Pivarti was struck hard by the truth once more. He was no longer a part of the Noel family. The prince wasted not a single moment and unleashed his strength in full, the radiance of his immortal aura illuminating the war-torn town with its splendor. With speed mere mortals could not comprehend, he appeared in front of Zagan, only acting in deterrence and daring not to attack first. Of the many monsters born from the darkness, very few ever reached the immortal realm. Moreover, for them to reach the immortal realm, they would need to live in the darkness for hundreds of thousands of years. But even amongst the immortal monsters, there was a higher class that not only gained complete sentience, but had strength and recognition so great they had names and titles that were passed down through generations. Zagan, the Ocean King, was one such monster, and the prince recognized him immediately. "This is human territory," Zagan, the Crown Prince said in a warning tone. "Withdraw lest the situation escalate." It was not that the prince feared Zagan. Honestly speaking, the prince feared no one other than his own father. Instead, it was the certainty that if they fought, the entire town would be destroyed that kept him from taking action. His appearance was right out terrifying, but Zagan did not have a feisty personality. He did not get aggravated or agitated. This was because, with his strength, getting what he wanted was always a certainty. It was merely a matter of getting what he wanted a bit sooner or later. So Zagan did not bother replying. Very lazily, he focused on the prince and shot lasers from his eyes. In the beaten and battered lands that had just experienced the greatest struggle it had witnessed in years, two immortals began to fight. The mere mortals down below could do naught but cower in fear and hope to avoid even the gusts released from their battle, for it would be lethal. As anarchy reigned from the skies and the laws of the world itself bent in the air, the triplets served fruit trifles to the tavern guests. With illusion formations protecting the tavern from the view of what happened on their doorsteps, and a space formation protecting the building, everyone inside was completely unaware of what was happening. Lex, after fixing the formation, surveyed everything. Technically, the formation also had defensive features to attack monsters, but he dared not try to activate them for he had no way of differentiating friends from foes. But now that new monsters wouldn't spawn, the nascents and even the golden core cultivators would easily handle the monsters. Especially since the unusual interference to everyone's emotions, making everyone afraid, had also been deactivated by him. Satisfied with his progress, Lex decided to finally relax a little. He entered the hot tub room and soaked himself in the warm bubbling water for an hour to allow himself to unwind. Once he was done with that, Lex donned a cozy night suit and slipped into his bed. He fell asleep almost instantly, for he'd had very little actual rest the last few days. Outside the tavern, the state of the town was even worse. Buildings had collapsed and rubble fell from the sky like rain, crushing monsters left and right. While Pivarti could not help with the fight, there were other things he could do. Though he was no longer from the Noel family, his entire life had been spent in it, so he knew their secrets in and out. He broke into the formation chamber underground and forcefully served the connection of the formation with its control crystal and reconnected it to a new one. He searched the town for signs of life, and was elated to discover that a good number of citizens had survived by hiding in underground bunkers. What he didn't know was that this was not a coincidence. The murderer had created safe zones in areas with emergency survival bunkers and herded all survivors that way. He immediately began using the formation, which was the only thing unaffected by the fight happening due to it being buried so deep underground, to further secure the survivors. Well, almost the only thing is the Midnight Tavern stood tall and proud on what was once known as Baker Street. It was the only building still standing in the vicinity, with all others having collapsed due to the aftershocks of the battle. Still, Pivarti knew none of that. Pivarti also enabled the emergency aid broadcast, alerting the Noel family to the situation here. He did not think he'd be meeting his father again so soon, but it couldn't be helped. While all this was happening, the tenants of the Midnight Tavern were playing a game invented by the tavern owner called Bingo. It was immediately a crowd favorite, and Lex even allotted a few glasses of very expensive drinks as the ultimate prize to keep the audience hooked. Around 8 hours later, Lex woke feeling completely refreshed. The first thing he did was check on the status of the system, but it still only said, updating. The long duration of disconnect had made him nervous. He did not know what was happening at the inn and he wasn't used to it. Hopefully, things were all right. Fenrir growled aggressively, ready to rend the world asunder under its might. But it was futile. In the face of overwhelming strength, even the little deterrence afforded to it by its bloodline meant nothing. The galactic sovereign turtle lifted Fenrir up by its leg using a vine, and threw him into a pool of water. The dog really needed to get used to showering. Fenrir yelped and struggled, but the turtle didn't care. It liked its garden to smell nice, not like a sweaty dog. Little Blue, which had entered the Foundation realm, laughed at Fenrir's state. Its little brother, Fenrir, was far too powerful for the whale to handle or even run from anymore, so whenever it got bullied by the turtle, Little Blue would enjoy it endlessly. Unfortunately, its fun times were about to end. Under the orders of Mary, Little Blue was about to start its first job. Lex had once instructed them to plan out a play area for kids and, after extensive research, it was discovered that Little Blue had a natural instinct when it came to effectively communicating with kids, regardless of its species. Although Mary could not contact Lex at the moment, she could not let anyone know. So, unofficially, work was still in progress on all his projects. But, soon, things would spiral even out of Mary's hands. That was because the final for the Lady Cosmos competition was coming up, and more than one complication had arisen. Things were under control so far, mainly because of Lex's thorough preparation, but she could not guess how long it would last. Up on Midnight Mountain, the dragon no longer slept and was instead watching the inn intently. A fight had broken out just a day ago when a rather powerful cohort appeared, claiming that one of the finalists in the competition was their slave and that the inn needed to hand her over. The dragon had to personally make a move to prevent the situation from going downhill quickly, for no one else at the inn, even Kawain, could handle them. More importantly, there was a notorious playboy whose reputation had been spread across the galaxy who had been attracted to the inn, and a fight between him and Harry Styles had nearly broken out, and he wasn't the only one who nearly fought with him. The situation was incredibly tense, and everyone was awaiting the finals to see if any drama would occur. Chapter 365, Dragon's Wake. Unable to check up on the inn, Lex decided to have some breakfast before going up onto the roof and investigating the state of the town. Once he confirmed everything was all right, he would go and alert the necessary people about the changes. Since Lex hadn't really been following a fixed schedule when he slept, it was well into the night when he awoke, meaning most of the guests were asleep. The few who were awake sat in silence, mostly by themselves, or whispered to someone nearby. Lex paid them no mind and got himself some leftovers, heated them up and enjoyed his meal. Feeling good at his recent accomplishment, he decided to pair his breakfast with a 10,000 megapixels glass of warm malt. Taking his time, Lex began to think about what to do during the next few days. It was unknown when the system would finish updating, and he was limited to the tavern building, so the most he could honestly do is cultivate. He was also thinking of how to keep the tavern guests occupied. Bingo had been a great success, so his next plan was karaoke night, but he was not familiar with local songs and did not know if there was much of a culture based on singing. Lex's musings stopped when he noticed that Rick was walking towards him. Lex was startled, for he was supposed to be controlling the space formation which, for Rick, would usually completely occupy him. "We haven't been attacked by a single monster in well over an hour," Rick explained when Lex asked. "But I had to solidify the entire space around the tavern, preventing anyone from coming in or out, because the tavern seemed to be suffering from some kind of long-range attack." Treating the matter extremely seriously, Lex took back control of the formation and quickly climbed up to the roof. Yet when he expected to see a brightly lit yet monster-filled town, all he saw was a war zone. The wooden tavern building was the only structure still standing as far as the eye could see, and stood out like a sore thumb. Everything else, every building, every wall, every statue, every monument, had been reduced to rubble under the might of an epic battle. In the air, a man battled ferociously with a massive monster that looked like it came out of Godzilla's nightmare. Each gust of wind released from their clash blew fiercer than a hurricane, and carried with it massive boulders like flakes of snow in a winter storm. The town's formation, despite the state of what could no longer be called a town, seemed to be active and running, for the battleground was well lit, and it seemed to restrict the monster somewhat. With each clash the human would release a roar that would put thunder to shame, his fists carrying might that made lightning seem like mere static, yet the monster remained unperturbed. In fact, the monster was not even paying full attention to the man. From time to time, it would try to attack the ground, as if looking for some buried treasure. The man, who looked more like a single flea in front of the creature, however, managed to block each and every one of its attacks. Lex gulped as his brain finally managed to process the clash straight out of science fiction that was actually taking place before him. It would be fair to say that, at the moment, Lex was at his most vulnerable. He did not have access to the system right now and could not make additions to the formations, or use some other method to help him out from this predicament should the battle divert towards the tavern. He should have felt fear. Instead, his gaze was focused yet calm. He put on this thinking cap to put him in the artificial state of flow, so that he would not make a mistake or miss out on something important. While he could not make any last-minute additions to the tavern using the system, he was not unprepared. From the moment his gut gave him the unusual warning from earlier, he made plenty of additions. While he still lacked a means of attack, as ever, he had more than one formation to protect himself. In fact, as absurd and crazy as it may seem, Lex spent 780 million megapixels just on adding different formations to the tavern to increase its protection. It may seem like an absurd amount, but there was no amount of MP Lex wasn't willing to spend for his own protection. But even though he was willing to spend MP, the reason he ended up spending so much was because he did not know what kind of trouble to anticipate. He had to add various formations to cater to as many possibilities as he could imagine. "Zagan, this is your last warning," yelled the man, his voice sounding more irritated than angered. "Retreat. If this goes on much longer, then even if it means I have to stop holding back, I'll make you regret it." Lex was startled to learn that the state of the town was a result of a battle where the participants were still holding back. He didn't know what had caused the battle, but he really hoped the monster would be deterred. Unfortunately, that was not the case. The monster only increased its pace of attack, bombarding the humans and the ground with pulses of energy. The human tried, but he was not fast enough to block all attacks, causing them to create massive craters in the ground. The lights produced by the formation flickered as the formation was finally being threatened, though it still seemed to be holding on. "Mr. Innkeeper," whispered a familiar voice in Lex's mind. "I sensed something really wonderful underground for a moment. If you can find it and eat it, I think it would be very delicious. Even I'm feeling a little hungry after sensing it." Lex was startled, but quickly made the connection. Indeed, there was some kind of treasure hidden here, and the formation's real purpose was to hide its aura. Well, Lex couldn't be completely certain of this fact, but it seemed completely plausible to him that someone would build a town here so that the addition of such a massive formation wouldn't be questioned, and it could continue to hide the prescience of whatever treasure was here. But the monster's attacks seemed to be threatening the integrity of the formation, causing it to leak the aura of whatever it hid. The World Seed Lotus on Lex's back wasn't the only one to notice the aura. The monster had as well, and its eyes lit up as it began to concentrate its attacks. But the human was no pushover. True to his earlier threats, he had stopped holding back, and instead of blocking the monster, he now focused on attacking. Cracks seemed to appear in the sky itself whenever he attacked, and the monster was finally forced to take things seriously. It stopped attacking the floor and instead defended itself. The speed of their fight soon exceeded what Lex could comprehend, and all he could witness was the continuous aftermath of the battle. Before things reached their crescendo, 2 more humans seemed to arrive from a distance and immediately joined the battle. Lex had no idea who they were, but they were definitely also extremely powerful. The fight, still beyond his comprehension, only seemed to be getting more intense with the addition of the new participants. There was no indication that they were close to defeating, or even intimidating the monster. Moreover, the cracks left behind in the sky from the various clashes seemed to be increasing and Lex could feel an acute threat from them. It was best to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. He thought for a moment which one of his formations would be most helpful, for no matter which one he used, he could not directly defeat the monster, only fool or intimidate it. There was a gentle shift in Lex's expression as he shifted into his Innkeeper persona, exuding innate confidence even in the face of the most powerful guest. He activated the formation called Dragon's Wake, a formation that had cost him 180 million megapixels and performed only one function. It acutely replicated the dragon's aura that was released by the dragon back at the inn, though in greater intensity, even if only for a short moment. The aura spread from the lonely tavern building and, in the blink of an eye, covered the entire battlefield. Zagan, the crown prince, Bertram Noel and his father, both of whom had just arrived, were washed in the feeling of being eyed by a predator. Their hearts froze as an inborn terror filled them, and in their heads they all saw the image of a single reptilian eye quivering just a little. It was as if a dragon was on the verge of waking up. Chapter 366. Flood of colors. The aura disappeared just as fast as it appeared. It was but a single moment of pure suppression, but it had completely stopped the flow of battle. Each participant eyed each other warily, as if to determine if the others knew the origin of the aura, yet they were all equally surprised. Lex considered making a statement. A simple one-liner to let them know that he was displeased or that he would let the matter stay so long as they ended their battle. But the move didn't feel right. As the innkeeper, if he gave excessive explanations while in the inn, it would still make sense since he had to provide an explanation to his guests. Outside, however, he did not need to explain. Since he was playing the role of a powerhouse, no matter how down-to-earth he made his personality seem, some things would be beneath him. In such a situation, the fact that he supposedly flashed his aura at them was already enough of a warning. Giving further explanations would make him seem weak. So, with arms folded across his chest and an impassive face, he just looked up in the air and watched everything. Whether or not the battle continued would determine his follow-up. In fact, he was already preparing for the battle to continue. After all, while he was using the mindset of a powerful overlord to judge the situation, he had to live in the reality where he was pathetically weak in front of those up in the sky. A single second went by since the aura disappeared. For Lex it was a minuscule amount of time, barely enough to form a couple of thoughts, but for the immortals in the sky, a single second was akin to a lifetime. The speed at which their minds worked was not comprehensible to mere mortals, and so, a single second of indecision was actually an immense deal. It showed just how much of a deterrent that aura had been. Zagan understood that the target of the aura had been him all along, since he was the one who came here and started making trouble. Since whoever released the aura marked this place as his territory, he surely had an understanding with the humans. The only question that remained was if he was willing to risk fighting whoever released the aura for the treasure. After all, it need not be explained that for a being of such level to reside here, the only attraction was whatever that treasure had been. Zagan was confident in his own strength, but if he had to fight the owner of that aura, alongside these humans, it would be a little difficult. Zagan hated things that were difficult, for he was somewhat lazy by nature. Letting out an irritated groan, Zagan turned around and returned to the watery depths. The immediate threat of the beast was gone, but the humans remained frozen in the air. This was because they did not understand where the aura had come from. Was there some ancient monster sleeping in the area from long before they ever even arrived? It seemed like it, yet even as they waited, nothing happened. No monster arrived. There was no follow-up. When they were convinced that all was well, Bertram and Joseph Noel, the patriarch of the Noel family, finally turned their attention to the battlefield that had once been Babylon. Bertram was especially hit hard by the town's current state because he had visited it so recently. It was hard to believe that there would be a single survivor. Then they turned to look at the Midnight Tavern. Amidst the broken land, filled with monster corpses and the burnt-up remnants of what might have once been houses, a single, 3-story wooden building stood pristine. The small garden at the front had the sheen of freshly cut grass, but other than that, it did not seem like it had even suffered from strong winds. They even noticed that, by a particular window sill, a robin had made a small nest. It was safely nestled on top of its tiny eggs, asleep without fear or concern of the carnage that had struck the lands. It was too peculiar. If there was any chance of survivors, it would be there. Suddenly, Bertram was struck by a memory of a visit on his passage through the town. Midnight Tavern. He mumbled, softly remembering the place where his brother had last partied. But, before he even had the time to reminisce, a hole was blown open in the ground, and Pivarti emerged. "There are survivors," he yelled up into the sky, uncaring that his family would treat him as a stranger. "But the entrances have been buried, and the formation isn't working properly, it's been too badly damaged." The family that did not expect a reunion so soon quickly began excavating an entrance to the underground bunkers. Finding survivors would help them understand what exactly had happened here, and what exactly that one building was. Back inside the tavern, Lex descended from the rooftop in a jolly mood and clapped his hands loudly to attract everyone's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have excellent news," Lex said slightly formally, forgetting to step out of his innkeeper persona. "The town's formation has returned to functioning normally, and all the monsters outside have been taken care of. For safety reasons, I suggest you still stay indoors for a bit longer, but someone should be visiting us soon to let us know it's safe outside." The crowded tavern was frozen still, unsure if they believed what they were hearing. The problem had been resolved. That was easier than it should have been, right? Though they were crowded, they were never hungry or bored. They realized long ago that some kind of illusion had been cast on the windows, for they could never see a single monster outside. Even now, things seemed exactly the same if they looked outside. But the tavern owner had no reason to lie to them, for this was a lie easily exposed. That must mean it was true. Cheers erupted altogether, and even those who weren't in the hall quickly found out what happened. The kids especially were the happiest, and some started crying. It had been too long that they had been away from their parents, and they were too afraid to even think of what had happened to them. In the jubilation and merrymaking, no one besides Lex noticed that the front door softly opened and a single man stepped in. He was holding, in his hand, a remarkably familiar-looking plastic fork, and he was looking directly towards Lex. The two exchanged glances before the man turned towards the bar and, after hesitating for a moment, went and sat down. Lex went and sat beside him. "What can I get you?" Roan, the barkeep, asked. "The strongest drink you have," the man answered. "The strongest? You sure? It's expensive." Yeah, I can afford it," he said casually. Roan looked at Lex, who only nodded, before he retreated towards the kitchen. He had to go to the wine cellar to bring out the truly expensive drinks. There was silence between the man and Lex, as neither said anything first. A few minutes later, Roan returned holding a small jade bottle sealed by a cork. After showing the man the bottle, and clearly stating the price just to be sure, he poured him a drink. This single bottle had been worth 1 million megapixel and held only 2 servings worth of spirit. Which meant the drink the man was having was 500,000 megapixels in value. When he heard the price, the man almost thought he was being ripped off, but when the bottle was opened, the man went into shock. The plastic fork dropped from his hand and his attention was solely focused on the small white bowl in which the drink was poured. A milky white drink with chilled fog hovering around it appeared in his eyes, and became the only thing in his world. As the drink poured from the bottle, he observed its flow like he was watching the most beautiful woman in the world. When the bowl was ready, the man reached forward with shaking hands, but when he held the cup, his hands became steady. In his world, silence descended as he brought the cup near his face and took a deep sniff. Even with eyes closed, the man saw an explosion of colors in his mind. Waves of red clashed with yellow and green, forming a tempest of raging beauty. The colors changed form and became a river flowing from the highest peak, filled with fish swimming up and down the stream. Birds chirped as they flew over the river and rainbows bloomed. Grass spurt from the ground along with the most fragrant of flowers. The man was lost in his own world, for he had gotten drunk just from the smell, the cup still full in front of his nose. Chapter 367. Tears. The Crown Prince of Hum had lost himself in the intoxicating smell of his drink, his world now a clash of vibrant visuals and obscure concepts. He seemed to have lost himself in the world where grass grew in moments and life flourished in rivers of milk, where honey dripped from trees and the concepts of beauty and peace merged together to form angels with the sole purpose of giving him their love. The blue skies were filled with saw birds, dancing in the distance. Fairies formed communities in trees and the wind carried within it the sound of laughter always. It was heaven, for the world was perfect, and it was hell, because it was forever out of reach. His eyes still shut, the crown prince moved the cup to his lips and took a single sip. As refreshing as the morning dew, the spirit sat in his mouth, refreshing all of his senses. He savored the soft flavor for a while, but he finally drank. The heaven that had filled his mind now enveloped his body, but not as strongly as it had captured his mind. It was like a tingle on the back of his neck, like a teasing wink of a lover just out of reach. Unable to stop himself, the prince downed the whole cup in one go and let the sensation fill him. It was like the embrace he had longed for, the warmth of a hug he never knew he needed. He felt everything that was broken inside of himself, and then he felt a gentle hand run through his hair, playing with his curls. He heard a whisper. No one would heal the injuries in his heart for him, but there was no rush for him to heal either. He could be weak, for as long as he needed, until he had the strength to heal himself. Lex did not know what was happening inside the man's mind. He was simply curious as to the man's mission. He could guess much, simply based on the fork that he recognized. That was not to say that he believed the fork was extremely unique or completely unavailable on the market. It was more of the fact that the chances of him running into a mysterious stranger who was incredibly powerful and happened to be walking around with a fork that was identical to his. He was more inclined to believe that the man had used it to somehow track Lex down. When Lex had left the Hum Nation, he did not actually know what danger he had been avoiding. He was blissfully unaware that the king himself had made an appearance in search of him, and wanted to procure his cultivation technique. He was also ignorant of everything that had happened after. It was for this reason he did not immediately make the connection between the man and the king himself. His first thought was that the crazy Professor Vernon had sent someone to track him down. He was patiently waiting for the man to finish enjoying his drink, but was taken aback when the man suddenly started bawling his eyes out. One moment he was fine, and the next tears were streaming down his eyes like a waterfall, and he was wailing like a baby. His face had turned completely red, and he had completely lost all control of himself. Others, who were celebrating, and were caught in the emotional tempest that the announcement of the end of their self-imposed imprisonment in the tavern was ending, saw the man crying and began crying as well. The triplets themselves were too anxious to work, so Roan and Rick were passing out drinks the fastest they were able to, and the presence of the drinks made everyone even more vulnerable to the fluctuating emotions. The doors to the tavern opened and Joseph and Bertram Noel stepped in, ready to encounter a life-and-death battle, only to encounter the scene of hundreds of men and women drinking and crying. They were frozen still, unsure of what to say or do, when an annoyingly familiar voice sounded out from behind them. "Drinks all around, barkeep. The Noel family will foot the bill today." Pivarti, who no longer had any responsibility towards helping his family out, strutted into the tavern and ordered a Dimilon juice. He had forgotten the name of everything, but he did not forget the name of his new favorite drink. The crowd did not cheer as he expected, but he could not be bothered as he crossed his family and made his way to the bar. He found Aegis, who he had spent some time with already, wailing away. Slightly creeped out, Pivarti decided to ignore the man for the moment and just drank on his own. Lex, upon noticing the arrival of Bertram, dissolved the illusion formation around the tavern. Even if his guests saw the mayhem that had occurred, there were others who would deal with it. But before he could go greet the man himself, the mayor quickly arrived in front of the duo and began whispering something to them. Lex decided to let them have their privacy and kept their distance for the meantime. Soon, the crowd began to notice the situation outside the tavern and were struck by horror and disbelief. What was happening? Where was Babylon? Had they teleported somewhere? Too afraid to exit the building, they gathered by the door and windows and looked outside as a hush fell over the tavern, with only Aegis still crying loudly. But the mayor was an accomplished man. He did not let chaos descend, and quickly conscripted most into his rescue party. He had sent a large number of soldiers to gather the town's citizens and led them towards underground bunkers. The bunkers had now been buried by the rubble, and needed to be excavated. The truth was, this was something that could have been easily achieved if he did it himself, but the people could not be allowed time to wallow. They had to work, and helping to save people would give them some hope in this situation where they had been struck by despair. Soon, the tavern was relatively empty once again. Many of the children had to be put to sleep because they became hysterical upon seeing the destruction, but some, like Roland, managed to keep themselves from acting out. As he watched everyone leave, the triplets along with the baker and his wife included, Lex had a heavy heart. He was not sure how many survivors there were, but he'd venture that most of those who went out had lost someone. Even the formerly spoiled workers at his tavern went out to search, doing their best to keep themselves from trembling as they saw the destruction. Soon, only the now drunk Pivarti, Aegis, Bertram and Joseph were left in the hall. Lex exchanged a look with the two who still stood at the entrance, shrugged, and went to the bar as well and poured himself a drink. He could not decide what was the best explanation to give as to how his tavern remained unharmed, but decided to be as vague as humanly possible about it. Upon noticing that Lex was making no moves to approach them, Bertram stepped forward and ordered a glass of sunset wine. "We meet again," he said as he swung the wine in his glass, making no actual move to drink it again. "So we do," replied Lex, as if there was nothing unusual going on at all. "Your tavern has made quite the impression on me," Bertram said, slowly introducing the topic. "Thank you, though I must say, the neighborhood isn't as safe as advertised when I bought the property." Bertram smiled weakly. It seemed the tavern owner was taking a dig at him. He readied himself to broach the topic directly, since if Lex hadn't shown any hostility so far there was no reason to believe there was any. Yet, as luck would have it, at that exact moment, the midnight system finished updating. Along with a mental notification beep that only Lex could hear, a sort of spatial tremor released itself from Lex's body, startling Bertram and his father. The tremor did not travel far, only till the boundary of the tavern building, but that was more than enough to give the two much to speculate on. Lex, who was also taken by surprise, felt an immense change overtake him. Moreover, the system kept giving him multiple notifications, drowning his mind with the repeated beeps. "Excuse me for a moment," Lex could not help but say to Bertram. "I have a small matter to take care of. Please make yourself comfortable, I'll be back shortly." Though he said he was back, the Noel family had already received the answer they were looking for. Lex was some kind of hidden expert, and a powerful one. But he seemed to not want to get involved in others' matters, which is why the tremor only went as far as the tavern premises. It was a silent way of letting them know that whatever happened outside the boundary of his tavern was none of his business. In truth, they were forming their own explanation for what had been a coincidence. Or rather, a lucky coincidence. Chapter 368. Upgrade. At the moment, Lex did not care much what the Noel family was thinking because he was feeling too impatient about the upgrades to his system. The fight with the murderer had been incredibly tough, but at the same time, Lex could feel that the killer himself was too much of an amateur, and perhaps had not been using the system for long. It was unlikely Lex would ever encounter such a weak system user again. Moreover, even if he did, Lex was not a mindless killer. He could not accept randomly killing someone just to steal their system, unless they provided him with a sufficient reason to get rid of them, of course. Setting all that aside for now, Lex looked towards his notifications. New notification. System upgrade complete. New system status unlocked. System, Midnight in system grade. Divine Broken SSS, B+. System owner, Lex Williams. System functionality, 12% system self-repair time, 33,312 billion years. New notification, new features unlocked. New features include, Beyond the Grave Blend Reality Fishing Well Murderer. New notification, Inheritance detected. Unlocking the Inheritance Lounge. Please submit the inheritance to activate the Inheritance Lounge. New notification, Live Map function unlocked. New notification, Inter-Realm Broadcast unlocked. New notification, Murder Ground unlocked. New notification, Targeted Scan unlocked. New notification, Remote Prescience unlocked. New quest, Accelerate the system's recovery by absorbing more systems. Quest reward, 1 maximum grade level reward. Remarks. Sometimes, helping yourself is the same as helping others. New quest, help your guest overcome his alcoholism. Quest time limit, 3 days. Quest reward, Midnight Signature Brew Coffee. Remarks. There's more than one way to serve a guest. New quest, recruit Zagan the Ocean King as a Midnight in Valet. Quest reward, Rainbow Bridge. Remarks. Good luck. Bro. Lex blinked several times as he read the many notifications, as there was a lot of information to absorb. Right off the bat, his system's level was way too high compared to the murder system, so why did it appear as if that system was more proactive in directly helping its user? At least, He seemed to have abilities that Lex would have guessed came from the system because the killer himself did not seem skilled enough to learn them, especially something as complicated as teleporting at his cultivation level. He had a few guesses of his own, but he ventured that it was most likely because either their systems were of different types, or because his was apparently broken. As far as system types were concerned, Lex had too little information to make an accurate judgment. All he could venture was that his system was focused around running a business and the killer's was directly focused on a type of action. This was why his system only gave him support in terms of helping that business, while the killer's system focused on making it easier for him to perform that action. He would need to encounter and study a few more systems to work out how the division happened or what they were based on. Then came the focus on his system's broken status. Considering the fact that his system could reach the entire universe while being broken, apparently, made it so that the system's true capabilities were genuinely beyond his comprehension. Apparently it was only working at 12% of its maximum capabilities, which left a lot of room for Lex to imagine what kind of services it really had. As for the time required for it to heal on its own, Lex completely ignored it. He had no idea what would happen to him tomorrow, let alone 33 trillion years later. Next, his attention directly snapped to the 4 new features the system added. He didn't even need to ask Mary about them, for the system informed him of its own. Beyond the grave, if a guest enters the inn right before the moment of their death, in exchange for all their accumulated wealth, they can continue to exist at the inn as a guest in the form of a spirit. The amount of time the guest can stay as a spirit depends on the amount of wealth exchanged. Blend reality. The Midnight Inn can sometimes merge with portions of the worlds connected to the inn, allowing guests to directly enter or sometimes see into the inn. Fishing well. Guests can attempt to fish in the well. The well leads to worlds connected to the Midnight Inn and unowned items can be fished through it. The item can be immensely precious or completely common and depends on luck. Murderer. Every time the host kills someone stronger than them outside of system grounds, the host can learn one of the victim's abilities, techniques. Just these new features were incredible, and Lex could see them becoming very popular in the future. But, a part of him could not help but feel that Beyond the Grave and Murderer were not normal features of the inn, and had instead been unlocked because the system had merged with the murder system. If this theory was true, then in the future he would be able to unlock new cool features depending on the system he merged with his own. This theory was both easy to prove and incredibly hard. It was easy because all he had to do was merge with a system, while it was hard because Lex had no idea how to look for other system users. He could spend more time pondering these matters later, but for now, his attention turned to the next unlocked room, the Inheritance Lounge. He did not need to wonder what the inheritance was, as the next feature unlocked by the system, the live map function, clearly outlined it for him. It was the bracelet that had the Lucky Sutra inside of it. That was the inheritance. Not wasting a moment, Lex picked it up and submitted it to the system, activating the Inheritance Lounge. New notification. Lucky Sovereign's inheritance detected. Malicious karma was detected. Eradicating karma and absorbing the inheritance. New inheritance. Lucky Sovereign's Lucky Sutra. The Lucky Sovereign ran out of luck one day and died in the 7-nation crystal realm. Before his death, he condensed his ties of karma into a bracelet and embedded it with his Lucky Sutra. Anyone who cultivates the Lucky Sutra would slowly be influenced by the Sovereign's karma. Once they cultivated sufficiently, due to the influence of karma, the Lucky Sovereign would be reborn in the cultivator's body. The Lucky Sutra is not a direct cultivation technique, but rather an auxiliary technique used to influence luck. One of the many ways it can be used is to allow the wielder to steal the luck of any victim he kills, activating it to save himself from bad luck at critical moments. But beware, stealing good luck inherently attracts bad luck. Notification. Inheritance Lounge can now be placed. Guests can attempt to gain the inheritance, though the chance of failure is high. The inheritance will not disappear upon being learnt, and can continue to exist in the lounge. Bloody hell, Lex thought to himself as he read the description of the inheritance. On the one hand, he suddenly understood why it was so hard to kill the killer. He had absorbed the luck of so many victims. On the other hand, he had really dodged a bullet by not trying to read the Lucky Sutra. Though, come to think of it, had he not entered his overdrive state, he would have absorbed the bracelet into his body, and then may have been forced to cultivate it. He wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened to the killer. In a way, his luck was pretty good that he chose to enter the overdrive state at that time and not later. Shuddering at the thought, he set the matter aside, for the system had taken care of it for him. He then turned his attention to the live map function. It was incredible, and, in a way, was a deeper version of his normal scan function. His scan allowed him to check the status of anyone within the system grounds, while the live map showed him everything that was happening at the inn and the tavern, and highlighted different people and items in various colors, giving him even more information. Stuff like friendly or hostile, treasure or poison, a potential inn recruit or someone to be wary of were all things that the map allowed him to do. It was like the maps in video games, only more details. The only unfortunate thing was that, once again, it was only limited to the system grounds, or else he'd never have any problems avoiding trouble again. Lex then looked at the next unlocked feature and his eyes shone with excitement. The inter-realm broadcast would save him a lot of trouble, and make life much, much easier for him. Most of all, Lex held out his hand and activated it. After a moment, Fenrir, the wolf he was normally able to summon from the inn to the various worlds with him, appeared in front of him. Chapter 369. I have a question. Fenrir had been undergoing a growth spurt, but it quickly learned that the larger it grew, the more obvious its existence became to the bossy turtle. As such, he had been trying hard to repress his growth. He was not able to do that, but by focusing so much on a specific thing, he was able to unlock a bloodline ability that let it manipulate its size. These days, it spent most of its time either the size of an ordinary dog or the size of a pup. It was unfortunate, since the larger he became, the more love the various guests would give him, which was nice. But the turtle was too scary, he had to avoid it. As for what made it scary, no matter how Fenrir displayed its bloodline repression, the turtle would remain unaffected. At least in other beasts, this was not an ordinary reaction. Even the grumpy dragon atop the mountain gave him at least a snort when he used his repression. So, when Fenrir was summoned, he appeared before Lex in the size of a pup. He was asleep, for it had exhausted itself from fighting the turtle. The change in the environment, though, immediately startled it awake. Its size immediately more than tripled as it readied itself for a fight, yet it was immediately assaulted by a familiar scent. The next moment, its eyes laid on Lex, and its body froze. It sniffed a few times to check, but Lex's scent was both familiar and yet different. Who could blame him? His body had absorbed so many metals, his scent was the least of the changes he had undergone. Yet it was neither the scent nor the familiar sight that assured them of each other's identity. It was the bond they shared that tied them together as partners. Fenrir howled in excitement as it quickly leapt onto Lex, not bothering to care that in its current size it was much larger than Lex. Had this occurred before Lex's breakthrough, he would have fallen over, but now the massive size was not but a minor inconvenience. Compared to Fenrir's excitement, Lex was a lot more emotional. It had been months since he had gotten stuck at the inn, and a part of him believed that it would be years before he ever got a chance to return. He had resigned himself to being unable to meet anyone he was familiar with, and in honesty, he had made decent friends here as well. That did not change the fact that, deep down, Lex had missed the inn terribly. Somehow, he missed it even more than Earth itself. As for his family, Lex had been keeping himself from thinking about them for quite a while. Still, the joy in his heart swelled at finally seeing a familiar face. He had used a support token on Fenrir which allowed him to summon and unsummon him from the inn to wherever he was. Unfortunately, he had been sent to the Crystal Realm, which was not another world but another realm. Due to the complexities involved in traveling from one realm to another, not only was Lex stuck behind until he gathered enough energy, he could not exchange items from the inn in the way he usually could. For example, he used to be able to buy healing items from the gift shop and use them on himself, but was no longer able to do so. Now, with the inter-realm broadcast unlocked, not only was this issue resolved, it would change the nature of Lex's stay at the inn. To be specific, all the inter-realm broadcast allowed the inn to do was, when required, broadcast a special signal to other realms, allowing the system to, temporarily, form a connection between the inn and that realm. This was different from how the system acted within the origin realm, which could be accessed by the system at any time all at once. But, by having a broadcast, through whatever unique method it used, the inn could maintain its normal functionality to other realms as well. There was only one drawback to this, which is that while in the origin realm, things like the golden key could instantly connect, in other realms, there would be a considerable delay. For Lex, this represented two major changes. The first was that, from now on, not only would he be able to connect other worlds, but other realms to the inn as well. This meant that the golden door that randomly opened sometimes on planets connected to the inn would now open randomly anywhere in any realm connected to the inn. The second major change this represented for Lex was his current status in the crystal realm. He had been pulled into this realm by an accident caused by an unknown anomaly, and to return he had to manually gather enough energy to allow the system to return him. He also had a quest to uncover what the anomaly was. Now, however, due to the existence of the inter-realm broadcast, the energy requirement to transport him back had dropped so dramatically that the emergency protocol that gave him additional authority had been withdrawn. In a short time, he would eventually link this realm to the inn, which would allow him to return naturally. He could still, however, absorb vast amounts of pure energy to speed up the process further. His excitement at the prospect of being able to return actually managed to overshadow his feeling of grief that he no longer had the additional authority. That made many things much easier. For example, the drink that had been served to the man back at the bar who was crying was something he was only able to buy with his increased authority. He was no longer able to buy such high-level drinks. In fact, let alone drinks, even the formations he could now buy were limited to, at most, being able to affect nascent-level cultivators. But, what was done, Lex couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He spent a good amount of time hugging and playing with Fenrir before he turned his attention back to the system. There were still many other notifications he needed to understand. After the inter-realm broadcast was the ominous-sounding murder ground. Murder ground. When on a planet linked to the inn, you can select a target and instantly teleport both the target and yourself to the murder ground. Neither can leave while the other still lives. Selecting a target requires marking them through physical touch. Additionally, the murder ground can be rented out to resolve fights and wars without disrupting the environment of the original planet. Please note, surrender is not an option when using the murder ground, as only the victor can be living to exit the murder ground. Lex did not doubt for even a single moment that the murder ground was an ability the system got from the murder system. This was exactly like what had happened between himself and the murderer, except that he was pretty sure he had been marked without physical contact. Still, this ability was too powerful and ominous, as it could teleport others away from their home ground. Moreover, the option of not allowing surrender also ensured that the battle would be bloody, with no recourse. From an environmental perspective it was good, as it would spare the planet from suffering through the trial of war and its accompanying destruction, but by leaving no survivors, it merely channeled that destruction from towards the environment to the opposing enemies. Lex continued to read the new additions. Targeted scan. The host can scan living beings outside of the system grounds. However, the amount of information received will be diminished as compared to the scan in the system grounds. He nodded, appreciating the ability. Even if it was limited, it would help him immensely. Remote prescience. You can project your image anywhere in the system grounds and interact with guests via the image. The keen observer will be able to detect that it is an image and not a real body. Lex raised an eyebrow. This was a good ability, especially since he did not intend to stay at the tavern once the inn was also unlocked. Whether he was at the inn or the tavern, he could use his remote prescience to handle matters personally. Next, he turned his attention to the quests. Whether he was required or not, he more or less intended to help the system recover, though he wondered greatly about how the system was damaged in the first place. Based on the knowledge that others also had systems, Lex could conclude that there was a great possibility that someone had the system before him. Suddenly, he froze, and a few things clicked in his mind. He might not have been the first person to use this system. Mary, he said suddenly, his voice very even. I have a question for you. Chapter 370. Greatest weakness, yes? Mary asked, unaware of what was going on in Lex's mind. She had become aware of when the connection was restored and was waiting for Lex to finish up his business before she began briefing him on the situation at the inn. Things really were getting bad. I know you're probably going to tell me your authority isn't enough, but did the Midnight System have an owner before me? There was a moment of silence as Mary did not answer immediately. He did not know if she was hesitating, or investigating the truth for herself, or checking her authority, but the silence itself was very telling. Regardless of what she said, Lex had made a conclusion on his own. The last time we had a conversation about systems, I told you that you should become much stronger before you learn about these things. But, since you have already encountered another system user, it is imperative for you to learn as much as possible about other systems lest you are caught unprepared. Since you also have a quest relating to absorbing more systems, your authority and rights to sensitive information in this regard has been adjusted. I will share with you what you can know. First of all, a system exists in the form of an item. It is currently residing in your soul, and not inside your body, but from the moment you gained the Midnight System, the system has been operating through that item as its core. When you reach that nascent realm, the system will successfully merge with your soul. At that point, both you and the system will experience a minor overhaul. You will have a great increase in authority, and the system will have a much easier time operating. Mary paused again, distress painting her holographic image. As you have guessed, this is not the first time your system has had an owner. Such is the case for most systems in the universe, for they have existed for a very long time already. When one owner dies, the system continues to exist and simply changes its owner. But, and this is the most important part, no two systems are completely identical. They may be extremely similar, but they will never be the same. At least, so far it has been like this. This is because, when a system changes owners, only the grade of the system remains the same, not how the system operates. So, your system, when it had a previous owner, did not exist as the Midnight Inn, or even a hotel of any sort at all. The only thing that has remained is the grade, though due to severe damage. While the grade remains, the functionality of your system has dropped immensely. Lex was honestly not expecting to receive an answer, but now that he did, it left him feeling kind of hollow. The user dies, but the system remains. So maybe, there really isn't something special about him that the system wants. Maybe it's just riding in his body until he dies, and it moves on to another host. Did you know the previous host? Lex asked soberly. My memories began the moment you absorbed the system, Mary answered succinctly. After another brief pause, Mary continued. While systems have great abilities, they are not omnipotent. Strong beings and cultivators can easily detect the prescience of soul treasures in lower-level cultivators, and if their attention is focused on you they will easily be able to detect the system. The only reason you've avoided this, so far, is because each time you met an overwhelmingly powerful cultivator, it was in the system grounds, where the system has the most ability to hide itself. But, that is not the only way to detect a system. Depending on the grade of the system, the way in which it interacts with the universe at large is different. For lower-grade systems, there are many ways to detect its interference if one is looking for it. For you this, at least, is not a concern because even while your system's functionality has been lowered, the level it is operating at has already transcended the letter grading system. Can a system's grade be raised? Lex asked, his interest piqued. All systems began at the E grade, Mary answered. If its grade is higher, then it's because its owner or previous owner has raised it himself. For you, this is irrelevant, because the level of your system is too high compared to yourself. The chances of you encountering something that can help you raise your system's level is too low. Of course, you can also raise your system's level by absorbing other systems. But you already had so much trouble facing the murder system, a grade D system. Trying to absorb higher-level systems is something you should completely forget about for now. Mary paused again, as if thinking about something, then said, you will gain more authority regarding systems when you reach the immortal level. If you want to learn anything else about systems before then, you will have to figure it out on your own. Lex took in a moment to absorb all the information he received, his hand mindlessly running over Fenrir's thick coat. He could not even imagine how strong the previous owner of his system must have been for it to reach the Destiny realm. Yet, he died all the same. Moreover, considering the system's damaged condition, there was a real possibility that the death wasn't pleasant or peaceful. Of course, there could be other explanations, but he put it out of his mind for now. Any tips on how to identify other system users? Lex asked. He hadn't had much time to consider this, but he had been wondering if he had run into any other system users while running the inn. Considering the kind of business model it was, even if he hadn't yet, there was a good chance that he would in the future. A system's greatest weakness is another system, is all Mary replied. Chapter 371, Merciless Onslaught, what is that supposed to mean? Lex asked. A system's greatest weakness was another system. So was his system supposed to help him out in looking for other system users? That is all I can say, Mary said, shaking her head. Lex mused on everything he had learned today, and thought about things he needed to do in the future. One very important thing to take note of was that if he was outside the inner tavern, the prescience of a treasure within his soul might become perceivable. While the system could hide itself, as it had once done when he encountered Loretta's dad, Lex needed to take a more active role in its protection. If he was on the lookout for more systems, there would be others as well. He didn't want to spend too much time thinking about these things, for he hadn't forgotten that he had guests waiting for him. "What's the update on the inn?" Lex finally asked. "Did I miss anything important?" "Many things," Mary replied in an exhausted tone. "The Lady Cosmos is nearing its end. Only 2 contenders remain, but a few days ago an incredibly strong cultivator arrived claiming that one of them was her slave and that we should return her immediately. The dragon managed to subdue him, and the security team managed to kick him out of the inn, but now the contestant is too afraid to go on. She is very concerned that, once the competition ends, and she returns to her planet, someone will show up to turn her into a slave." Lex narrowed his eyes. He truly had no solution for what someone might do outside of the inn. "Tell me about her," Lex said. "Her name is Jill. She is a fox from Nibiru that underwent an evolution and became able to convert into a human. She claims that she has lived her whole life on Nibiru and has always been free. The person who claims to be her owner is from a species known as Galati, and was very strong. Even Kawain was unable to deal with him, and only the dragon's assistance resolved the situation." "Well, what's the issue, then? If he's not her master, then there's no way he'll be able to locate her or her planet. I believe everyone was very carefully informed not to share personal information during the show. She did not reveal anything, but someone from Nibiru recognized her and spread her information. Although the person hunting her may never be able to find her planet, she is extremely afraid of returning. He was just that strong. She's been completely crippled with fear. Even if that Galati can't find her, she's too afraid of being found by others." Lex nodded and said, "I'll create a new room called the hot tub room. Send her there to relax and relieve the stress on her mind first. Afterwards, send her to Harry and have him help her out in removing the excess fear that has taken hold of her mind. In the meantime, we'll think of solutions. In fact, send me her details. If she's skilled and has a good personality, we can hire her as a staff member and then she can live here. That'll solve her problem." Mary nodded and said, "Since you've brought up Harry, there's also a matter concerning him. He's been asking me to find out, if he gets married, can his wife live at the inn with him as well?" Lex was genuinely startled by the question. Harry was 17 years old, or maybe he was 18 now. Either way, he was extremely young. Why was he thinking of getting married? Not waiting for Lex to ask, Mary explained how Harry and quickly developed a relationship with one of the contestants for Lady Cosmos. Though she did not win, she had made it to the top 5. Once the competition was over for her, she and Harry had spent so much time together and had developed feelings quickly. As abrupt as it seemed, both wanted nothing more than to get married at once, hence the question. After all, without the inn, they both lived on different planets and would not be able to have a life together. Lex, of course, knew a bit about what was going on between Harry and Haley, but this was a little too much. Still, he was happy for them, and allowed them to live at the inn together once they got married. After all, Harry already had a room at the inn. Next were a few other miscellaneous problems, including the children's area Lex requested. At the time, he had allocated a massive empty plot of land at the inn and wanted to turn it into some kind of childcare, festival-type area, where parents or guardians could temporarily drop off their kids. The design was ready and, after getting Lex's approval, he spent 2 million megapixels to make it happen. It wasn't too elaborate since it was targeted towards kids. It was mostly just colorful and full of play areas that were child-friendly. While Lex was receiving a report of the inn's situation, at the inn, near the area where the kids' area was designed, 2 kids were riding peacocks across the lawn. The peacocks, which had lived at the inn for nearly a year, had naturally been nurtured by the turtle and had grown powerful enough to support the weight of fully grown men, let alone 2 children. "Princess Layla, new territory straight ahead," said the boy, looking through a pocket telescope at the new structure that was plainly visible to the naked eye. "Well then, Deputy Commander Captain Jimmy, full speed ahead. Peacock warriors, we will conquer all these lands." As if to answer her declaration, a few other children riding peacocks appeared on the horizon. The battle for the playground was nigh, but would the staff of the Midnight Inn be able to handle the merciless onslaught that awaited them? Chapter 372. Time to hunt. The Midnight Inn daycare service, which had existed for an entire 3 minutes 21 seconds, fell under the siege of the peacock warriors. Astride their viscous mounts, they leapt over the padded, childproof boundary walls and right into the children's zone. Some landed in the hedge maze, filled with ripe, delicious fruit ready to be plucked and eaten. Others who leapt over the walls landed in the ball pool, or rather, in the sea of colorful plastic balls. Others still landed in houses made entirely of trampoline-like surfaces, while some landed on the jungle gym that stood above a massive pool. Delicious candy was stashed like treasure in the center of the jungle for all to see, but the path to it was perilous. "Princess Layla, the enemy has laid booby traps," Jimmy said, his eyes affixed on the jiggliest plate of jelly ever known to man, hidden in the center of a mirror maze. "The peacock warriors know no fear," she replied gallantly. "Forward march, the lands shall know our might." But before the march could even begin, the rabbits from Bunny Nation appeared one by one, confused. They had been hired as caretakers at the daycare, but no one had come to drop off any children, so where had these little ones popped out from? Unfortunately, no one would answer them. The bunnies barely had any training on how to deal with kids, so they began hopping around trying to calm them down. Unfortunately, they only made themselves easy targets for the peacock warriors. Like this, the first of the great peacock bunny skirmishes began. Lex, woefully unaware of the plight of his workers, dismissed Mary and finally returned to the main hall of the tavern. Having regained control of the system, not to mention having attained great upgrades and benefits, Lex's mood was noticeably better when he returned to the Noel family. The man on the bar was still crying with his head covered by a towel that Rick threw his way. Bertram and the other man were also sitting at the bar, casually sipping on a hot beverage as they waited for Lex to return. Although the town needed their help and supervision, there was no longer any emergency, so they could take their time. After all monsters were dead and the people who were trapped underground were only trapped and not harmed, probably. Even if they were, understanding the truth behind not only the tavern, but possibly even that mysterious aura from earlier took precedence. After all, it would be too much of a coincidence for a tavern capable of surviving Zagan's attacks to appear at the same time as an unknown, powerful entity they had never discovered in the region before. Even if it was not hostile towards them, they could not simply ignore it. After all, this was their territory, and they had plenty of secrets to hide. Even if they had no conflict now didn't mean there wouldn't be a conflict in the future if their secrets were revealed. "Please excuse my behavior from earlier. There was a matter that required my attention," said Lex as he walked up to Bertram. "Considering all that's happened here recently, it's completely understandable if there are a few fires to put out here and there," Bertram replied. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my father, Joseph Noel, Lord of this territory." "It's an honor to meet you," Lex said politely, though he only gave a slight nod instead of an elaborate bow as one might do before such an important person. It was already too late for him to start pretending to be ordinary, so there was no point in him being too deferential now. "Your establishment provides surprisingly good service," Joseph said, as he raised his mug a bit. "I'm surprised you opened up in such a small town rather than one of the big cities." "Small towns have their own rustic charm," Lex replied. "Besides, I was not really in the mood for too much hustle and bustle. A simple tavern in a simple town is enough for me." "A simple tavern," Joseph repeated with an amused tone. "Indeed, in a simple town," Lex replied, looking the man in the eye. "By the way, I have something for you." From his pocket, Lex took out a stack of papers and presented it to the man. "Not to be rude or anything, but I'm assuming as the lord of the territory, you'll take care of the lodging and food expenses for all the survivors during this period." The papers were an itemized bill for all the services he had provided during this time to all the people who had crammed themselves at the tavern. At first, in the name of humanity, Lex decided not to charge them since it was an emergency situation. But since the Lord of the Territory was here, there wasn't any reason for him to continue to bear the cost. After all, he was running a business, not a charity. Joseph struggled to keep his face straight as he received the bill and handed it to his son without even looking at it. "Of course we'll take care of it," Joseph answered. "Though speaking of taking care of survivors during an emergency, it's quite impressive that your tavern was able to survive Zagan's destruction." It was time. Lex had to give some kind of answer, no matter how vague. "Very fortunate, I think," said Lex. "It was due to a protective formation left behind by a friend of mine who was very concerned for my health." "God bless such friends," Joseph replied, though it was unknown whether he believed the story. Is your friend still around? With skill like his, even I wouldn't mind paying for his services to build a formation or two. After all, danger is around every corner in these parts. Even Zagan, the Ocean King, himself was scared away by the aura of another powerful being nearby. Even I was startled by it, yet I noticed none of the survivors who escaped your tavern even felt the aura. Such protection truly is remarkable. My friend already left a while ago, though I'll thank you on his behalf for complimenting his skill. I'm not sure what aura you're talking about, since I didn't feel it either, but maybe you should check underground. There have been a number of strange auras coming from underground lately. The words spoken were all polite, but the subtle testing and probing by the Lord were all deflected by Lex. When Joseph hinted that Lex might know or have something to do with the aura that scared away Zagan, or that it might even belong to his mysterious friend, Lex replied by letting him know that he had no intentions of revealing anything, and that if questions needed to be asked, there were a few he could ask himself about what was happening under the town. After all, even the lotus on his back had been attracted to the aura that had been revealed earlier. Whatever was hidden down there was truly something unimaginably precious. Maybe, just maybe, the whole reason the town was formed here in the first place was to use a protection formation as a guise for a much more elaborate formation, the true purpose of which was to hide the treasures underneath. There was a moment of silence after which Joseph was about to reply to Lex when the weeping man beside them quickly got up. He removed the towel over his head and looked at Lex with eyes filled with red streaks. "I want more," he said hoarsely. It had been a long time since he had been as splendidly drunk as what he had just experienced. Unfortunately, the effects of the drink, while splendid, did not last a long time. With his cultivation level, he could barely remain drunk for an hour. As an addict, he was naturally desperate to drink it again. Yet Lex did not forget his latest quest. He had to help the man overcome his alcoholism, and he had to do it in 3 days. This would not be easy, but Lex would definitely try. In fact, he already had 2 plans in mind on how to tackle the problem. The first was a complex plan that hinged on the man's own willingness to cooperate. The second was to turn him from an alcoholic into a druggie. It was not the most moral solution, but with only 3 days, he had to be a little creative. "I'm sorry, but I only have 1 more serving of the drink left, and the price of the drink has changed." "It doesn't matter. No matter what the price is, I can pay it. It's not a matter of money," said Lex as he said goodbye to the 500,000 megapixels he would get from selling it. "You have to do a few things for me. Let's start with this." Lex let out a low whistle, summoning Fenrir from the kitchen wagging its tail. "Take him out of the town and help him hunt the monsters for a bit. He's never had such an opportunity, so it's the best time to practice. Of course, you can't let it get hurt. Honestly, since Fenrir's original role was supposed to be a protector of the inn, it was about time it started training a little on how to hunt." Chapter 373. Impressive pup. Bertram, Joseph and the drunk all looked at Fenrir with curiosity. Although only a very short time had passed since they arrived, Bertram and Joseph at least had gotten a full debriefing of everything that happened during this period and had paid special attention to everything relating to the tavern. There had been no mention of a pet dog whatsoever, and in a building as cramped as this had been, it was impossible to hide such an animal. After all, even if the animal itself was hidden, any sound it made would still be heard by the various guests. The drunk, instead, looked at Fenrir like a man parched in the desert, finding a glass of water before him. By instinct, without even realizing that it would be inappropriate, all 3 immortals scanned the dog with their spiritual senses. It had been a split second only before they snapped out of it, and recalled that Lex may find the gesture rude. Yet that split second was more than enough to give them an overwhelming amount of information. First of all, even under the pressure of 3 immortals, Fenrir did not flinch. He continued to wag his tail and stroll towards Lex. He had entered a whole new world full of new energies and new smells and, best of all, no scary turtle to give it baths. He was incredibly happy. The fact that he had returned to Lex also greatly improved its mood. Just his amazing resilience to their aura was enough to alarm them, but then what their scan revealed was even more amazing. A simple scan was not enough to reveal to them the secrets of Fenrir's bloodline, but it was enough to let them know that Fenrir was of an astounding pedigree. So much so that Joseph and Bertram came to a tacit understanding that the beast that had revealed its aura earlier had been related to this dog here in some way. Now they were certain that Lex himself was a powerful person, hiding his identity for some reason, and had an even stronger entity hiding in the tavern. They did not do something as immature or juvenile as blaming or judging Lex, despite his immense strength, for not helping out the town instead of sticking to his tavern. The strong did not need to give an explanation for what they did, and it was not their responsibility to begin with. In fact, saving as many as he did, and even going so far as only charging Joseph something as paltry as money for his service, already spoke of Lex's immense magnanimity. All these thoughts went through the immortals' heads in merely the first second of Fenrir's arrival, and though Lex noticed something, he did not comment on it. Of course, if you remove all danger, then it won't count as proper training, continued Lex. Let him battle on his own, but if the situation gets too dangerous, you can help him out. A few scrapes here and there won't be a big deal either. Understood, said the drunk as he accepted the task. Lex was not worried that he would end up not doing his task properly and let Fenrir get hurt. First of all, Lex had seen how he fought Zagan. Despite his drunken appearance, the man was a legitimate powerhouse. Secondly, with his connection to Fenrir, he would always know if Fenrir got hurt, and could summon him right back to himself in case of an emergency. Still, as a precaution, Lex scanned the drunken man. Name: Aegis Cornelius. Age: 88. Sex: male. Cultivation details: Earth immortal species. Human condition: drunk. Remarks: a child that never grew up. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. He had dealt with Siwenhild enough so that he was no longer intimidated by the thought of someone from the royal family. But an immortal who also happened to be from the royal family, tracking him down specifically with the plastic fork in his hand. This required a bit more caution. But it mattered not. Not only did Lex have ways of protecting himself, Aegis seemed to have forgotten whatever his task was. The remark, alongside his reaction from when he had his drink, gave Lex some ideas on how to proceed with helping him overcome his drinking addiction. Once Lex told Fenrir that Aegis would take him hunting, he became extremely excited and began jumping up and down with excitement. Aegis too wasted no time and quickly took Fenrir alongside him outside the town formation. The darkness did not intimidate the dog, and the various monsters that suddenly turned their attention towards them seemed only like playthings. Fenrir looked at them with his head turned out of curiosity. He was supposed to hunt these things. He felt no threat from them though. Whatever, he would treat it as a game. He bared his teeth and leapt into the closing horde. Weak as they were compared to Fenrir's own strength, the pup's total lack of combat experience immediately began to show. Fenrir did not give up though, as the pain from the various attacks unlocked a memory it had suppressed. It recalled the pain it had been feeling from even before it was born. It remembered its flesh being torn open and stitched back again and again, helpless and unable to even understand. Most of all, it remembered a vague memory of another pup, of a sibling, maybe. Slowly the anger that had been buried deep within its bones, but had turned cold due to a simple and easy life, began to rekindle. Slowly, his viciousness began to return. Slowly, Fenrir began to step onto the path destined for it. Back at the tavern, Lex turned to Joseph. Before they were interrupted, they had been probing each other silently and secretly. Now, though, before they could return to such a state, Lex took control of the situation and diverted the conversation. I'm sure you have much on your plate right now, with all that has happened, but if you get some free time, there are some things I could use your help with. Of course, I would not take your help for free, and we'll see how I can repay you. Maybe I can even ask my friend to help out with some matters, though at most he will help get some precious materials instead of directly helping out. Bertram and Joseph both turned towards Lex, interested in what he had to say. Pivarti, who had been drinking on his own all this time, had fallen asleep at the bar and was lightly snoring. Though Lex still did not know the details of what had happened to their family, he assumed that his presence was not required for such important conversations. After all, his personality seemed more in line with partying than actually working. I'm in need of energy, massive stores of energy. Something like spirit stones won't cut it. I've seen crystals before, completely clear crystals that contain extremely pure and dense energy that are used by the crystal race for cultivation. If you can get your hands on those, I'll try my best to satisfy your requirements as well. How many do you need? Bertram asked, his voice steady, not revealing what he was thinking. Not many, about 100 would do. 100? Bertram and Joseph were both startled. Unbeknownst to Lex, they actually had a mine from which they extracted such crystals, but even so, producing 100 of them was a monumental task. 100 is impossible, but I'll see what I can do. The question is, how will you pay for them? Providing you with a formation like mine is impossible, Lex said flat out. But I can procure other precious materials for you. I'm not sure what will be available, but you can provide a list of things you need and I'll see what I can get. The father and son exchanged a glance and no doubt had a mental conversation, discussing the details of their trade. The truth was, Lex wasn't really in need of energy. Asking for the crystals was only the first step in helping them become more comfortable trading with Lex. This was because the rare items he said he could procure would come from various requests in the guild room. Since he could ask for rare materials, he could skip the middleman and directly ask for concentrated energy stores. In fact, he had already put up various requests in the guild room for energy stores or batteries or whatever. Since he had inter-realm broadcast now, he'd be able to summon items from the inn which had, essentially, resolved his energy crisis. It was only a matter of time now. What Lex was truly after now was secrets only strong natives would know. He wanted to know the history of Craven. Although the elder from the crystal realm he met hinted at the fact that he could find out from him, Lex did not want to place all his chips on a single horse. Once the Noel family began to trust him a bit, he could begin his investigation. Chapter 374, Making a Plan, Save Me. Roared a bunny, but it was of no avail. It was each rabbit for itself right now. Deputy Commander Captain Jimmy was having trouble holding onto the rabbit he had begun to ride, but he was, after all, not ordinary. He had built up the peacock warriors side by side with Princess Layla and had conquered many beasts. Only the ever-elusive flying whale had remained safe from him. Not even the mini-boss of the inn, the giant turtle, had been able to avoid being his mount. Though to be fair, the turtle never tried to resist to begin with. Still, Jimmy was a relentless child. He had affixed himself onto the large rabbit's back by clamping his thighs shut, and he was holding onto its ears like a harness. It could jump around as much as it wanted, but he would never let go. Or so he thought. "Jimmy, it's time to go," called his mother, who casually walked through the chaos of the child zone, informally now known as No Man's Land. When all the children in all the inn, human, beast or otherwise, all gathered together in one area, there was bound to be chaos. In fact, egged on by the antics of their counterparts, a few gangs had already formed in the No Man to compete against the Peacock Warriors. Furthermore, whoever was running the child care area was extremely sharp-minded. Instead of dispersing the gangs, they organized small friendly games to build competition between the gangs. They went from hide-and-seek, tag, puzzle-solving, cooking, crafting and more. Each competition would net the winning team some points, and at the end of each week the winning team would have their name put up on a recognition board and win small prizes in a ceremony. Moreover, the competitions were short and were formatted in such a way that the entire gang did not need to participate all the time. Whenever someone from Peacock Warriors was available, they could take part in any competitions going on at the time. "Just a minute, Mom," Jimmy yelled back as he maintained his tight grip on the rabbit's body. A few seconds of crazed hoping later, an alarm ran announcing the end of the competition, allowing Jimmy to finally relax his grip. The rabbit and the boy both fell to the ground in exhaustion, but the difference was that while the rabbit was mourning the fuzzing of its fur, Jimmy had a wide grin. He had yet to lose a single competition. "Jimmy, let's go," said his mother once again, picking the boy up from the ground. "You have to complete your homework before your bedtime. Mrs. Avilteacher has been complaining about your work lately." "No, Mom, no," he wailed, his good mood ruined. But alas, it was to no avail as his mother took his hand before both of them disappeared. In the distance stood Raphael, who had been watching the entire competition. His eyes were filled with strange emotions. In his past life, he had known Jimmy as a silent but hard man. He was a warrior like no other, and though he was not strong, he had distinguished himself from the rest due to his sheer grit. Watching him now, like this, enjoying games with friends and going to school like an ordinary kid, Raphael could not imagine this was the same person. He did not know what had happened in his life to turn him from this normal, happy child to such a dark and grim person. Whatever it was, Raphael swore he would not let it happen again. Jimmy had not been the closest friend he had in the future, and his achievements on the larger scale of things were unremarkable. Still, whatever he had was worth protecting. After all, there would be no point in his return to the past, or maybe his visions of the future, if he didn't change the future. Even if it was a small change that would only affect or protect one child, he would do it. This was merely his beginning. In the future, he would change everything. Joseph and Bertram were left feeling slightly awkward. Lex had asked for extremely precious resources, but in exchange, had offered vague payments. Saying stuff like he could procure precious or rare materials or treasures sounded more like a scam than anything else. Plus, whatever it would be would have to be equal in value, and then something they actually needed. After all, there was no point in gathering something valuable, but completely useless. Fortunately, Lex was not asking for delivery first and instead requested that they submit a list of items for him to locate first. If he insisted that they provide the crystals first, they would start to think that he was trying to blackmail them. Regardless, since Lex had requested that they provide him a list of items, Joseph quickly prepared one. The Noel family's specialty, publicly, was their treasure manufacturing. For certain items their production was halted or slowed due to the absence of some rare materials. It was not a matter of the Noel family being unable to pay for them, but rather of the items not being available in the market all the time. The list he gave Lex only had items that were either not available on the market frequently, or were so rare it would take decades for it to appear at all. Lex perused the list casually before putting it away. He would put down these items and their descriptions in the guild room. Hopefully, he would get a response quickly. With their initial business concluded, the Noel family left to go oversee and help with the citizen rescue. Lex was left nearly alone in the tavern, with only Rick, Roan, the sleeping Pivarti and the children that had been put to sleep to keep him company. All others had gone in search of their friends or relatives. He knew for a fact that most of them were about to be met with disappointment. Even if they had survived the darkness, the killer and the monsters, the destruction of Zagan's battle was thorough. Unless one was hiding underground, Lex did not think they would have any hope of surviving. And even then, it was only a hope and not a certainty. But, of all of them, he hoped that at least the triplets and Dino's families were all right. Only time would tell now. With that done, Lex retreated to the meditation room and put on his thinking cap. With everything that had been happening the past few days, Lex hadn't had time to properly reflect on all that had happened. By nature, Lex liked to have a plan to follow, and liked to think things out. It was not necessary to follow the plan to the letter, but at least the plan gave him direction. If he started from the beginning of recent events, the first was that he had been pulled into the killer's death bubble without any forewarning whatsoever. It was the first time his instincts had failed him entirely. He always knew that his instincts couldn't be entirely perfect, but he always assumed that it would be someone with a much higher cultivation level than him that would beat him. Instead, it was someone with a system. That revealed to him that, most likely, in all things related to systems, his instincts would likely not work. This theory needed further testing, but it made sense. The systems were something beyond common understanding after all. The next matter was that he was teleported out completely without any protection. Even though the tavern wasn't exactly as secure and in sync with the system as the inn, he had safety measures in place, but he was still at the mercy of the system. According to Mary, only a system was another system's weakness, so if he wanted to be protected all the time, he should never leave the inn, although he wasn't so sure he wanted to do that either. The next point of concern was that his new battle style using arrays was more or less a success. What he needed to do now was increase his implementation speed and thinking speed. Implementation could be sped up with practice, but increasing his thinking speed would likely require him to train in some kind of mental technique. That led to his next issue. He needed a reliable source of cultivation techniques. He could, theoretically, return to the Hum Nation and go back to the academy and search for techniques there, but he'd rather not risk it. He didn't know what danger had driven him away from there, and he was in no mood to find out. He had John who could design techniques, but how long would that be a viable solution? He needed a new venue for techniques. The next issue was that he needed to up his practice with evisceration. If he had completely mastered the technique, even Lex was curious to see what kind of coincidence could have saved the killer from him. With these few, relatively simple points addressed, he now had to think about systems and system users. Chapter 375. Don't kill. It was a matter of fact that, from now on, no matter who he met, a part of him would always wonder if the other person was a system user. But excessive suspicion was not only really bad for him, it would actually distract him from locating actual system users since his attention would be spread so thin. What he needed to do was, keeping in mind everything he knew about systems, maintain a vigilant state for clues. Only if a person behaves oddly or did something out of the ordinary would he consider analyzing the likelihood of them having a system. Maybe this way he would miss out on actual system users, but the fact of the matter was that he had other objectives than just looking for system users, and if he didn't ration his mental capacity, he would fail in all his tasks. Moreover, once he did identify someone he suspected had a system, his surveillance had to be as discreet as possible. In fact, it would be best if he could spy on them at the inn. He did not enjoy undertaking unknown risks. As for what he would do once he was sure someone had a system, that was a decision that would have to wait till the actual situation occurred. Another thing he had to do was go through the list of people he actually knew, or guests from the inn, and gauge whether or not they likely had a system. From his actual personal life, he directly dismissed everyone he knew. There was no point in even considering he had lived too ordinary a life before the inn to even suspect anything mildly supernatural, let alone someone having a system. Then came his various guests. In lieu of their insane cultivation levels, Lex wanted to suspect Bastet and Falak but then dismissed the idea. Though they were strong, they did not do anything unusual enough to warrant suspicion. Next he thought of Marlowe. To be honest, just based on how crazy his life had been, Lex wanted to believe he had a system. But if he did, he would not have lived with an injury for so long, nor would he have ignored his son's plight. Next was Alexander Morrison, but he was just rich and privileged, not crazy supernatural life system users. Then he thought of Ragnar. The general from the Jotun Empire sure had an epic story, even if Lex didn't know too much of it. But, again, he was strong and accomplished, but nowhere near supernatural enough. One by one, Lex went through the list of his guests. He considered the bodyguard he had during the Midnight Games, he considered Loretta's dad, he considered the various beasts he'd met and more. None of them had done things crazy enough for him to suspect they had a system. However, there were a few things that caught Lex's interest. Maybe if Lex wasn't sitting in the meditation room, which boosts his focus and concentration, and maybe if he wasn't wearing his thinking cap, Lex might not have remembered or even considered these few suspicious points. The first was that the sovereign galactic turtle could influence his system. Not only that, the system had hired the turtle on its own. This was much too suspicious. Lex could not explain it and his authority was not high enough for Mary to explain it to him yet. It came to the point where Lex began to wonder if the turtle had some kind of interference system that only worked on other systems, allowing him to share some of the authority. Still, Lex left some room in his mind to consider the fact that there was much he didn't understand yet about systems, and there could be other answers. Maybe the turtle's race was special and was being treated as such by the system. The next thing Lex noticed, or rather remembered, was that he encountered a few people his system could not scan. To be more specific, it scanned them, but Lex only got an error message. One was the bodyguard he had during the Midnight Games. This was the only reason Lex still didn't know his real name, and only later learned that he belonged to some race known as the Celestials. The second was his temporary worker, John. Just the error message was not enough to prove anything, but the error could possibly be explained with the statement that only a system was another system's weakness. Still, this was not enough to be sure. It was, however, enough to suspect them a little. His bodyguard was too strong, not to mention out of reach, but John was available right at his inn. He asked Mary if John had done anything suspicious, but the man had never done anything other than work and often visited the mystery trial. During the invasion the inn suffered, he helped out a bit, but none of his performance was too out of the ordinary. Lex told her to keep an eye on him and let him know if anything popped up. But other than those two people, he could not even begin to even mildly suspect that anyone had a system. It made sense, to be honest, for if systems were commonplace, then they would not be such a secret. Lex spent the rest of the day planning his future actions, and how he planned on growing the inn, as well as becoming stronger. The next day, Lex was faced with some good and some bad news. The bad news, predictably, was that a lot of people died. Dino and his wife's entire family was gone, as well as all their friends and everyone they knew from their neighborhood. The good news was that, since the triplets had several murders take place near their house, their entire family had moved out of fear. They were temporarily living in a town shelter. When darkness fell, they had been protected by the town guards and moved into the underground bunkers, which had been kept well lit using candles and lanterns. When Zagan attacked, the entrance to the bunker had been destroyed, but fortunately they had been recessed before all those trapped ran out of oxygen. Lex also found out that the Noel family would be migrating a large number of people to rebuild and repopulate Babylon, as they said it was a strategic point too valuable to give up. Lex did not comment. Instead, he turned his attention to Aegis. Fenrir had hunted all night long and the effects had been drastic. Though the pup was completely covered in wounds, he was not deterred. In fact, he started to display a bit of bloodlust that even Lex could feel. Even the look in his eyes became more savage. The change had been so drastic that Lex stopped the hunt temporarily to let him recover, both physically and mentally. Aegis was waiting patiently for Lex to give his next request, for he was extremely parched and it was not water that would quench his thirst. "Sit," said Lex, as he invited the man to a private room. "Before we get on to the matter of further payment, would you mind telling me why you were looking for me?" Aegis showed signs of struggle for a mere moment before he shamelessly betrayed his father. "Old Pops wanted me to go and get your cultivation technique. He told me to agree to whatever price you wanted, so long as you agreed to hand over the True Path cultivation technique." Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. There was a lot to unpack from that one simple statement, but he didn't want to divert his attention from his quest for now. He had only 2 days left and he had to use them wisely. "For the next part of the payment, tell me about yourself." "Myself," Aegis repeated, surprised. "Yes, tell me about yourself. About why you started drinking in the first place. Tell me in detail, don't skip over anything." This time, Aegis struggled a bit longer. The look in his eyes was of one who did not want to look back at life, of one who had suffered immense torture and struggle. His eyes were well filled only with pain, and now someone had asked him to bring out that pain, one bucket at a time. Still, the struggle did not last long. He gave in, and with a deep, depressed sigh, began talking. "I started drinking because life was just too damn boring. It's just so boring. When I was a few years old, maybe 6 or 7, I heard someone mention that old Pops was really strong because he cultivated the True Path. I looked at the cultivation technique and, after a few days, learned all of it and began cultivating even in my sleep. Then I heard Craven were very strong, so I went to kill them, but then I killed so many that old Pops came and stopped me. I heard girls were—" Wait, said Lex, suddenly freezing. "You're saying the king actually prevented you from killing too many Craven?" Chapter 376. Lucky Chance. "Wait, you're saying the king prevented you from killing Craven?" asked Lex, realizing he had finally touched upon the real secrets of this realm. "Yeah," replied Aegis, not at all fazed by the severity of what he was revealing. "I was very young back then, like maybe 11 years old, so old Pops never really knew who I was yet. But when I started killing too many Craven, he had to come and stop me. He said I was too young, and wanted to hide my potential." Lex calmed down a bit upon hearing that. If it was to protect and hide a very promising child, then preventing him from killing Craven made sense. It was still not incriminating enough. He said I should hide properly until I'm stronger and just focus on cultivation because it wasn't really easy. I got really excited when he said that. I never knew what it meant for something to be hard, everything was always so easy. But in the end, it turned out to be a lie. My cultivation was slowed because I was cultivating the True Path, but I still easily reached the immortal realm. Everything I did was too easy. Learning was easy, fighting was easy, cultivating was too easy, killing Craven was too easy, finding a girlfriend was too easy. Life was just so boring. In the end, I gave up. There was nothing fun to do at all. I even considered taking on the Craven in a war, but old Pops stopped me again." At this point, Aegis stopped, his drunken visage retreating a bit and his expression turning serious. "When I told old Pops about my conundrum, he offered me a new solution. He wanted me to defeat him, and if I did, I could become king. He said the challenge of running a country was immense, since it did not depend just on my efforts, but on the efforts of all its people. The offer finally enticed me. So we fought. It shouldn't have been hard. I had never lost a fight before, and Pops and I were in the same realm." At this point, Aegis trembled. But man oh man, a single slap from the old man nearly killed me. All the bones in my body broke and, in fact, shards of my ribs filled my lungs. To top it off, my spirit was completely disoriented and my soul seemed to lose its shape. But it wasn't all bad. I was excited, in fact. I finally found something that wasn't easy. He paused again, and looked at Lex with red eyes full of tears. Can you imagine? Finally, for the first time in my life, I found a challenge. I found something that I couldn't accomplish with just a little bit of effort. I found something to work towards. I trained like a madman, and improved beyond what I could have even thought, yet still only a single slap put me out of commission. But, instead of being deterred, I was even more excited. I worked, for years and years and years, training and growing beyond anything anyone can imagine. I fought Craven and Crystal Race alike until I could find no threats. I fought monsters born in caves so deep underground they've never seen light for as long as time has existed. My strength grew and even my realm grew, until I reached the very peak of the Earth Immortal realm, surpassing my father who was still somewhere in the middle. After all of that, when we finally fought again, this time he didn't even need to slap me. He just started laughing as tears streamed down his face. He didn't need to slap me. He simply blew a whistle, the tune of which caused my spirit to collapse, putting me in a coma for years. The drunk began laughing as if he told the funniest joke ever heard, yet the tears never stopped rolling down his face. Can you imagine the feeling of finally finding something to look forward to, but it's not a challenge? Instead, it's an impossibility. For a long time, he just continued to laugh, while Lex felt slightly bad for him. Based on the little he heard, he just seemed to be some kind of never-before-seen genius, learning everything with ease. But the first time he encountered a challenge, it was instead an impossible wall to overcome. But fortunately, if this is what caused him to start drinking, he had a few ideas on how to solve it. But first, why did the king continue to stop you from killing the Craven even after you became an immortal? He said that, instead of the strength of one man, humankind needed to grow strong in its entirety. He said that even if I killed all the Craven, some other threat would replace them. The only real answer was that if the entire human race started producing geniuses like me more frequently. Lex frowned. One need not be a genius to know that the king was just providing a barely logical-sounding reason to prevent the Craven from being eradicated. This was such a strong contrast between the ideology he spread amongst the common people of the nation that Lex could not identify what the real reason behind it was. Do you know if any of the other races do the same thing, by preventing the truly strong cultivators from eradicating the Craven? I'm not sure. All I know is that the Craven no longer try to invade the Crystal Race. The last time they did, the Crystal Race retaliated so strongly that the Craven's war with all the races was affected. Unfortunately, the Crystal Race isn't too interested in the state of the realm, since no one can really affect them. The truth is, although I said that no one in the Crystal Race could fight me, that was only counting crystals around my own age. As an immortal race, they have way too many unbelievably strong cultivators just randomly sleeping around. For the rest though, maybe on average, humans aren't as strong as them, but humans have their own advantages. We are not pushovers either. Lex pursed his lips as he thought hard. The old man from the Crystal Race told him that those that needed to know the truth of the Craven knew it, and the way for him to learn was becoming important enough to have them tell him. He could tell that Aegis was on the periphery of that list, but not quite on it. He had not earned the trust of his father, or proven himself enough, and quite frankly, Lex could understand why. He had not hesitated at all to sell out the trust of his father, or maybe he never even perceived this information as a secret at all to begin with. Whatever the case, it made sense that he had not been brought into the fold. Yet Lex was not ready to give up so quickly. Maybe he didn't know about the Craven, but his position still exposed him to many secrets. Lex would thoroughly take advantage of this situation. What do you know of the Noel family? Lex asked, diverting the topic. Joseph Noel was a common adventurer who stumbled onto some huge secrets, Aegis replied just as casually as before. But he was smart about it. Instead of trying to hoard everything for himself, he made a pact with Old Pops and gained his protection. In exchange for his protection, he offered Old Pops a lot of immortal-grade treasures. I don't know all the treasures he provides, to be honest, but I know a few. In fact, I'm pretty sure that there is an ancient Trolop graveyard under this town, full of immortal-grade fruits. I remember right before I became an immortal Old Pops offered me one of the fruits. It really helped with my breakthrough. Lex's eyes lit up as he thought of many ideas. A secret garden full of valuable fruits. He wondered if he could find anything that would be useful to him. Moreover, since Joseph had proven himself a smart and capable partner of the king's, Lex wondered if he was exposed to the secrets of the Craven. Lex asked a few more questions and when he was satisfied, moved on to actually trying to remedy Aegis' alcoholism. Though the man was 88 years old, Lex felt that in many ways, he was actually still a kid. His exposure was limited and so was his thought process. "Listen here," said Lex, leaning forward over the table as he looked him in the eyes. "I'm about to reveal the secret of why you can't beat your father to you, so pay attention." Lex's words struck Aegis hard, and he immediately started paying attention even though in his mind he was skeptical. He had simply accepted his father as all-powerful. "The way Joseph discovered some secrets, so did your dad," said Lex, completely making something up. "And now it's your luck, kid, because you've encountered your lucky chance as well." Chapter 377, Return of the Butter Knife, What do you mean? Aegis asked, feeling confused. "You guys are in the same realm, yet you cannot even touch your father's sleeve. Don't you think it's unusual?" There was a gleam in Lex's eyes as he recalled several novels in his mind. Good fiction was rooted in the truth, and so nothing he said could deviate too far from the truth. "Isn't it normal? He's old Pops, founder of the Hum Nation. How can he achieve so much if he was normal?" "That's different," Lex said as he shook his head. "I'm sure that you have realized that not everyone is as talented as you. Not everyone can cultivate as easily as you, nor do they achieve things at the same rate as you." "Of course I understand," replied Aegis. "If everyone was as talented as me, Pops would not need to stop me from killing the Craven. It's because they're not as talented as me that we're in this situation." "Well, now that you know everyone is not as talented as you, do you really believe that the only reason your old man is stronger than you is because he's more talented than you?" Before Aegis even had the time to answer, Lex continued. "Because I can firmly tell you he's not. In fact, I can firmly tell you that the relationship between talent and strength is not nearly as important as you think it is. Otherwise the human race would be doomed. After all, most humans can't even cultivate the true path. Everyone is stuck on a single path, yet that does not stop them from reaching the immortal realm." In fact, Lex had no idea what it took to reach the immortal realm, but he knew that according to his professor there were only very few true path cultivators, perhaps in the single digits, and though immortal cultivators were rare, they were not nearly as rare as that. Moreover, you may think that even if they reach the immortal realm, they're not as strong as you, or your dad. But I can tell you clearly that there are many people, many humans, who are not even 10th as talented as you, who are much, much stronger than you. Aegis looked at Lex skeptically, but before he could speak, Lex continued. "Maybe you're having a hard time believing me, but that's because your knowledge is extremely limited. For example, Lex used the tavern's formation to create a room right around Aegis' body and trapped him where he stood. Shock filled his eyes as he tried to resist, but he could do nothing as Lex slowly lifted his body in the air, twisted him around and sat him back down. "Don't overreact, I'm about to let you go," said Lex a few seconds before letting the formation rest and having the room around Aegis disappear. Aegis did not react once he found he was freed, but he was certainly alarmed. It had been a long time since he felt so helpless. True, he did not go all out with his strength in resisting the power that held him, but as an immortal, it was not so easy to trap him to begin with. The point of showing you that was not to intimidate you, but to make you realize that there are many things that exist in this universe of which you have no idea. Your father may not be as talented as you, but he's much stronger than you. Why is that? The answer is simple. He had tools or opportunities that helped him push his strength far past what you can dream. It's like you're trying to fight him with a butter knife while he wields a sword. No matter how talented you are, a butter knife is no match for a full sword. But compared to your father, you're not even holding a butter knife. You're holding a toothpick and he has a spear. There is no comparison at all. Aegis was extremely skeptical, but he was also hooked. He wanted to deny everything, and just accept that his old man was akin to a deity, invincible and undefeatable. But a small, resilient voice in his heart refused to give up. It wanted to hold on so badly to any hope at all, and kept him from completely accepting defeat. "So, what are you saying? That you can help me defeat old Pops?" "Not at all," Lex clarified. "I just said that your old man no doubt had some kind of lucky encounter that helped him reach his current level of strength. As for whether you can reach his level of strength, or surpass it, is completely up to you. What I can offer you is an opportunity. What you make of it is up to you." Aegis bit his lower lip and looked down to the ground, a million thoughts racing through his head. At this point, he had completely forgotten his original objective of getting Lex's cultivation technique. To be entirely honest, he did not care about it at all, nor did the title of the Crown Prince entice him. He had long since gone past his pursuit of wanting to find something difficult to challenge him. Now all he wanted was to overcome the obsession in his heart of defeating his own father and then, maybe, look for something in life to live for. There were hundreds of billions of humans in the crystal realm. He didn't believe that he was unable to connect with any of them. "All right, I'll take it. I'll take whatever you have to offer," he said, his voice a mix of desperation and dedication. "Not so easy there," Lex said, as he leaned back against his chair. "I have an opportunity for you, yes. But I never said I'll give it to you for free. What do you want?" Aegis asked with pain filling his heart. Just because he was desperate didn't mean he was stupid. He knew that people might want to take advantage of him in his situation. A part of him even accepted that Lex was about to scam him when he heard talk of price, but he asked the question nonetheless. He was just that desperate. "Want? Nothing. But the opportunity I have can't be given so easily just to anyone. The person has to be worthy of it, so, now, before I give it to you, or even tell you about it, you have a choice to make." Slowly Lex lifted his hand and revealed the small jade bottle from which he had gotten his previous drink, before placing it on the table in front of Aegis. "You have to choose. You can choose the drink in front of you, and get lost in the feeling it provides you. Or, you can take an oath, the most powerful, meaningful oath you can, to never touch any intoxicant again until you defeat your father." Lex paused for a moment for Aegis to absorb his words, then said, "Now choose." There was a slight moment of relief as Aegis was finally convinced Lex was not trying to scam him. After all, it made sense for Lex to only want to give the opportunity he wanted to the most worthy. But that relief was followed by an intense struggle. He wanted that drink so bad. The sensation, the feeling, the pleasure it gave was all too great. But the small voice in his heart could not let go. Finally, when it could see hope again, it could not give up. At first it was only a small voice, but eventually it consumed him until Aegis could no longer see the bottle, but only the defeated figure of his father. Suddenly, he stood up, pushing away the seat upon which he sat, and said in an ominous voice, "I swear upon the tenets of my immortality that I, Aegis Cornelius, will never touch another drink again until I have defeated my father." As the echo of his voice dimmed, Aegis' aura exploded and his entire being seemed to undergo a huge change. If Lex hadn't locked Aegis down in a small room, the aura from his sudden elevation would have squashed all the surviving residents of Babylon and destroyed the tavern building. His drunk eyes seemed to clear as drive and focus filled them, and his languid posture straightened to that of a soldier. Lex cared for none of that, though. He instead was focused on his system notification. New notification. Quest complete. Reward. Midnight signature brew coffee. 1-minute butter knife token. Lex was perplexed since the reward for this quest had already been declared as only the signature coffee brew, so where did this new token come from? He read its description to further investigate. 1-minute butter knife token. The butter knife is the god of all weapons and a measly spear is putting in front of it. Use this token to strengthen the butter knife to its final form for 1 minute. Remarks. Even the gods will kneel before toast that has been buttered well. Chapter 378. Only the best. Lex had to stifle his laugh as he read the remarks for the 1-minute butter knife token. It seemed the system had felt offended at his disregard of the butter knife. To be honest, his remark had been somewhat motivated by how little the knife had helped him of late. Indeed, in the beginning it had helped him, but even with its upgrade from butter knife to fruit knife, it was merely able to handle golden core cultivators. Sure, that was still above Lex's power level, but he had many powerful workers at the inn now in front of whom a measly golden core cultivator was nothing. But it seemed he had taken the butter knife lightly, as its upgrade sounded monumentally strong. Its description did not give an exact power level at which the knife was effective, but the remarks made it sound especially strong. Lex knew that the system liked to joke or make fun of him, but in these matters it was extremely serious. Just the mention of so-called gods in the remarks made Lex believe that it was incredibly powerful. Well, he hoped he was not wrong, and so he kept it as a backup during an emergency. After all, unlike the butter knife itself, which could only be used within the Midnight Inn, the token could be used by him anywhere. It was a decent reward, not to mention the original reward. Midnight signature brew coffee, a reinvigorating brew that can completely replenish a drained mind for an hour. can be strengthened to match various cultivation levels based on the host's authority. Repeated use in a short time reduces its effects. It was not a bad addition, and it was relatively cheap. But, since the strength of the coffee could be changed based on the cultivation level, he decided to use different prices for different levels. While the most basic version, which reinvigorated Qi training cultivators, had a profit of only 1 megapixel, the highest authority Lex had to serve, which was the nascent level, had a profit margin of 150 megapixels. But Lex moved his thoughts away from his notification and turned his attention back to Aegis. Now that he had completed his quest, it was now time to deliver. Even for that, Lex's capitalistic mind his resourcefulness, allowed him to come up with a plan that would benefit them both. Lex waited a few more minutes for Aegis' apparent breakthrough to conclude and for him to settle down, before he asked, "Tell me, Aegis, what do you know about the universe?" "The universe," Aegis repeated, confused. Lex had been speaking their local language, so the word he used for universe was correct, but therein lay the issue. Whenever anyone referred to their world or area within which they exist, they used the word realm. Even the word universe was a secret known only to a few, to the point where it was completely alien to Aegis. Simply put, the world that you know, the realm, the people, everything is only a small part of a much bigger one, that being the universe. The entire crystal realm is like a grain of sand compared to the universe at large, and it is full of countless other realms just like the crystal realm. There, not only can you meet those much stronger than yourself, you can learn and experience things far beyond your imagination. The Ascension Realm, Aegis suddenly said with a startled face, as if suddenly realizing something. There are rumors that when someone surpasses the Earth Immortal Realm, the Crystal Realm can no longer accommodate them and sends them away to the Ascension Realm. Honestly, for fear of being sent away is the only reason I can think of for why my father hasn't broken through yet. So it's true. Lex paused, for he had just heard something new. No one had mentioned this so-called Ascension Realm to him so far, but it made sense since he was so far away from entering the Immortal Realm. But whatever it was, he was glad that Aegis knew of it, for it made his job easier. Yes, like the Ascension Realm. But even that realm is merely one of many, many realms in the vast, never-ending universe. Yet despite its vastness, there exists a place that can reach even the far corners of the universe, and can connect all the many realms. The name of that place is the Midnight Inn. Lex barely whispered the name, yet it clapped like thunder in Aegis' ears. He could not even imagine, despite his immense strength, a place that could connect all the realms in the so-called universe. In fact, he could barely comprehend that there existed more realms even beyond the Ascension Realm. Suddenly a thought occurred to him and his eyes shrunk to pinholes. Midnight Tavern, he said, as if just the name was a connection unto itself. Lex merely smiled, and made no comment on that. Instead, he continued with his explanation. The Midnight Inn is a place where everyone is welcome as a guest, so long as one follows the rules. Yet one has to be extremely lucky if they wish to become something more than a simple guest at the inn, and actually work for it. The opportunity I can present you with is a single chance to try and become an employee of the inn. Of course, it's completely up to you if you don't want to, and can back out right up until the last moment if you think it isn't worth it. But, at least, you can go there and see for yourself. Aegis absorbed the information, and though he didn't show it on his face, he had doubts about becoming an employee for a place he didn't understand. Fortunately, Lex was in no rush, mostly because golden and platinum keys couldn't be used here until he officially returned to the inn and linked the crystal realm to the inn. You don't have to decide so quickly, for it will take me some time before I can provide you with the opportunity to enter the inn. But just know this, I can provide you with an opportunity to enter the inn for free, once. But if you really want to avail the chance, and become an employee, you have to do something else first. What's that? Nothing much, you simply have to deliver a platinum key to Zagan, and convince him to use it. Aegis smiled weakly. Of course, nothing so great could come easily. The question was, how was he even supposed to track the Ocean King? Even though he didn't know what he would do in the future, he began planning already for how to find the monster. In front of Cornelius stood Nora Haugen, his wife, and Swenhild Haugen Cornelius, his daughter. Though something unusual was that his daughter seemed to have lost all of her cultivation, and was akin to a mortal. Yet she was not disappointed with that fact. Instead, there was a hint of pride hidden in her eyes. So you've succeeded, Cornelius asked. Yes, and I'm here to complete our deal, said Nora, as she handed Cornelius a crystal with Siwenhild's latest cultivation method inside of it. Throughout this process, Siwenhild said nothing. The reason for that was her mother had sealed her mouth and body, for the little girl would no doubt pick a fight with Cornelius. She couldn't allow her daughter to ruin her plans when they were about to bear fruit. Good job, little Siwen, he said, not letting on the fact that he had once again forgotten about her right up until they showed up here. You will be my second child to cultivate the true path, though I hope your performance is better than little Aegis. If you're half as good as that Lex child once you start on the true path, I'll consider rewarding you again. Siwenhild, because she was frozen still, could not show her alarm when she heard Lex was a true path cultivator, but suddenly everything made so much sense. No wonder he was so strong. But after amazement, sorrow filled her heart. Despite everything Nora told her, she still considered Lex as her half-brother and had already decided that he must have had a very tragic past. Hopefully, his future would be better. We'll be off then, Nora said, and summoned the metallic card given to her by Cornelius as payment for the technique. She held onto her daughter's shoulder and crushed it, disappearing instantly from where they stood. A second later, they appeared in a hall in an entirely different realm, with an old man with a long, white beard standing waiting for them. Welcome to Ventura, the largest school in the universe, the man said politely. If you have arrived here, you most likely already know our policies, but I will repeat them for you nonetheless. Here, in Ventura, we only accept the best of the best. Whether it's your talent, your will, your character, your determination, your cultivation, or anything else, at least some aspect of yours needs to be of sufficient standard to gain entry. But fret not, for if you fail our admission test, there is still hope for you in one of our subsidiary schools, such as Ventura Platinum, Amethyst, Gold and so on. Now, which one of you will be taking the test, or will it be the both of you? Chapter 379. Appreciation. This is not part of our deal, said Joseph warily, as he eyed the Crown Prince of Hum. It had been a few days since they last met and Joseph was busy taking care of things, still trying to understand exactly how or why the formation lost control. Yet while the duration was small, the change in his demeanor was massive. No longer did he look like a sickly child, moving lazily to do a tedious chore. He was a man with a straight back and a fire in his eyes. Everything from the way he looked to his expression, his voice and even his actions seemed to have changed. While previously he was indifferent to the world, now his every action was filled with purpose. To be clear, this is not a part of your deal with Hum. This is a deal you're making with me, Aegis. Name your price, you will find that my reach will surpass your expectations. But at the same time, do not think this is something that can be avoided. At times, it is simply best to make use of the opportunity before you. Joseph actually felt a great threat from Aegis as he said this. He was literally being blackmailed into selling secrets to Aegis, and being threatened of the consequences if he continued to state a price. Basically, Aegis did not care how high or low the price was, so long as one existed. As much as he hated being bullied like this, he had to face the truth that in both status and strength he was below Aegis, and so there was really nothing left to negotiate with. He had to concede. Suddenly, he had an idea. In fact, there is something you can help me with. A son of mine broke off his engagement with his former finance, who is from a family of great means. If you can get rid of the pressure from that family and ensure they won't attack us in the future, the prize will be yours. Simple enough, Aegis commented blandly. Tell me the name and location of this family. I will deal with the situation myself. Excellent. It had been over 10 days since Lex last spoke to Aegis, and the man had disappeared since. That did not worry Lex, as the man had taken his oath and was definitely interested in what Lex had to offer. Well, if he didn't, Lex would find some other way to hire Zagan. Though that was not his concern right now. Currently, he was watching the finale of the Lady Cosmos show. The winner, after a lot of drama, was the fox from Nibiru called Jill. Not only was she officially crowned the first intergalactic Lady Cosmos, but she was awarded a cash prize equivalent to 30 million megapixels, raised from the profits the show generated. Of course, they were only a small portion of the profits. Jill, now an extremely wealthy woman, decided not to return to Nibiru. She had not taken up Lex's offer to work as an employee at the inn yet, but with 30 million megapixels, and a normal room costing 50 megapixels a night, she had 600,000 days to decide on an alternative solution. Once the show concluded, the number of guests at the inn began to drop drastically, so much so that for the first time in a while, Lex had fewer than 1 million guests. Though he did not mind whatsoever. Just from his own profits, Lex had generated a massive 22 billion megapixels more in the last few days, and 770 million megapixels was given to him by the Lady Cosmos show as his share of the profits. This put his total MP to 31.9 billion megapixels. Suffice to say, Lex was not worried about his finances at the moment. In fact, it was to the degree that he had been dropping MP like crazy to accumulate energy. At the moment, he had already filled his progress bar to 91%. If he still had his elevated authority, he would have been tempted to stay a little longer and use this accumulated energy to enhance the inn. Now all he wanted to do was return home, to the Midnight Inn. Especially because, in another 10 days, Harry Styles would officially be marrying Haley, the contestant from the Lady Cosmos show. He did not want to miss the wedding. After all, it was the first time one of his employees would be getting married. During this time, work on the reconstruction of the town Babylon had already begun, and because of the intensive requirement in labor, everyone had been conscripted. As such, Lex had almost no guests these days, and any who came would usually only stay for a meal. It was almost, because he did have one guest staying, Roland. The young entrepreneur had become an orphan, like many other of his friends. He did not have a massive outburst like many of the other children when he heard the news, but he had barely spoken since. While the other children had been taken into the care of the town, Roland somehow convinced the mayor to let him be on his own. He had since been living at the tavern. Lex had tried striking up a conversation a few times, but the boy was not ready to speak just yet. While Lex was lost in his own thoughts, Rick knocked on his door and told him that Aegis had come to see him. Curious as to what the Crown Prince wanted, he got up and walked into the main hall where, surprisingly, Aegis was sitting on a table with Roland. The two had been whispering something, but the moment Lex entered they hushed up. "I heard you were looking for me," Lex inquired politely, more interested in what he had been talking to the child about. "Yes, I know you did not ask for it, but I cannot accept favors from others lightly. Though it pales greatly in comparison with what you're offering, I got something as a token of my appreciation." Chapter 380. Glow. Lex was taken by surprise as he was honestly not expecting it. Mostly it was because the opportunity he was presenting to Aegis was already actually taking advantage of him to do his own work. Still, he could understand the gesture. After all, as a crown prince, he was surely taught etiquette and surely put a great deal of emphasis on reciprocation. "You really did not need to," said Lex, "but since you have already gotten something, I will not refuse your goodwill." "Great," Aegis said with a hint of excitement in his voice. "We need to go somewhere to get to it, so whenever you're ready we can head out." Had it been before, Lex would have hesitated to leave the tavern. He had already exposed himself, and if he left the boundary of the tavern he would have been defenseless. But, since he had the butter knife token, Lex could barely convince himself to head out. After all, in matters such as this, he still trusted the system's integrity. "We can head out now," said Lex casually, as if he had nothing to lose by leaving the tavern building. He passed a few instructions to Roan in case they had guests while they were gone, and left the tavern with Aegis. "Do you mind if I speed us there?" asked Aegis once they stepped out. Since the tavern did not have the same protection as the inn, Lex's foundation realm cultivation was evident for all to see. Some were convinced he was actually just hiding his own cultivation level and was secretly an expert. Aegis did not try to test him and directly proposed taking the both of them himself. Once Lex agreed, he placed a hand on Lex's shoulder and rushed them to the other side of Babylon. It barely took a single second. Yet from the tavern building they had quickly arrived at one of the latest buildings that had been temporarily set up whilst reconstruction took place. He led Lex in, where Joseph and Bertram were waiting for them. "The formation is ready, I can take you in whenever," said Joseph, leaving his son behind to stand guard. With a nod from Aegis, they prepared the formation and stepped on it. Like an elevator, the formation started to descend downwards, only it seemed to be taking them down directly through the ground. Lex did not let his surprise show and only calmly observed as they descended for a good 2 minutes, before arriving in some kind of underground cave. The cave was filled with a sharp, blue light that illuminated every nook and cranny, even causing Lex to squint. Yet the blue light was not a fashion choice, and was being exuded by a single, small crystal. Lex did not need to be introduced to know that he had arrived in front of some kind of immense treasure, for the cave was so dense with spiritual energy that it started to condense right on Lex's skin. Had his meridians not been remolded out of metal, he would have suffered from spiritual energy poisoning just from standing there. The two immortals that came along with Lex slightly nodded at the scene of him being unaffected by the spiritual energy, silently confirming that he was well above his apparent cultivation level. Normally, Lex would have caught the action, but currently he was too distracted by a voice speaking directly in his mind. "Mr. Innkeeper, sir, I detect something amazing in front of you," said the juvenile voice of the lotus in his mind. "Can I have it please, Mr. Innkeeper, sir? I'll pay you back, I promise." In his mind, Lex visualized a child tearing up as he heard the lotus pleading. He had no idea what the crystal was, but if even the lotus wanted it, it had to be amazing. "It's not much," said Aegis, "but please accept this token of gratitude from me." Joseph was startled by what he heard, and suddenly started wondering what had happened between the two, but knew better than to ask. "I've kept a small piece of the crystal as well to lure out Zagan when I need to, but the rest is all here." The shining crystal was only as large as an adult human fingernail, but its small size did not deceive Lex at all. It must be filled with either immense power or energy. "How can I give it to you?" Lex asked the lotus. "Just eat it, and I'll absorb it from within your body." The lotus exclaimed with shrieking excitement. This was the first time in its short life it had ever wanted something, and the first time it was getting it. The experience was overwhelming, especially since the noble innkeeper had to suffer a loss just so that it could have the crystal. How was the lotus to ever know that to Lex, the lotus was already way more valuable than any crystal? "Well, don't mind if I help myself," said Lex out loud and walked up to the crystal. Joseph was just about to explain to Lex the safety precautions required to handle the extremely radioactive crystal when his jaw dropped as he saw Lex pick the crystal from the cave wall and pop it in his mouth like a tic-tac. He did not even need to swallow it, as the moment the crystal touched his tongue it was absorbed into his body, filling him with overwhelming heat. But, just as quickly as the heat arrived it disappeared, leaving only the sensation of warmth on his back where he had a lotus tattoo. Joseph and Aegis both had not recovered from the horror they had just witnessed when Lex released a comfortable groan. A pool of spiritual energy had started flowing through his body, quickly elevating his cultivation level. In a matter of moments, it raised his cultivation level to the peak of the foundation realm. When his body could absorb no more, the energy instead started being absorbed by the system. The progress bar instant crossed 100%, and in fact had already reached 379%. But the energy in his body kept overflowing, and soon, his body started to release a blue glow. Chapter 381, Stupid Regal Embrace was a cultivation technique with the sole purpose of building the strongest defense possible. Every aspect, every facet of it was geared towards that one goal. As such, it was fundamentally impossible to cultivate it and have an unstable foundation, due to rapid growth. This was because the cultivation level would simply not grow if it was forced in such a manner. But, in the situation where the cultivation level did grow, time had little to do with it. For the cultivation technique to progress, the relevant aspect of it that each specific cultivation realm required had to be fulfilled. For the foundation realm, cultivation would not progress by pumping the body full of endless energy, but by slowly and steadily building the foundation for cultivation within the body. In Lex's case, a steady foundation had to be built not only for his spirit, but his body and soul as well. It had to be exactly perfect according to the requirements of the cultivation technique, and the built foundation, while taking only a single form, was actually elevating all three. This was because Lex's body, soul and spirit had all merged into one entity. So then, the fact that the energy released by the blue crystal was able to flawlessly raise Lex's cultivation level to the peak of the foundation realm was already an unbelievable testament to the absolute purity, vitality and gentleness of the energy itself. This was because Lex never actually used his cultivation technique, or rather he did not get a chance to, before the energy automatically started merging with his body so flawlessly it raised his cultivation level. In fact, the moment Lex reached the peak of the foundation realm, he felt the information to enter the golden core realm reveal itself to him, but he purposefully chose not to enter the realm at that moment. This was because, while his physical cultivation had built up its foundation, his professor heavily emphasized the need for some kind of achievement to create a mental foundation for him. The achievement was completely up to him to decide, so he could have gone with his fight with the murderer, or his upgrade on the system. But he had already decided that he would use arrays as the base for his achievement. So while the use of many small arrays joining to form large arrays quickly was ingenious, he was not satisfied with his application of it. He felt like he could do better. As a result, this energy found other channels to divert itself. It was a shame that Lex's pride got the better of him, or else he may have potentially entered the nascent realm today, or even higher. With his foundation built, the energy sought to heal his body. But how could he have the perfect defense if his body was full of flaws? A hidden aspect of regal embrace came into play here, which was that while he could heal, he would eventually heal perfectly. Only inherent flaws already existing in his body would escape the healing powers of regal embrace. So then where should it go, for it could not physically strengthen Lex's body any further. It found a sieve within Lex's soul, and poured itself in, bombarding the system with endless energy. One may wonder, why would so much energy travel towards the system, and not the lotus which had requested the energy to begin with? The answer was simple. The energy that was flooding Lex's body was simply the small leftovers that managed to escape the lotus control. The lotus itself was going mad from excitement with the energy it was absorbing, but that was hidden for now. Aegis and Joseph were struck dumb because while the energy released from the crystal was being described as gentle and nourishing, in Lex's situation, it was mostly because it was less than 1% of the energy the crystal contained. Were the lotus not absorbing the rest of it, Lex's body would literally have exploded before the system even got a chance to absorb the excess energy. Blue light was escaping from Lex's body, at first only from his fingernails, ears and nose. But eventually the brightness increased, and even his skin began to glow. His body started levitating until it was 3 feet in the air, and a violent, oppressive force began to form around his body that gave both the immortals chills. The force was not generated because of Lex, but the tattoo on his back. Immortal though they may be, how could they compare to a seed that would give birth to a 5-star world? More importantly, its status as a 5-star world was only the lowest guaranteed achievement, and did not account for its upper limit. Most importantly, whatever world it would form would already have an already awakened consciousness. Lex was completely unaware of all of this, as he had entered some kind of trance as the energy transferred from his body to the system. In a few seconds, it reached 500%, and then while it began to slow down, when his body returned to the ground a few minutes later, he had 1200% energy. That was to say, the less than 1% energy that the lotus was unable to control actually provided Lex with enough energy to travel from one realm to another 11 times. This was a level of energy even Earth immortals could not wield. No wonder the 2 immortals who were watching this were thoroughly startled. When Lex woke up from the trance, he heard a few system notifications, but he didn't want to delve into them in public. He smiled as he enjoyed the warm, fuzzy feeling enveloping his body and looked towards Joseph and said, "Thanks, that was actually quite fun. Shall we head back now, or do you have more?" "Let's head back," he said, barely able to keep his voice steady. The worst part of all of this, for him at least, was that Lex was only showing his cultivation as peak foundation realm after that. How stupid did he think they were? Chapter 382. Home, you said you've kept a small piece to lure out Zagan. Lex asked casually as they returned the formation that would take them out of here. Indeed, replied Aegis, as he gulped nervously. It's much smaller than the one you took, but it should be more than enough to attract Zagan. Not bad. What's this crystal called? He asked, still enjoying the warm fuzzy feeling that had enveloped his body. We're not sure if it has another name, as there's been no record of it before. Joseph, who found the crystal, called it blue crystal essence. It is filled with an extremely potent destructive energy that is normally used to power formations. Aegis gave him a look from the side of his eye but said nothing more. Lex on the other hand was quite confused by the destructive description, but how could he be blamed for considering it gentle when he only had less than 1% of the energy in his body? I've spent many years studying it, trying to figure out how it was formed, said Joseph, who politely included himself in the conversation. He suddenly felt it was very important to maintain good relations with Lex. I was unable to figure out how it was actually formed, but I did learn how it definitely wasn't formed. The formation of the blue crystal essence was in no way familiar to that of spirit stones, and there was no energy accumulation process in the vicinity. In fact, there are no spirit stone mines anywhere nearby this area. Do you have any more in the area? I'd be willing to trade for it. Speaking of which, I've managed to get my hands on many of the items you put down on your list for me. You can drop by whenever you want to check them out. I'll make sure to visit soon, Joseph replied, looking away. He knew for a fact that no unknown people had come in or gone out of the tavern these past few days, so how did he get his hands on the required material? Not to mention, he got it so quickly. Once Lex returned to the tavern safely, he told Aegis to stick by as he would give him the platinum key soon. Aegis wanted to take Fenrir out hunting again today, as the pup had shown great promise during their last venture out, but Lex told him next time. Since it was very likely he was about to return to the inn, Fenrir would be returning with him. Once alone, Lex did not immediately check his system. His body was still warm, and while he felt great after such a massive increase in strength, he felt slightly disoriented. His brain was not yet used to controlling his new strength and was causing him problems. Not bothering with anything, Lex jumped directly into bed and took a nap. Though what he assumed was a nap lasted 2 whole days. A part of his rest was because of his brain once again getting used to a new, more powerful body, but also because of the tattoo on his back. It had grown bigger, slightly, and more petals had appeared in each layer. Previously, the petals had been arranged in 3 layers, with 5 petals in each layer. Now, instead, there were 6 in each layer. Such a change did not seem drastic, but that was only from a visual point of view. The lotus had grown much stronger and gained immense potential, but as a result, had also increased the strength of its body with Lex's body. When Lex finally woke up, completely unaware of the amount of time that had passed, he stretched like a cat before lazily checking the system from right inside his bed. New notification. 100% progress reached, host can return to the inn at any time. New notification. 100% energy surpassed, channeling excess energy into dormant system functions. New notification. 1100% excess energy being transferred, new building features unlocked. New features. New status panel for monitoring in unlocked. New status panel for workers unlocked. New status panel for tracking multiple events unlocked. New status panel for locating quest potentials unlocked. New building. Innkeeper's office building unlocked. Innkeeper's office building, a small building where the innkeeper may see guests who wish to meet. Lex raised an eyebrow, caught by surprise that he had actually surpassed the energy requirements. Moreover, while the description for his new unlocked features seemed simple, he doubted that was the case. But all of that could wait. It was time to go home. Lex immediately selected to return to the inn, and felt a familiar sensation take hold of him. The teleportation was not as quick as he was used to from the inn, but for some strange reason he lost track of time while teleporting. He only knew it wasn't quick. But the moment it disappeared, Lex, who had his eyes closed, could immediately tell that he had returned. It was in the freshness of the air, the smell carried on the breeze, the gentle sunlight on his skin. A smile formed on his face as he took in a deep breath and, after holding it in for a moment, let it all out with a satisfied sigh. When he opened his eyes, a projection of Mary was standing there waiting for him. The smile on her face was no less than his. Truth be told, she was extremely nervous the entire time Lex was gone. "Welcome back, Innkeeper," she said simply. "It's good to be back," he said with a grin. "It's excellent that you're in a bright mood," she continued, because someone showed an interest in the jobs put up by Ragnar, but he said he wanted to meet with the innkeeper before he accepts the tasks. "I hope you're ready to convince him to take up the tasks, because depending on how this goes, you could be on the verge of becoming a trillionaire." Chapter 383. Anachronistic ignition. Lex was not ready, nor was he expecting to get right to work the absolute minute he arrived at the inn. But the incentive to become a trillionaire was exceptional. Not that he was in need of a great deal of money at the moment, but he knew that he would be in a state of expansion for the foreseeable future. Not only would the expansion cost a lot of money, buying anything for a higher cultivation level always cost more money. He had merely bought a drink that could affect an immortal and the price had gone in the millions. Were he to buy a building or service, the price may even go in the hundreds of millions. Getting too comfortable would be a mistake. With that mindset, he put away all thoughts of going out for a stroll and decided to get right into the thick of things. Before anything, however, he looked at the innkeeper's office building. While the building existed as a service, the shape and design were completely up to him. If he had extensive time he would have assigned the task to the planning commission, but since he did not, he took matters into his own hands. He thought for a minute about the kind of office someone of the innkeeper's status should have. He could go overly grand, but to Lex it seemed slightly desperate to prove the status of his position, or just plain gaudy, which he did not like. He could go for extremely simple and basic, but he felt like the whole transcended the need for worldly possessions, and find the truth in simplicity. Bit was an exhausted and overused spiel. In the end, he just decided to keep it as he liked. His mind, now faster than ever before due to the boost provided by his elevated cultivation, recalled every office he ever liked and tried to find a commonality. He'd visited a few penthouse offices as well when he worked back in New York, not to mention his own regular offices, so he had some ammunition for his thoughts. Once he figured out what he liked, he began picking out a position. On a small plateau near the Midnight Manor, a rectangular building appeared. There was a torch-lit, pebbled path leading up to it, with open gardens on each side. There was not much in the building, since it only served as his office. The entrance led to a large hall with marble flooring and granite walls, with a reception desk at the far end. There was a waiting room that could be entered from on the right, but the entrance to Lex's office was in the corner behind the reception desk. Unlike the entrance hall, the floor of which was gray, Lex's office floor was black marble. But it was not plain black, as streaks of gold flowed through the midnight black, like water flowing down into the dirt. On the left and right side of the office were ceiling-high bookshelves, stacked with hardcover books that had no titles. There were a few sofas placed in the center of the room, amidst a few decorations and plants here and there. Opposite those sofas, towards the far wall, was a single desk with an office chair tucked neatly in. Speaking of the far wall, unlike the rest of the building, it was made entirely out of one-sided glass with an extensive view of the Midnight Manor, and the rest of the inn. Lex teleported into the building to see it for himself, and was immediately hit with an oppressive feeling. Lex remained unaffected, for what could truly affect him at the inn? But he felt the oppression nonetheless, and knew immediately that it radiated from the very walls of his office. Each and every step was daunting, but somehow the oppressive feeling was not exactly intimidating. Instead, it was a sort of reminder of who one was about to meet. As he walked, the sound of his footsteps echoed loudly in the empty hall, prompting him to stop immediately, a frown upon his face. He snapped once, and then continued to walk. The sound was no longer a loud and never-ending echo. Instead, each of his footsteps was incredibly light and respectful, yet not entirely gone. Not bothering to check out the waiting room, Lex headed right into his office. Unlike the entrance hall, there was no oppressive feeling here. Instead, the room wafted with a clean and refreshing scent that reinvigorated Lex as soon as he stepped in, despite the fact that he had just recently woken up and had been full of energy. Lex felt incredibly calm and peaceful in his office, as if he knew from deep within his heart that this was a safe space. He walked to his table and pulled out his seat and sat down. The moment he sat, he became even more in sync with the inn than when he wore the host attire. The host attire, which was currently in the shape of a three-piece suit, allowed Lex to fully control everything happening at the inn. It was a conduit between himself and the system, for he knew now that he was simply unable to even begin to process everything his system did, let alone control it directly. When he sat down in the chair, however, it was kicked up a notch. For example, while he could become aware of everything at the inn at any time, he would need to scan the inn, or look for someone in particular to know what was happening. Once in the chair, however, it was like a portion of his newly acquired mental strength was diverted towards always keeping in touch with the system. Every action taking place within the system was being ranked by level of importance from 0 to 100, and at the back of his mind he knew the numbers for each action. As soon as a number appeared that was abnormally high, or even a minor anomaly for that matter, he would know immediately. Moreover, while previously he could perform generic scans, now he could look for something more specific. While this was not entirely new for him, since he was always able to directly ask Mary whenever he needed to know something, it was still a good feature. His attention turned towards a few items that had been placed on his desk. There was a journal, an ink pen, an ink well, a letter opener and a card holder full of cards that only said, Innkeeper, below, Midnight Inn, written in bold letters. He was convinced that these things were not ordinary, but he decided that first he would deal with the matter of the person wanting to take Ragnar's requests before anything else. Yet even that required him to do two things before he addressed the matter. The first was the matter of having a receptionist. Lex could hire one of his workers randomly, but he wanted instead to have a dedicated receptionist, who would perhaps even be his assistant. Not to mention, it gave him an opportunity to use his new worker's status panel. While previously he could directly hire what the system called AI to create living workers who could take up jobs at the inn, leaving their skills and traits up to fate, he could now be so much more specific in his requirements. First of all, for gender he chose male. As a bachelor it would be inappropriate for him to have a female receptionist, mostly because it would trigger the memory of every corny TV show he had ever seen in his life. The trope of falling in love with your employee was too cliché for him to even joke about. He skipped over stuff like age, appearance, height etc. and went directly to his skills, abilities, bloodline, and cultivation. Every amendment he made would drastically increase the price of his worker, but Lex had money to spare. Without hesitation, he picked anything that sounded even remotely helpful, from eidetic memory, perfect recollection, exceptional multitasking, strong mental calculation abilities, exceptional perception, excellent reflexes, the best possible health recovery, immense vitality, and so much more. He made sure the assistant had a strong sense for etiquette and morality. Unfortunately, he could not have the assistant created with an elevated cultivation system, as everyone would still start as a mortal, but he could choose the bloodline. Other than Regalia Bloom, which all his workers seemed to start with, he had two other options. The Regalia Bloom was of great assistance in manipulating energy, but it was not necessarily the best choice for his assistant, so he looked at the other two. The next one was called Anachronistic Ignition. When he read the description, Lex's jaw dropped, and for the first time he actually felt incredibly jealous. It was hard for him not to envy his workers, who were all born with such an amazing bloodline right from the start. But he controlled his emotions, for he knew he had advantages of his own, especially when Regal Embrace was unique in the whole universe. This next one though, it was just ridiculous. Chapter 384. Luther. The Regalia Bloom bloodline allowed the user to take control of all kinds of energy within a certain zone, with only physical strength and stamina as the determining factors for how much energy the user could manipulate. The energy could be used by channeling it into any weapon or item as the medium for energy transfer. Though there were a few limitations in price, such as the endless beautification of the bloodline holder, and the user's ability to transfer the energy fast enough, theoretically such a bloodline would make one knight invincible. If Lex had this bloodline, along with his incredible reflexes and abilities, he most likely wouldn't even get a chance to use that incredible defense of his. Just the fact that, as a chi training cultivator, Gerard was able to combat a nascent level cultivator should be a clear indicator for how powerful and deadly this bloodline was. Yet Anachronistic Ignition, while supposedly on the same level, seemed ridiculous to Lex. Unlike the Regalia Blood, which had an area effect, the Anachronistic Ignition was completely confined to the user's body. What it could do, though, was that it could completely displace any kind of effect, status or feature acting on, or part of the body, to a later date. In simple terminology, it could manipulate time with the user's body as the medium for time displacement. The use could be from something small to anything incredibly massive. For example, if the user was fatigued, he could use his bloodline to displace the effects of the fatigue over the next several hours, days, or years, depending on the user's ability. Moreover, he could do so endlessly as long as the bloodline was not exhausted. But the beautiful part was that bloodline exhaustion, in itself, was an aspect of the body that could be displaced, making the use of the bloodline potentially endless. Of course, at a later time the user would still have to suffer the displaced effect, but the potency of the effects could also be determined at the time of use. For example, in the case of fatigue, only 5% of the original fatigue will affect the user, but the duration is extended to make up for it. These were the simple things being displaced. The more complicated things could be something like severe wounds, such as stabs, illness, burns, poisoning, organ damage, and even, if one were fast enough, death. But something as mundane as indefinitely delaying death, or instantly recovering from severe damage such as a stab wound through the heart, was no longer enough to startle Lex. What completely drove him overboard was the second effect of the bloodline, as so far only the anachronistic portion of it had been discussed. The way to completely and properly utilize anachronistic ignition was to take something the body was suffering from, and instead of sending it forward in time, completely ignite it and remove it from ever returning in the timeline. This part was not as easy as the first part, but if succeeded, and say the user took a lethal injury and ignited its occurrence on his body from ever returning, based on the event being ignited, the user would be filled with a massive burst of energy, as a sort of reward from time itself. So, in essence, a skilled user of the bloodline could not only endlessly suffer lethal attacks only to erase them moments later, with each injury he erased the user would not get weaker but stronger and more energetic. There was almost no drawback. Almost, because once the user activated this bloodline for the first time, they would suffer an unspeakably horrific curse. Their body would stop aging forever, making them essentially immortal. Oh, how burdensome it was to know you could never take another sick day from work ever again because your body is forever stuck in its peak, healthy state. Lex gulped and turned his attention to the last bloodline. He was almost afraid to read about it. Fortunately, its name was simple, and not as unique or intimidating as the last two. Moreover, unlike the previous two, its effects were not so multifaceted. It was simply called Death Counter. Its effects were that the user could hide a drop of blood anywhere and, once the user died, 24 hours later, the user would come back to life from that drop of blood, in perfect health and at the peak of his power. There was no distance or realm restriction to where the blood could be hidden, and in the case the drop was hidden behind some kind of barrier such as the one that secluded the inn, and 24 hours passed, the user would come back to life whenever the barrier had any disruption at all. It was not at all too fancy, and just made one essentially immortal, even beyond the previous bloodline. Lex needed a minute to stabilize his mood as he struggled with the thought that such insanely cool bloodlines existed, which his system could give his workers, but he himself was forever without any bloodline. After all, if he had a bloodline, it should have been activated by now, right? Regardless, Lex didn't waste any time and selected anachronistic ignition as his receptionist's bloodline, which raised the price to 350 million megapixels, but it would not change his mind. He didn't know why there was such a gap in price between Regalia Bloom and anachronistic ignition, since they were both impressive in their own right, but they were thoughts for later. Having made all his selections, Lex completed his purchase. A familiar gold light flashed in front of him, and from within the light stepped for a young man. His appearance seemed to be in his early 20s, and he was wearing the signature suit of the Midnight Inn. He could have been called handsome, were it not for the fact that he had an entirely too delicate frame. He was a petite man, as if he could be blown away by the wind, but his expression was stern and serious. Luther reporting for duty, sir. Chapter 385. Lord, Luther, you will be my receptionist, said Lex with a smile. Yours will be a heavy responsibility, so I hope you will be up to the task. I do not expect to be seeing a lot of guests too frequently, so you will have a lot of time on your hands. I hope you use that tie wisely and raise your cultivation level as soon as possible. It would be slightly embarrassing if my own receptionist has too low a cultivation level. As you wish, Luther said with a bow, his expression forever unchanging. I am expecting a guest soon, Mary will update you on the details. Send him in once he arrives. Luther bowed even deeper, before he promptly stepped outside Lex's office and took his place at the desk. A deep, almost malevolent look flashed in his eyes once he left Lex's office, but he quickly suppressed it. He was nothing more than a common receptionist, and things would remain that way, for now. Mary, send me the list of Ragnar's requests and any information about them, said Lex as he once again sat down on his seat. There are a total of 7 requests he set, and they have been listed in order. To do the second one, you must first complete the first one. All requests have to be carried out in order, though they don't seem to be connected. According to what Ragnar mentioned, his true request has not yet been written. Only after someone is able to complete all 7 tasks in a satisfactory manner can they be qualified to learn about the real task. Lex nodded and looked through the 7 tasks. To be honest, they were completely beyond his comprehension. Even while reading them, he could not understand what it was Ragnar wanted. For example, the first task was to light a jaded horn lantern in a field of bedravens underneath a sky full of moons blocking out a star. The 5th task was to swim in the ash of Gilder, while the final task was to whisper the name of the deathly precinct under the shade of a divine mango tree. Literally, he had no idea what answer he was supposed to give if the person who came asked him what any of that meant. Well, Lex shrugged, if he was unable to answer, he'd just tell him to ask Ragnar instead. A short while later, Luther opened the door to his office and welcomed in the person who wanted to attempt Ragnar's tasks. What walked in was an 8 feet (2.4 meters) tall creature in the shape of a centaur. But instead of the lower body of a horse, it was a gray-skinned, 6-legged creature with massive rippling muscles all over its body. Its upper body, still gray in color, was humanoid, but had 4 hands instead of 2, and 6 eyes. The creature had long, straight hair falling down his back and all over his face and a sharp and pointed beard. Curious, Lex scanned it. Name: Dillion Jormander. Age: 6,755. Sex: female. Cultivation details: too high for host to view. Species: Bravenharbinger. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: the only thing more lethal than a Bravenharbinger with a weapon is one without. Not to be biased, but Lex would never have been able to guess that Dillion was a female just based on how muscular her figure was. But then, he had never seen anyone from her species before, so he had no point of reference to judge the appearance of a male or female. Whatever the case, it was true that she struck a formidable sight. While Lex was undergoing musings of his own, Dillion had several of her own thoughts going on. She was from the Henley court, and had recently heard about the appearance of a new potential member. Out of curiosity she came to the inn at the same time as the representatives who left Lex a gift behind. Other than the teleportation, she saw nothing too impressive. Yes, there was a lot of potential here, for example the toddler galactic sovereign turtle, but nothing that struck her as worthy of a new member of the Henley Assembly. Even the dragon was clearly not a member of the inn. The tasks she saw put up on the board in the guild room interested her, if only slightly. It was actually the price that attracted her most. She wanted to use those requests as an excuse to meet the innkeeper, but the moment she stepped into the office, she regretted her earlier arrogance. How could she even begin to suspect a potential member? When had her station been high enough for that kind of judgment? The pressure that each and every brick of this building exuded shook her to her very core, yet the ease with which it transitioned from the hall to the office, which was calm and comfortable, scared her even more. She was wise enough to recognize a silent warning when she encountered one. So the moment she laid eyes on the innkeeper she expected to have her spirit shook and her soul pressured. Instead she saw a rather handsome human. His sleek and suave appearance, which would have usually disgusted her, appeared rather pleasing to her eyes. He had a soft smile on his fair face, and his eyes were filled with politeness rather than the usual disdain she witnessed in Dollards. Suddenly she was startled at her thoughts, and suddenly realized her mistake. Without an ounce of hesitation Dillion dropped to her knees and lowered her gaze, pleading, "Please excuse my transgression, noble one, my eyes were unworthy to gaze upon you." Her heart was trembling with fear. As someone who worked at the Henley court, it was unimaginable that she would make a mistake as basic of looking towards a lord without permission. Yet she had made it. Now, she could only hope for forgiveness and leniency. "Relax," said Lex, his voice filled with brilliant gentleness. "Here at the Midnight Inn, we treat our guests with great care." Chapter 386, Evil Intentions. Dillion relaxed upon hearing the innkeeper's answer. It was not unheard of for Dollards to be nonchalant about etiquette, but whether or not they were was their prerogative. Regardless of her status or strength, unless she touched upon the Tao, she had to prostrate herself before them. Now that he had told her to relax, however, she must not emphasize on continuing her display. Another very important rule about dealing with Dollards was not giving them a reason to repeat themselves. She silently chided herself for ever doubting the veracity of the rumors regarding the innkeeper. If she had not been arrogant enough to request an audience with the innkeeper to further investigate the inn, she would not have ended up in this situation. Upon noticing Dillion instantly obeying his instructions, yet detecting the strong sense of fear and regret radiating from her body, Lex connected many dots and immediately came to a conclusion of his own about what was happening. He chuckled and said, "Sometimes our own extensive experience can be our own detriment. At the inn, so long as you do not break any of the inn's rules, you are completely safe. Now tell me, how can I help you?" Dillion's body trembled, but she managed to keep herself from having any stray thoughts and bowed deeply towards Lex. Only after a minute, when she got up from her deep bow, did she say in a reverent voice, "I am Dillion Jormander, great lord, a custodian in the Henley court. I came to seek some clarification on the tasks posted in the guild hall." "In that case, why did you seek me out, and not the person who put down these tasks?" "Great lord, I feared that checking the details of these tasks was beneath you, and the person who put up these tasks may have been using your platform with insidious intent. That way, should news of the tasks come to light, the one to suffer the fallout would be the inn instead of the original author of these tasks." Strictly speaking, Dillion's words were true, which was the best answer she could give in this circumstance. Naturally, the whole truth was that she doubted the innkeeper's actual strength and status, but the coercion she suffered back in the hall before his office set the record straight. It was not something that could be easily fabricated. Oh, Lex said, suddenly pulling up the tasks and looking at them again. To be honest, even with this new information he could not make heads or tails of it, yet he could not allow her to realize as much. The second request was a little strange, to tickle the soul of an aged marble moon fruit. Was that the one that was insidious? Lex, an extremely ticklish man, always felt that the act was the devil's work. Or was it the third request, to steal the death of an Ochrot? It literally had the words death and steal in it. Nope, Lex could not make heads or tails of it, so he had to look at the matter from another angle. The tasks were put up by Ragnar, so did Lex judge the man to be one with machinations behind his actions? He had a strong feeling that Ragnar was not such a man, so he would not use the inn to perform any evil tasks. He was a man with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, so he wouldn't be out here wasting time over nothing. There had to be more to these tasks, but whatever the secret was, Lex was convinced it was not something evil. Also, he really wanted that 1 trillion megapixel. The tasks have been put up by a repeated guest of the inn, one I have met personally many times, Lex said, his voice as reassuring as the warmth of the winter sun. I trust that there is sufficient reason for him to put up such requests. Dillion did not know much about the innkeeper, mostly because there was not much information about him available. However, his reputation at the inn seemed to be very good, and based on what she heard he did not seem to have many evil practices. In fact, he seemed to care very little about anything unrelated to the inn itself. So, perhaps, in his eyes, the task that seemed very dangerous, with potentially catastrophic repercussions if not handled carefully, was of no importance whatsoever. She was hesitating about whether or not she should elaborate, or if it would seem rude for her to continue on with a topic the innkeeper already deemed safe. Lex, who was now more in sync with the system and its space than ever before, was naturally able to pick out the expressions on her face. While he was not familiar with her race, his instincts, in this heightened state, were naturally able to detect what was on her mind. Do not be afraid to say what's on your mind. After all, the more you speak, the more I will learn. Naturally, Lex did not say the second part, and only thought about it. The last task, of speaking under the shade of a divine mango tree, especially taking the name of the deathly precinct. If it is not performed with the utmost care, it could end up interfering with the preparations for the Henley Champions tourney. Such a transgression. It is not one that can be easily borne. Dillion dared not look directly at the innkeeper, despite his assurance that it was all right, but she was observing for any reaction that the innkeeper had at this information. After all, even Dillards had to obey the Henley. But there was none. The innkeeper was as casual as before, as if he did not care at all. Maybe the whole purpose of the task then, he eventually said, his voice as if explaining something simple to a mere child, is to find someone capable of fulfilling the requirement without causing problems. I'm sure he does not mean to attract endless trouble towards himself, but is rather searching for someone brave enough to attempt it, and skilled enough to pull it off. I suggest you do not take the task if you do not consider yourself of sufficient skill. Dillion was startled, and somehow she felt challenged. Though from the innkeeper's voice she heard nothing but genuine concern, calling her courage and skill into question, for her own safety, affected her more than any insult ever could have. She was not crazy enough to try and offend Henley, but suddenly she was curious about what kind of requirements they have for a person, if just their test alone is already so tough. No, I cannot risk anyone else attempting the task and messing up. I will take this upon myself, she said, both reassuring herself and informing the innkeeper. He smiled at her, his eyes filled with more gentleness than even her own father had shown her, and said, "Then I wish you luck." He truly did, for there was 1 trillion megapixel on the line here. Once Dillion left, the innkeeper retreated, leaving Luther free to do as he wished. The innkeeper had suggested he cultivate, and had even provided him with an excellent cultivation technique. But Luther's heart could not settle down. He spent several hours familiarizing himself with the inn, then used his position as the innkeeper's receptionist to get a meeting with one of the most famous of the inn's workers, Gerard, the head of security. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Gerard said, as amiable as ever. His appearance had changed drastically due to regalia bloom, making it so that he no longer looked like an aged man, but rather a handsome, mature man. Compared to him, the delicate Luther seemed very lacking, yet Gerard saw a fire in his eyes that led him know not to take this man lightly. "Senior Gerard," Luther began, his voice polite yet professional. I have been doing some research since my appointment, and, if you do not mind, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Oh, taking initiative, I like that. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Well, senior, it has come to my attention that up until very recently, a lot of the security was handled by guards that had been outsourced for the Lady Cosmos competition. But since the competition ended, the guards also returned. During that entire time, and still, many guests took the inn's rules as nothing and kept breaking them, causing the security to have their hands full. Now that the extra guards are gone, your teams should be even busier now than ever, correct? That is true. I believe, senior, that the reason people keep trying to break the rules is because of how lenient the innkeeper is. Naturally, someone of his caliber would view all the guests as nothing but children, and so would treat them gently. An evil light shone in Luther's eyes. But as the representatives of the inn, and the innkeeper, we need to maintain the respect that they deserve. I believe, if we took a stronger stance against rule breakers, the rest would be too afraid to transgress. What do you have in mind? Chapter 387. Gossip Queen, what do you have in mind? Gerard asked, his expression turning a little more serious. In matters regarding security he took nothing lightly, and this matter which involved them taking an initiative to propose a change in the way things operate was especially one that required his full attention. If I'm being completely candid, then if it were completely up to me, all rule breakers would receive the capital punishment. Luther said, his eyes narrowed. But no matter what, we must not let the inn's reputation be tarnished. As such, different levels of transgressions must have different levels of punishment. In that case, if we do things my way, the lightest transgression for a first-timer will result in a 1-year ban from entering the inn, while a repeat offender will get permanently banned. We can also suspend any tasks they're performing or requesting in the guild room. Furthermore, depending on how serious the issue is, the punishment can be even more serious. According to what I know, some marauders attacked the inn some time ago, and are still being held at the inn as prisoners. Yes, that is the case, replied Gerard. He took care of the prisoners' security and nutritional requirements, which is why he was one of the few people still aware of the prisoners. The rest seemed to have forgotten about them. They were pillagers who attacked the inn. A lot of them were captured instead of just killed. The innkeeper did not feel like executing them, so they have been kept hidden at the inn so far. Excellent. So following that train of thought, we'll also need to develop a dungeon, or a prison. Guests who break very serious rules can be put in prison or punished otherwise. Of course, for matters related to this we will have to get the innkeeper's permission, but we should prepare a full-fledged proposal before we present it to him. Moreover, I've noticed that we have many strong cultivators, but most of them are at a low level. We should prepare a thorough recruitment plan and present it before the innkeeper. Some of the guests are genuinely talented and we should utilize them to the best of our abilities. At the same time, I've noticed that we have many workers, and all of them are treated very well, but very few have additional benefits which has caused everyone to become complacent. I think we should design a promotion system to motivate employees to work harder. The evil gleam in Luther's eyes began to shine even brighter. He had a very calculative and mathematical mind, and the inn, as impeccable as it was full of inefficiencies. Of course, that was not the innkeeper's fault, but a result of the workers, who he found lacking. The innkeeper had trusted him, and Luther would not disappoint him. That, he would make sure of. Lex had dismissed Luther because he wasn't expecting to see any more guests and wanted to explore the inn he had been away from for so long, but it was not meant to be. A number of inn employees applied to meet with the innkeeper, for they had many things to report. Although Mary had kept him abreast of all matters that required his attention, that was only on the large scale of things. The minor details relating to the inn were many things he had overlooked as a result of his absence. Well, he could not blame anyone, nor was his work getting any less by avoiding it. He began meeting everyone one at a time. The first worker he met was the sovereign galactic turtle, who had requested his presence at the greenhouse. In fact, it should no longer be called the greenhouse but a farm due to its massive size and formidable output. Fields of vegetables were planted over the sloping hills of the Midnight Inn, with several orchards nearby as well. The formation that was supposed to protect the greenhouse had undergone many upgrades, both in size and function. Since it was only designed to confuse any who entered, and prevent them from delving inside too deeply, the upgrades were not costly. Or at least, not too costly at only 700 million megapixels. It had resulted in the greenhouse staying safe so far, though now Lex was considering adding fruit picking as an activity for guests to indulge in. A random thought occurred to him, which was that he would probably get some cool upgrades if he got his hands on some kind of farming system. After all, any aid his own system gave him in terms of maintaining the greenhouse was very limited. "How have you been?" Lex asked as he appeared in front of the massive turtle that had buried its shell in the soil. Lex had no idea what it was doing, nor did he want to ask. "There has been a small, teeny-tiny accident," the turtle said, slowly. "Yes, just a small teeny-tiny accident. Oh dear, why does no one ever listen to me?" "What was the accident?" Lex asked, suddenly becoming serious. It was the first time he heard the turtle lose control of a situation. "Well, a guest paid me a handsome commission to plant a sapling and help it grow up quickly at the inn. Since the conditions for the sapling to grow were too difficult to find normally, I accepted. At first, all was well. Then the sapling grew a consciousness. Then it fused with the delinquent viper vine hidden underneath the inn's soil, and took control of the vines." Lex was extremely alarmed at the news, as the delinquent vines spread as far as the inn extended, and were a very important part of the inn's security system. They were what restrained any troublemakers before guards or security could reach them. If someone hijacked the inn's security, that would be problematic. "Show me," said Lex gravely. The turtle, after considering for a moment, rolled over. The soil that covered it was ripped from the ground, falling everywhere but leaving a hole in the center where the turtle had been. There, in the ground, was a small, but very familiar plant. "Igashima," Lex said, suddenly startled. He remembered the sentient plant well, for it had given him quite the shock back when he saw it the first time during the Midnight Games. But it could not be Igashima, for he remembered receiving a notification saying that it had died, and its MP balance had been sent to its inheritor. Yet the plant looked too similar for it to be a coincidence. "The name is McDonald," said the small sapling, young McDonald. "Hello young," said Lex with a hint of amusement when he realized that this plant was actually an employee as well. But unlike the turtle, which had hired itself as an employee, this time the system claimed McDonald as having been born only due to the unique environment it provided, and so accepted it as a part of the system in the form of an employee. "I have been told that you've taken over the vines underneath the inn. What are your intentions, little sapling?" The few green leaves on the sapling changed color, as if blushing out of embarrassment. "I didn't mean to do it, promise. It just kind of happened." "Well, I hope you can continue to use them to protect the inn, since you've taken control away from everyone else." "I don't know how," said the sapling, its voice reduced to a squeak. "The turtle will teach you," said Lex, before turning to give the turtle a silent look. This was the first time he had lost control of the situation, and Lex kind of found it amusing. He also did not forget the little scamper had been accepting MP payments privately. It seemed the turtle was entering its mischievous age. "Let me know if there's anything else," said Lex one last time, before teleporting away to his next worker. He really had a lot of ground to cover, and a lot of work to do. But, in a way, this was probably the best way to settle back into the flow of things. He met with a few workers who were planning Harry's wedding and wanted Lex's permission with a few things. He met with workers who had, predictably, gained a bit of weight from eating too much of the inn's extremely organic, extremely nutrient-rich foods, and he met with a few who were just making up fake excuses to be able to meet the prestigious innkeeper. He met with Gerard's old racing crew, who had grown vastly in numbers now. Their fleet of golf carts could be seen all over the inn, some even racing against the midnight train. He met with Little Blue, the flying whale, who had grown a lot more cheerful these past few months, and he met some of the animals who had been living at the inn for so long that they began cultivating. Everything was going well. Then he met with Velma. She approached him pulling behind her several bags, all full of notebooks. She had reports to give, and they were extremely detailed. After all, she was the gossip queen of the inn. Chapter 388. First binder. "It's been a while," said Lex as looked at Velma, doing his best to avoid looking at the several bags behind her. No matter what, Velma and Gerard held a special place in Lex's heart as the first workers he'd ever hired at the inn. They had been with him through everything, and their help along the way was invaluable. All things considered, it was not strange to say that Lex genuinely missed them dearly. "It has been too long," she said, maintaining the professionalism in her voice, though Lex could clearly hear how emotional she felt. "No need to be so formal between us. We can be considered old friends now. Velma lightly trembled upon hearing the innkeeper's words, and relaxed. Her smile widened as she gestured to the innkeeper to have a seat. She had prepared some snacks and refreshments, for their meeting would not be a short one. I hope you had fun, Velma said, but then greed gleamed in her eyes as she got to matters she really cared about. Moreover, if you encountered any touching love stories, I hope you'll share them with me. Lex smiled weakly as he quickly went through his memories to judge if he could recall any love stories. The hedonistic king's harem of wives did not really paint him as a romantic, and everyone else was too focused on killing Craven to have any decent love stories. At most, Dino and his wife could barely count. I visited a realm under siege by an alien race. I did not get the chance to see any decent romances. How unfortunate, she said in a saddened tone, though Lex wondered if her sympathy was towards the realm being invaded or the lack of romance. Her morose mood lasted only a moment, though, as she quickly brightened up when she unzipped one of the bags and pulled out her first binder. The inn, on the other hand, was rampant with love stories of all kinds. While I was learning about them, I managed to also learn a bunch of interesting things about various worlds. Take Earth for example. When she opened her binder, Lex was expecting to encounter a scrapbook dedicated to the romances of his home planet, but what he saw instead was an extremely well-documented and completely unraveled list of secrets. Though the planet has come under the rule of Fernanda, beneath her there is a web of political intrigue, all secretly being manipulated by the many political prisoners kept on the planet. From the binder she took out a few pages which had pictures of a few key political leaders on Earth, as well as pictures of the so-called political prisoners on the planet who were manipulating them from behind the scenes. The more Lex heard, the more serious he became. It reached to the point where over 90% of all wars in the last 200 years were caused by the same three prisoners, who all happened to be friends. In fact, Velma even managed to uncover the fact that one of the nascent cultivators from Earth, the one fondly called as Fatty, was just a normal person who reached his current realm due to a random treasure he found. The truth regarding that matter, however, was that one of the prisoners lost a bet, and had to give a treasure from their personal collection to a mortal on Earth as punishment. As if that was not it, one group of prisoners had been influencing the nascent cultivators, and another had been manipulating the so-called rebellion, treating it all as some kind of entertainment. The more Lex heard, the more horrified and amazed he was. He was horrified because of the reach and influence of the prisoners was ridiculous, and amazed at the detail with which Velma had managed to gather information. He did not even have time to process the complexity and intricacy of the conspiracies she was uncovering in front of him, so much so that the next few hours flew by like the wind. But, unfortunately, the few hours did not mean they went through all the binders, no. It took them so long only to cover one binder, which had been labeled Earth. None of the other binders had anything to do with Lex's home planet, which, frankly, once again left Lex astounded at Velma's capabilities. When he asked her how she learned all this, she said this was just her collection of useless information she got while asking various guests about their love lives. Lex's jaw dropped, only mentally of course. In actuality, his expression only changed slightly and showed genuine appreciation for her effort. In the end, though, Lex concluded that he could not listen to her entire briefing today, and instead told her that he would listen to her elaborate on one of her binders each day. Velma found that most satisfactory, as she had assumed that the innkeeper would only take her binders away and read them at his own leisure. By allowing her to tell him about them each day, he not only ensured that they would meet often, he allowed Velma to fully show off her hard work. But he was not done with the binder from Earth, no. He told Velma to create another binder, keeping only information pertaining to all the people secretly causing wars and strife throughout Earth. He would first give the new ruler of Earth, Fernanda, a chance to set things straight. If she could not, he would make all that information public. Once he was done with Velma, countless other workers had requested meetings, including Gerard, so Lex was still not free. Between meetings, though, he still found some time to set down the Inheritance Lounge and open it, as well as used his new remote presence ability. The remote presence ability let him create a holographic projection of himself anywhere on system grounds. In this case, that included the tavern. This was very important for Lex, for while he was doing the rounds at the inn, some people had arrived at the tavern to deal with him. Namely, Joseph Noel had shown up, followed closely by Mario and Elio Ricci. They had been very discreet in their arrival, ensuring that no one knew they arrived together. Moreover, they had gone directly to a private room, not taking the risk of being spotted together. After all, Mario Ricci was the goatfather of Babylon while Joseph was the actual owner of the town. In theory, they should be at odd ends instead of so close. Lex, however, had long surmised that they must have a close relationship. Now that Joseph knew that Lex was in close cooperation with the royal family of Hum Nation, he had dropped his guard, somewhat, and had arrived with the intention of discussing business. Lex did not feel like leaving the inn any time soon, so the remote projection ability came in handy very quickly. Moreover, with the increase in his cultivation, his mental faculties had improved so much that Lex had no issues controlling the projection while he did work of his own. When Lex's projection entered the private room, Joseph and the rest stood up to greet him respectfully. It appeared as if everyone had been briefed on exactly the kind of behavior they had to display in front of Lex. Lex himself was quite curious because he had not seen Elio during the town blackout. He wondered if Elio had survived in one of the shelters, or if he had been somewhere else entirely. Lex, I know that you have already met, but let me introduce you again. This is Mario, my on-ground manager for many of my ventures. Mario, said Lex with a nod in acknowledgement. Lex, said Mario likewise with a nod. In the future, he will be conducting trade on my behalf. Moreover, although it was a little tough, I've managed to arrange 100 energy crystals for you, though they'll be delivered in batches of 10 over the next few weeks. That's excellent. I have the stuff you asked for as well, I'll have someone bring them in. Though, I managed to get a lot of material. The price naturally went over 100 crystals, so you can just choose which ones you want and which ones you don't. Joseph was both surprised and very pleased to hear the news, and became even happier when Rick carried in a chest full of extremely rare treasures. In his heart he wondered why Lex had trouble locating energy crystals when he could find other treasures so easily, but he did not complain. There was no market for the materials he wanted, simply because they were never available. In comparison, while the energy crystals were extremely expensive, at least they could still be found. Their meeting eventually concluded with both parties very happy. Lex, especially, was very happy since he planned on relying on Joseph to learn about the secrets of the Craven. That's because he asked Mary if another incident like the previous one where he got trapped in another realm could happen again. She only replied that until they uncovered the anomaly that resulted in Lex being sent there in the first place, they could take no precautions against it. Chapter 389. Sudden Quest. Lex did not dismiss his projection after he was done with Joseph and Mario. Instead, he went to Aegis, who had been sitting at the tavern, once again conversing with Roland. Lex was slightly curious about what the duo talked about, but not enough to eavesdrop. He only signaled Aegis to meet him in the private room so they could talk. The Crown Prince responded immediately, leaving Roland with only a plate of fries to keep him company for the moment. When he entered the room, Lex did not waste any time and presented him with 2 keys, 1 platinum and 1 gold. Originally, Lex considered not giving Aegis with a key of his own unless he got Zagan to use the platinum one, but he decided not to be so restrictive. Not only would this give Aegis a better impression, but it would also account for the fact that the Crystal Realm was now linked to the system, and golden doors could spontaneously appear anywhere. Using them, Aegis could accidentally arrive at the inn at any time, so he would rather provide him with a golden key first. If he wanted the platinum key, however, he would need to complete the task. Of course, the chances that Aegis would encounter a golden door were too small, but Lex no longer trusted luck. There was also a considerable drawback to providing him with the golden key, which is that considering his wealthy status, there wasn't much he could go from working at the inn that he couldn't just buy himself. This made him consider the fact that he needed to improve his worker benefits. This was yet another thing he would add to his ever-growing list of things to do. This is a golden key, and can take you to the Midnight Inn. You can begin your search for greater opportunities from there as a guest whenever you want. But, if you want to join the Midnight Inn, you have to prove yourself by having Zagan use the platinum key. Carefully, Aegis took the keys from Lex's hand, his expression extremely ominous. He did not think he'd get access to the inn so easily. But, at the same time, he did not even consider reneging on their deal and avoiding Zagan. Whether he joined the inn or not, it would be best not to start their relationship with a bad experience. Feel free to use the golden key once before you try to find Zagan. It'll be good to know what you're fighting for. Aegis caught his breath, as he was severely tempted to do just that even before Lex said so. Now that he had permission, Before he could decide on what to do, Lex dismissed his projection, disappearing from in front of Aegis, scaring the hell out of him. It was not easy to get the drop on an immortal, but Lex kept doing it. As for Lex himself, he was in a meeting with the planning division. They had proposed many changes and alterations to the existing setup of the inn, including Main Street, which was originally where all the main attractions of the inn used to be. Now, with the addition of the party village, a majority of the crowd was attracted there, while the Main Street and the rest of the inn became welcome places for the guests who were just visiting. In fact, since the development of the party village, something remarkable happened that Lex had looked over for a very long time. When Earth won the cultural portion of the Midnight Games, they won the award to have their top performers summoned to the inn to perform for free. In fact, they would actually get paid for their performances. But as the inn lacked proper venues to host such events, that aspect of their award was never triggered. Now, finally, various performers from all over Earth found themselves performing live in front of the universe. If nothing else, it had kick-started Earth's economy, as well as cultivation. There were over 100 nascent realm cultivators on the planet now, but almost all of them lived virtually permanently at the inn due to the better environment. Setting all that aside, Lex had been overlooking plans for renovations to Main Street when he saw a proposal for the addition to a very Gothic-looking cathedral. He had long since understood that the workers in the planning division all had unique personalities, and their personalities were often reflected in their work. He had no issue with the Gothic nature of the cathedral at all, but simply wanted to avoid building religious buildings, for he did not want to involve himself in matters of religion. Earth alone was chock full of religions and religious zealots, let alone the rest of the universe. So this was one controversial entity with which he wanted a clear distance. Yet the moment he selected the cathedral to remove it from the proposals, he triggered a hidden quest. Hidden quest. Different guests require different environments to survive. Establish 5 unique environmental biomes to cater to different kinds of guests from all over the universe, including divine guests. Quest progress. 3/5 complete. Stable terrestrial biome, low chaos aquatic biome, stable fossorial biome underground. He had to pause, not only because of the unique way in which the biomes had been decided, but because of the fact that he could almost immediately complete this quest. This was because as soon as he built the cathedral, supposedly, he would gain another biome. It would be a biome that would allow divine beings to exist. Basically, of his existing biomes, on land, in the water, and underground, all counted as unique biomes, but for whatever reason the open air did not count. Or maybe it was a part of the on-land biome. So then, what else would he have to do to get another biome? After all, on top of Midnight Mountain he had a snowy terrain, yet the change in weather was not counter as another biome. He theorized that the environment was not drastically different enough to count. He would need to run a few experiments to find out. Also, did he have guests who'd been living underground all this time? He had to look into that, for he would have to figure out how to serve them. Chapter 390. Fire Temple. With a bunch of new tasks suddenly on his plate, Lex quickly concluded the meeting with the planning division by approving their changes to Main Street and told them that they would have to reschedule the rest of their meeting. At the same time, Main Street started to change. The road in the middle became wider and the buildings, which had been closely packed together to resemble the urban style of New York, started to gain some distance between themselves. Some of the buildings became taller and wider as well, but in the case of the barbershop, battle axe and gaming den, they only grew slightly bigger without gaining any floors. Street lights sprouted from the ground, growing like plants and filling in the empty gaps on the road. Benches, small and large, appeared on the edges of the sidewalk, right in view of the greenbelt, which were full of flowers. Statues appeared at intersections, all of the various workers from the inn who had gained some repute. Underneath the statues were small planks with the names of each worker. As much as the planning division wanted to rearrange Main Street as well, Lex chose not to mess with the original layout. Maybe some of the larger attractions, such as the Avalon building, would be more appropriate on Main Street, but he preferred the smaller shops run by his workers. They were unique and irreplicable, which gave them character, and built the charm of the street. He did, however, allow the addition of the Gothic cathedral onto Main Street, though he kept it near the end. It was a massive building, seemingly carved out of a massive gray rock or mineral. Gargoyles and demons of other kinds stood as statues where even the smallest of space was available, in contrast to the angels and spirits depicted on the stained glass. Internally, the cathedral was one big hall, and instead of rows of queues filling the hall, it was almost bare. The white marble floor was filled with the wildest pattern in gray and black, depicting only utter chaos. Right in the middle of the hall was a marble bowl of pure black color, placed upon a stone pedestal. Around it were 4 large curved sofas, almost forming a circle, though they were spaced out to leave room for entrance from all sides. That was it. There was no center stage for sermons or worship, no idols or pictures of deities. Yet it was filled with a strangely unique aura that was both ominous and resplendent. Lex knew that this was the so-called divine aura, which created an environment uniquely suited to host divine guests. Maybe he would look into it, and in fact, he had a great idea where to get all his information and new cultivation techniques from. When he finally got free, he would go back to X-142 and visit the Infinity Emporium once again. His experience there had been good, and he recalled that the person told him that if Lex didn't mind waiting, he could place orders for items that weren't immediately available. Currently, though, it was time to develop the next biome. Lex walked to the lazy river as he thought about what kind of new environment he wanted to build. He dipped his hands in the water and ticked off one of the many things he'd had on his list for a long time. He added Magikarpet to the inn finally. He'd added many animals from Earth to the inn, but next to none from the other planets. When he saw the big, red beautiful fish he knew he had to have them at the inn. But the system could not create something out of nothing. He needed to provide the system with some DNA for the animals he wanted to summon, moreover they could have no cultivation whatsoever. Moreover, if their bodies were too complicated or had some unique treasures in them they could not be replicated either. Lex smiled as he felt one of the Magikarpet rub against his foot. He was thinking that he had to create a drastically different environment for it to count as a biome. Currently, he was considering 2 such options. One was a massive lava pool inside a volcano, and the other was an extremely cold cave that reached 100 Celsius. There would, of course, be formations in place to ensure the temperature does not interact with an escape to the rest of the inn. Normally, in circumstances like this, he would have flipped a coin. But since had completely lost all faith in luck, he was forced to make a decision on his own. So, as a compromise, he did something completely different. Lex disappeared and reappeared near the edge of the boundary for the inn, and with a flick of his hand, split the ground open. A ravine hundreds of feet deep, and a mile 1.6 kilometers long was formed soundlessly. Spending a nominal 100,000 megapixels he put down a formation to ensure the temperatures inside and outside the formation wouldn't interfere with one another, before creating several lava falls from the ground, deep into the ravine, slowly filling it up. He could have filled it up with lava automatically, but he wanted to watch as it happened slowly. He intended to fill the ravine only 3/4 before creating an endless loop. Lava would continuously fall down while the same amount of lava disappeared from the pool down below, causing its level to be constant. Soon the temperature inside the formation began to rise rapidly and, a short while later, he heard the familiar ting of a completed quest. Quest complete. Existing biomes. Stable terrestrial biome, low chaos, aquatic biome, stable fossorial biome, underground, divine biome, lava pit. The host's reward is being calculated. Reward upgraded for completing quest in less than 1 hour. Reward upgraded for having one extremely unique biome. Reward rank, B+. Reward 1, Fire Temple. Reward 2, New Worker Class unlocked. Chapter 391, Cliffhangers ahead. Lex smiled because he had finally been encountering some easy quests. Before, from quests ranging to recruiting an immortal behemoth to visiting a 5-star planet, and developing a permanent guest district, Lex kept getting quests way beyond his capabilities. Lately though, finally, he had some good ones. He shook his head, denying himself the hope that his luck was getting better, and looked at his rewards. Fire Temple, a building to host divinities with a fiery temperament, though others can visit it as well. It contains all the basic necessary facilities required by a divine being. Must be built in an extremely hot environment. New Worker Class unlocked. Draconian Apostle. Draconian Apostle, an insecta found in only the most hazardous environments. These extremely versatile can freely adapt the structure of their bodies to suit their survival needs. A powerful but simple-minded race, their lives are hollow until they find a master to serve, or an ideology to propagate. This was a surprise. Lex always knew he would eventually hire workers that were non-humans, but he always thought he would need to take the initiative in finding them. To be honest, he was so comfortable with humans that he hadn't really felt the need to hire races. In fact, He somewhat believed that his perception as the Innkeeper had strongly been tied to humans or at least humanoid creatures, for even the Henley sent all humanoid representatives to greet him. But before he even got around to it, the system had provided him with a new race, or as it called it, class of workers. He spent 5,000 megapixels to purchase a draconian apostle to see what they looked like, and get a better understanding of them. All he understood, so far, was that they were some kind of insect. Though what he was mentally prepared for, and what appeared in front of him were completely different. A 3-feet-long honeybee appeared in front of him, wearing the signature suit all Midnight in employees wore. Its yellow fur made the suit fitting look fluffy and snug, while its 2 massive eyes on the sides of its head made it look like it was in a perpetual state of puppy dog eyes. It made a gentle buzzing sound as it hovered in the air in front of it, but it was actually quite pleasing. "Greetings, Innkeeper," whispered a cute, baby voice in his head. "Greetings," replied Lex verbally, testing if the apostle could hear. "Introduce yourself and what you're capable of doing." "My name is Frederick. I can do most basic physical and spiritual tasks, and have a racial advantage in building stable structures in extremely volatile areas. For my survival, I cannot long stay in such a temperate environment, and am best suited for places with extreme heat, cold, radioactive decay, strong electrical clouds, etc. I can change my shape as needed to suit my environment and task. The cultivation of my species is dependent heavily on the environment in which we live. The more chaotic environment we are able to adapt to, the stronger we will become. Naturally, the environment must also have spiritual energy for us to grow from, but it need not be stable at all. In fact, it is best if it is even a little violent. So a race of masochist bees, Lex mused. Take a look at this ravine, do you think you could survive there? Lex asked as he pointed towards the ever-growing pool of lava. Frederick took the request very seriously, and even flew down into the ravine to properly inspect everything. Due to the draconian apostles being an entirely different race, Lex could not determine its facial expressions, or even detect that, to be honest, but his instincts let him know that it was filled with excitement as it flew back. "This area is perfect for me, and will greatly boost my cultivation," he said, barely able to suppress its joy. "All right, in that case, whenever we have a guest come to this area, you will be in charge of taking care of their needs," decided Lex as he summoned a few more of them to give Frederick some company. With that done, Lex decided to place the fire temple within the ravine as well. As it turned out, the ravine was just large enough to accommodate the structure of an ancient mosque, with tall spires on 4 of its sides and a pointed domed structure in the middle as the temple itself. Not interested in exposing himself to the heat of the lava, though he'd be protected from it anyway, Lex simply scanned the temple to see what it was like on the inside. Considering it had what all divinities needed, he was expecting to see a few rooms and amenities, but all he saw were several altars in closed-off sections of the temple. Other than that, it was very plain and mostly filled with decorations. Lacking an adequate understanding of divinities, Lex simply shrugged and moved on. He was feeling a little tired from meeting all his workers for the past several hours, so instead Lex decided to catch up on a few other tasks that were waiting for him, the primary of which was the gifts left behind for him by the Henley representatives. There was an epistle with the words Henley embossed right onto it, a small sealed booklet which contained the conventions alongside a small, wooden chest that contained some kind of a gift for him. Such official business was best conducted in his new office, so he retreated back to it and comfortably sat down on his chair. He had asked Mary to try and open them, but she had been unable to open it. There was a very decent chance that Lex himself wouldn't be able to open it either, but he would only find out by trying it out for himself. After a moment's consideration, he reached towards the epistle first, since it was addressed to him directly. Supposedly it was an invitation to the Henley Assembly, whatever that was. He did not wait for dramatic effect and tried to open the epistle as soon as he got his hands on it, but, predictably, nothing happened. The epistle did not open. Lex sat back in his chair and frowned as he considered why he was unable to open it. Perhaps since they assumed him to be a dullard, he needed the strength of a dullard to open it in the first place. Such reasoning would make sense, and if that were the case, these items would remain untouched for a long time, if they were ever touched again at all. While he was thinking, his sight wandered over the other items on the table, and he noticed the letter opener. Could it be? Lex scanned the items on the table, for he hadn't had a chance to earlier. He started with the leather-bound journal, but discovered it was not a journal at all. Midnight in letterhead and in one as prestigious as this, cannot be without proper stationery. The midnight letterhead can be used by the innkeeper to write official letters or messages bound for outside the inn. They will be tinged with the aura of the innkeeper. Innkeeper's pen. Each of the innkeeper's words is worth 100 worlds. Writing anything with this pen will imbue the words with the aura of the innkeeper. Ink. Well, the medium to carry power must be powerful as well. No word written with this ink may ever be misconstrued, misunderstood or manipulated to mean anything other than what the author's intentions entail. Innkeeper's letter opener. A prestigious man must have prestigious friends. An exchange between people of status needs proper etiquette. The letter opened uses the aura of the innkeeper to open letters and packages addressed to the innkeeper to confirm the identity of the recipient. Innkeeper's business cards. Everyone cannot be everywhere all the time. These business cards carry the aura of the innkeeper with them, and when spiritual energy is passed through them, a temporary clone linked to the innkeeper's consciousness can appear. The innkeeper can send it to those with whom he wishes to converse. Lex was genuinely impressed by these items that had remained completely unmentioned so far. They were genuinely so useful for his identity as the innkeeper, but the system had not deigned to mention them at all. Or maybe they were just a part of his new office, which is why the system did not give him individual notifications. The business cards especially were blowing his mind and opened up so many potential options for him to continue to use his innkeeper persona. He had been invited by the Henley to attend some kind of assembly, but Lex honestly had no intention of going. It would only expose him, and maybe even put his system at risk of being detected. But with such clones, he could now consider the option. Chapter 392. Entering the big leagues. He would find an opportunity to test the innkeeper's business card on someone inconspicuous and test out its abilities and limitations. For now, however, he had another item he wanted to try. He picked up the letter opener and, without waiting for the dramatic build-up, used it to open the epistle. The wax seal easily came off, and the envelope unfurled on its own, revealing a single page that automatically began to hover in the air. Due to the universal language converter that Lex had received, he was able to pretty much read and write every language he ever encountered quite easily. In fact, it had been the reason he was able to communicate with the Craven. But when he saw the language written on the epistle, the beautiful purple calligraphy on the page, he knew two things immediately. First, regardless of whether he had the language converter or not, he would be able to understand everything this said. Second, he would have to learn some calligraphy of his own if he ever wanted to write a letter as the innkeeper. Putting away his random thoughts, Lex began to read. Honorable Innkeeper, your presence and activity in the Origin Realm has been noted and acknowledged. The Henley would like to thank you for choosing the Origin Realm to establish your business in, and would like to invite you to the Centurial Henley Assembly to meet and interact with other influential and like-minded individuals. In case you are unfamiliar with the Henley Assembly, it is a gathering that invites all those in the Origin Realm who have touched upon the Tao, under the protection of the Henley, to come together and discuss current events. No affiliation is required to join the assembly, and attendees may keep their identity anonymous. The Henley Assembly is also the only portal through which a Da'alert can request to join the Henley Court, and other essential, affiliate-restricted events. This epistle also acts as a key to enter the assembly, and can only be activated in the first hour of the assembly. Henley looks forward to your attendance. Time to assembly: 104 hours, 33 minutes, 59 seconds. Lex read and reread the epistle time and time again, analyzing it for as much information as he could get. His heart beat extremely fast as he considered the possibility of going, and all the risks associated. If he had to go in person, he would never ever risk meeting a Da'alert for one simple reason. It did not take a genius to guess that the Da'alert realm was even higher than the realm Bastet was in, since her cultivation was only titled as Demi-Da'alert. Moreover, since he now knew that high-leveled cultivators could potentially detect his system, he was more than inclined to avoid them as much as possible. But the business card presented him with a potential solution. Since the Innkeeper's aura was being generated through the system, he would not doubt that it could emulate whatever strength people had associated with the Innkeeper, and since the event would be under the protection of the Henley, who or whatever they were, he would not have to take the risk of having his consciousness clone attacked or even analyzed in great detail. He was extremely tempted, and his usual greed that was normally hidden once again showed its ugly head. This would be a great opportunity, and he could gain a lot, but at the same time, he was also risking a lot. Moreover, the assembly that happened only once a century was taking place a little over 4 days from now. The timing was extremely unfortunate, for if it had been even a few years away, Lex was confident he would be much better prepared to attend the event. Still, time waits for no man, and he had a decision to make, and only a few days to make it. Lex turned his head towards the other two things left behind by the Henley representatives. The wooden chest was apparently a gift, but the other was a copy of the Henley conventions. Whether he would go or not, reading the conventions would greatly benefit him, as they would supplement his understanding of the universe, or at least the origin realm. He picked up the purple tetragonal pyramid-shaped crystal and tried to channel his spirit energy inside of it, but as expected, nothing happened. He then channeled his spirit energy into the crystal through his letter opener, and lo and behold, the crystal cracked, and a stream of energy flowed into Lex's mind. Instead of merging into his memory, a sort of book appeared in his mind which he could open and peruse at any time. Just because the book was in his mind did not mean Lex had all the information memorized, but it did mean that Lex's reading speed would be astronomical. Filled with anticipation, Lex began reading the conventions, and many things finally started making sense. At the same time, Lex finally understood why everyone was so afraid of Henley. In the way that humans, devils and dragons were races, Henley was actually the name of a race. There was not much of a description of them in this book, as that was not entirely relevant to the conventions. What was mentioned, however, was that this entire massive origin realm, that the humans on Earth used to previously consider the entire universe instead of just one realm of many, was but a single one of the realms that the Henley controlled, and their conventions applied in each and every realm that they owned. Moreover, the reason Dillards were forbidden from participating in any civilization-related incident in the origin realm was very simple. Much in the same way that the Earth Immortal realm was the peak of the Crystal realm, the Dillard realm was a level beyond the natural peak of the origin realm. Should they use their strength, they would destabilize the entire realm. After all, as the origin realm was apparently only 19 billion years old, it was not mature enough to naturally support the existence of beings on such a high realm. The more Lex read about the rules, the more goosebumps he kept on getting. In the heart of the origin realm existed a landmass that was impossibly large. It could not be called a planet, for what planet could be so large that it made galaxies look small? Yet despite its size that defied science, at least as Earthlings understood it, the landmass existed in a stable state. It supported life, had rich and diverse climates, was absurdly rich in spiritual energy, so much so that instead of water, it often rained liquid energy, and most of all, did not seem to affect the entire origin realm with its gravity that should have been strong beyond comprehension. Yet it was not just the size of the mass that defied fact and fiction. 6 chains, each consisting of links, each one lather than the entire solar system, protruded from the mass out into space. As if that was not enough, each link on the chains also developed a climate of their own, and gave birth to unique lifeforms and never-before-seen races. Yet that was mere happenstance. The true purpose of the chains was to act as leashes, and the thing they leashed would startle anyone who even slightly understood the universe. 6 black holes hovered around the mass, sucking everything the universe had to offer, yet at the same time, they seemed to be doing their best to run away from the landmass, as if they had some kind of sentience. Unfortunately for them, the chains that held them in place were not at all threatened by their awesome power. On this landmass, somewhere, was a temple in which a bird, seemingly made out of pure energy, was reading some kind of book. It was engrossed, as if the world itself could not distract it from the secrets of the universe it was indulging in. Yet a powerful bolt of energy struck it, knocking it off its perch and attracting its attention. "Stop reading that perverted crap and get back to work," an ethereal voice thundered. "Another epistle has been opened, and so another Dillard's presence has been confirmed. Add another chair to the assembly hall, and look into who the new Dillard could be. Also find out if they're participating in the Henley Champions tourney. The betting pool will open soon, so if there are any new participants we need to do our research." The bird made of energy only rolled its eyes and, with an exhausted sigh, began obeying the voice's instructions. If a knowledgeable person saw the bird they would be scared out of their wits, for this bird was exactly one of the few remaining phoenixes in the origin realm, and yet here it was, being treated like a servant. The phoenix, though, did not show any reluctance or hesitation as it began doing its work. Chapter 393. Fuegan Lex spent a good while reading the Henley conventions, and then even longer pondering over what each convention meant, and the reasoning behind it. Beside a brief introduction of the Henley race, as well as the origin realm, right at the beginning, the rest was just a list of rules. Lex had to extrapolate a lot of information from the rules and make a lot of guesses, not to mention that these were the conventions that only applied to entities that touched upon the Tao. There were actually only very few rules for such entities, but Lex estimated that for empires and lower-level people, there would be more rules. The first and foremost rule was that beings that had touched upon the Tao realm were expressly forbidden from directly interfering, meaning using their own abilities in any way, with any civilization in the entire realm, regardless of how strong or weak they were. The second rule was that, should they need to conduct a private battle, they had to stabilize the origin realm around themselves first, by themselves. If any terror is detected in the realm because of them, they will be heavily fined. Everything seemed fine and dandy so far, as the focus seemed to be on protecting the realm, but the conventions after this were what let Lex know that nothing was ever as simple as it seemed. Any entity that touched upon the Tao, affiliated or unaffiliated, was to immediately report the presence of any so-called Fuegan invaders, and, in some cases, take direct action to eliminate them. Though there was no explanation for what the Fuegan invaders were, upon reading a few more rules, Lex concluded that there was a realm-wide war going on in the origin realm as well. Unlike in the Crystal Realm, where the origin of the Craven was questionable, and the local leaders even took some actions to ensure they were not defeated too quickly, in the origin realm the Fuegan invaders had to dealt with on sight, and had been established as invaders from another realm. Anyone who associates with the Fuegan invaders would immediately be identified and treated as an enemy by the Henley, and in the case of Dollards they would be expelled from the realm. This rang alarm bells for Lex, for what would he do if a Fuegan arrived at the inn as a guest? He did not know what a Fuegan was, so there was no reason to believe they would even be interested in being a guest, but that did not change the fact that one could end up being a guest. He needed to understand more about the Fuegan and, more importantly, he needed to get his hand on the reward for discovering the anomaly in the Crystal Realm. The reward was a realm seed, and would allow the inn's space to form into its own realm. That way, they would technically no longer be within the origin realm, so even if he had a Fuegan as a guest, he did not need to worry about being expelled from the origin realm. This was because when it came to beings powerful enough to own and control multiple realms, he did not think for even a second that they would have a tough time locating the inn, regardless of how easily the system hid it. After all, the system had already shown that it was not perfect at hiding. Lex kept reading, but the many conventions after seemed to slowly start getting extremely abstract, and beyond Lex's understanding. The few more that Lex was able to understand were fairly simple. Mass genocide was disallowed when taking control of a new planet, soul farming was forbidden, bloodline farming was forbidden, and no one was allowed to attempt a breakthrough into the Dollard realm within the origin realm. In summary, the origin realm was the private property of some race known as Henley. Though they were owners, their interference within the realm was mostly limited, and the races of the realm were allowed to propagate and spread according to the natural order of things. There were very few crimes they actually policed, such as mass extinction for colonial purposes, and for the most part did not care about who did what. They were in contact with most races or organizations that reached a certain level, and provided protection against these Fuegan invaders should their threat cross a certain threshold. Lex finally leaned back and considered his next actions carefully. He only had 4 days to decide. Before that, though, he turned his attention to the wooden chest and swiped it with his letter opener. Much like the other items left behind by the Henley representatives, the treasure chest unfurled itself, revealing some kind of mechanical orb. Lex had only just wondered what the orb was, and was thinking of scanning it, when the system spoke. New notification. Upgradable material found. Should the system upgrade for free? Upgrade details. Provide the inn access to the Henley portal for free permanently. Using the portal from the inn will keep the location and all other user data hidden unless specifically otherwise stated. The portal cannot be used to track or locate the inn. Lex raised an eyebrow, and then laughed when he understood what happened. He had been given the interstellar equivalent of an internet router. He had heard of the Henley portal before, and had planned on checking it out on his travels, but never got the opportunity, and now, the opportunity had presented itself to him. He did not hesitate and selected the upgrade, causing the mechanical orb in front of him to vanish. Unlike most upgrades to the inn, this one was not instantaneous, which was convenient for Lex could catch up on his other tasks. As it happened, an entire day had passed, and Velma had appeared again, this time with another binder. Lex rubbed his forehead as he wrapped his head around the fact that an entire day had passed. He had been so busy that he had not noticed the time at all. Still, Lex made time for her since her last briefing had turned out to contain so much valuable information. This binder was on Nibiru, and all the changes that had been happening to the planet. In a unique phenomenon that no one fully understood, the planet had actually increased in size. The sloth known as Golden Hair that was supposedly supposed to look after the planet had once again disappeared, leaving the world to descend into chaos. Since so many beats were undergoing mutations and gaining sudden strength, not everyone was as convinced of their roles, and everyone kept challenging the order of things. The entire planet had descended into chaos more or less after that. There were a few beasts in particular that had gained great fame during this period, one of which was Havel-Elion, a serpent who had proclaimed all the seas of Nibiru as his own territory. There was vehement opposition, but none were able to stop his rapid ascent. Moreover, a large number of humans had revolted after gaining unique bloodlines of their own. Not to mention Tiffany, the girl Lex had met back on that planet, had been spreading cultivation techniques for humans across the globe with her own efforts. In fact, Tiffany was being heralded as the new leader of humans on the planet, and a number of beasts wanted to pursue her, but none were able to capture or kill her. As if that was not enough, there had been official meetings between high-ranking members of the Jotun Empire and several beasts on Nibiru. The Empire had shown extreme interest in reports of mermaids on the planet. Unfortunately, while there seemed to be some proof of their prior existence, no one was able to find a living mermaid. Regardless, the Empire put up several rewards for the location of a mermaid, though they were very careful to also specify that they did not want the mermaid harmed even in the slightest. Just as Lex was pondering over why the Empire valued mermaids so much, Velma elaborated. Apparently, mermaids could transform into humans. Though that wasn't relevant, what was more important was that a child of a human and a mermaid would always be human, but sometimes with the bloodline of the mermaid. The details were unclear even to her, but she was able to gather that the Empire was unbelievably attracted to a certain bloodline ability owned by mermaids, but in all the galaxies that the Empire controlled, they had never been able to locate it. Still, they were determined to get their hands on it one way or another. Lex listened with great interest as he expanded his understanding of the universe, even if it was only one planet at a time for now. Once he was done, Lex took the binder with information on Earth from her and, after a long time, appeared at the inn as Lex Williams. It was time to meet some old friends. Chapter 394. Personal. From the moment Lex decided to use his original identity to when he teleported and walked all the way to where Marlowe's wife, Sophia, was, he had already gotten several notifications from Mary about tasks that needed to be handled by him. It may have seemed like the inn had been functioning fine in his absence, but the truth was they were barely holding things together. It was a ship at voyage having its leaks repaired using duct tape. An undeniable truth, unfortunately, was that the quality and standard of the inn had fallen. It was not Lex's fault, for he had been doing his best to keep up the expansion of the inn as its presence grew in the universe, but he expanded from having a few thousand guests at any given time to a few million in the span of a few months. It was virtually impossible to keep up with the standard, especially because of Lex's cultivation level, which limited the amount of things Lex could do at any given time. An example of the high standard he had early on was the presence of unique places such as the barbershop, gamer's den and battle axe. They were more than sufficient to cater to a few hundred, possibly even a few thousand people. But with millions of guests, even if they operated at maximum capacity at all times, they still wouldn't be able to keep up with even 1% of the demand. Due to the fact that such shops couldn't be replicated, the uniqueness of the inn fell. Indeed, the meditation, training, hot tub rooms etc. were good, but they were generic. Lex needed more unique attractions and features to keep up with the demand. Moreover, despite the strict control of the security team and his other employees, more and more people were beginning to misbehave at the inn. This was because while Lex and the rest had given demonstrations, that was a long time ago. Moreover, the people who were visiting for the first time may have not even heard of them. These were exactly the reasons Lex had decided to temporarily not go to other planets and just focus on improving the inn during this next upcoming period. The Henley Assembly, in comparison, while still risky, would not take as long, so Lex could still afford to go. Still, while all of these were concerns, Lex was aware of them and already planned on fixing them. Sure, it may take some time, but it would not be a huge loss. This was exactly why Lex could take some time to handle a few personal matters, such as the one regarding Earth. What he did not know, however, was that an army had been silently gathering at the inn for the past few months, completely under the radar. When Lex visited the planet X-142, a mysterious group had begun to infiltrate it. Their purpose was unknown, though their actions suggested that they were either there to destabilize the Dmitri family, or steal from them. The Dmitri family, a business-oriented family that had bought the rights for the X-14 star system for 1,000 years, had picked up on their infiltration quicker than anticipated, and had reacted more strongly than anticipated. Many of the infiltrator teams were captured or killed. But fate is an unusual thing, for it was only a short while earlier that those planets had been connected to the Midnight Inn. The chances of one of those remaining teams encountering either a golden key or the golden gate that appears randomly were minuscule, yet that is exactly what happened. As soon as a single member of the infiltrators figured out the nature of the inn, he spread the word. It was so that this mysterious group, after entering the planet, began using a golden key to teleport to the inn, and remain there until they were themselves required there. Over time, due to the secretive nature in which they were operating, over 5,000 such infiltrators had entered the inn through various strategic points on the planet. When the time was ready, they would return, and wreak havoc. Moreover, because they had been at the inn for so long, they had a deep and thorough understanding of the inn itself, and so made no attempts to create trouble. In fact, even while at the inn they were extremely careful in their behavior. They did not stick together, and instead split up as much as possible. They involved themselves with different events such as the Lady Cosmos and Earth Expo to fit in, and started to acquaint themselves with some of the workers and guests at the inn to seem more authentic. But now, for the first time since they began arriving, some of the group members were holding a secret meeting. Over the next few days, slowly spread the word, said a man wearing the Clark Kent glasses. The operation will begin within 1 week. Everyone needs to be ready at a moment's notice. Yes, sir, was all the reply he got, and it was all he needed. The plan was in motion now. Oblivious to the nefarious plot being hatched with the inn at the center of things, Lex was patiently waiting for Marlowe. The man had rented a large house at the inn, and practically lived here permanently. Considering it was just him, his wife and his son, spending money on a 2,000 MP a night house was a little extravagant in Lex's opinion, but then again, who was he to complain? Lex was genuinely impressed by the fact that Sophia did not seem to be bothered by his request to meet Marlowe and directly called for him. After all, as a popular man, there must be many wishing to meet him, yet he was still so receptive. The truth was that due to Marlowe's newfound strength and complete disregard for social norms, most people feared even coming in front of him, let alone meet him, so this was genuinely an uncommon occurrence. When Lex finally saw him, he noticed that the former giant had finally started to regain some of the muscle on his body that made him seem more of a monster than a man. Yet currently the amount of muscle he had stacked up was still within the realm that mere mortals could understand. Well, 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 look who has the guts to show up at my house after dropping my class, said Marlowe wearing his signature mad grin. Unfortunately for him, now that his body proportions were actually normal, he looked handsome instead of crazy with that smile. Lex simply shrugged and said, "Your wife had my apartment ransacked. I didn't want to get pulled into your family drama." Marlowe, who had been fully intending on messing with Lex, froze. He had no idea about the details and turned to look towards his wife, who was just filing her nails nonchalantly. She couldn't even be bothered to deny it. "Well then, lad, I'd say you did the best possible move to defend yourself by running far away," Marlowe said with an approving nod. He sat down opposite Lex and made himself comfortable. His old butler from back in his apartment in New York appeared from a different room and began laying down snacks and refreshments. "As much as I'd like to sit here and reminisce about the good old days, I'm here on some serious business." Lex put the binder on the table in front of Marlowe and said, "You can treat this as a request, or a favor. Or maybe if there's something you need, I can help you get it done, but I need your help to get this binder in the hands of the woman named Fernanda." Marlowe raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He recalled Lex clearly because he had been ordered by his step-family to keep close tabs on him nearly a year ago. In fact, it was through Lex that Marlowe first learned of the Midnight Inn, and gained his opportunity to improve his life. He not only had a good impression of him, but he was also quite intrigued by him. There was clearly more than met the eye about him, so now that he directly referenced Fernanda so straightforwardly, without making any roundabout excuse of why he even knew that name, he was even more intrigued by what was in the binder. Without saying anything, Marlowe picked up the binder and began perusing. At first he was nonchalant about it, but only a few minutes later his wide grin dropped and he became utterly serious. The story about a hidden hand manipulating all the conflicts on Earth would have been too far-fetched for Marlowe to believe just a year ago, but now he doubted nothing. A few moments later, a tinge of red entered his eyes as he read about a certain conflict, to be precise, the one in which he had to sacrifice his golden core, and lost a majority of his comrades. That too had been a part of a worldwide chess game between the prisoners being held on Earth. If before he had only been intrigued in hearing what Lex was saying, now he was suddenly greatly invested. After all, it had just become personal. Chapter 395, Professional Gossiper, is this all real? Marlowe asked the question that seemed obvious. Yes, said Lex, his expression extremely serious. Moreover, their backgrounds out in the universe are not simple at all, otherwise they would not be kept prisoner like this on a planet like Earth that has lacking spirit energy. Other than constricting their cultivation, they're essentially free, which is probably where the oversight occurred, allowing these people to treat Earth as they wished. Hey, Marlowe said with a half-smirk, looking at Lex with amusement in his eyes. Are you explaining that to prevent me from taking any action myself? You know, lad, I've been alive for a minute or two. I've lost good friends, and I've lost the opportunity to kill long-standing enemies. Regardless of whoever they may be out in the universe, here on Earth they'll be my bitches. Lex shrugged and said, as long as these people stop creating problems for Earth it's good enough for me, but at least if you give it to Fernanda it'll be a good way of gauging her reaction. I'm not used to Earth suddenly having an owner, but if it has one it's best to at least understand them first. Marlowe did not immediately answer as his mind churned, going over the pros and cons of various decisions. Regardless of much time he spent at the inn, it was an essential truth that his foundation was based out of Earth. To stay at the inn, he needed to pay, and his source of income was indubitably linked to the planet. Moreover, after the recent Earth Expo, Earth's economy was undergoing a boom. Everything was progressing at a rapid pace, and a new space race had already begun to reach the other planets in the solar system. Others, instead, were planning for mining operations out in space, with the ultimate goal of building massive satellites and space stations around the planet. In fact, based on the history of Earth and humanity, many expected that the rich and powerful would have all their attention focused on their own personal growth, and the weak and helpless would once again be forgotten, except when it was time to shun them. But a mysterious organization by the name of Rose Society had appeared overnight with seemingly unlimited resources and reach, and changed the world forever. Rehabilitation centers, homes, schools, colleges, trade schools, farms and more were suddenly provided by them, and they began attracting all those that could not help themselves. In a mere 3 weeks, a very large portion of homelessness disappeared, for all those willing to move had been relocated, provided with excellent living conditions considering they had not asked for anything in return, and were already training them to re-enter society, under the care of the society, of course. No one knew who was behind the society, regardless of how much they tried to dig up the details, and no one understood what the society's purpose was in doing this. No one, at least no one with significant power, believed such a large organization was truly altruistic. Regardless, all of that was irrelevant in the face of those whose very purpose it was to create chaos. If those prisoners were not handled, all the progress Earth was making would only become a setup for a larger conflict later. Despite himself, Marlowe ended up asking, "What do you plan on doing if you find Fernanda's reaction lacking?" Lex shrugged and said, "What can I even do in that case? Maybe I could kill those prisoners myself, but that would not solve the problem, which is that Earth is under the ownership of a callous leader. Maybe, in that case, it would be time to consider changing who has control over the situation. I've heard good things about this Jotun Empire, maybe we could invite them to visit the planet." Marlowe did not comment on Lex's plan, and simply stated that he would deliver the binder to Fernanda. Without the copious amounts of pain he felt at every moment distracting him, Marlowe was actually a very disciplined and sensible man. Unfortunately, years of being crazy under the influence of his pain had made it somewhat of a habit, and the wide grin on his face after Lex left indicated that he was about to do something crazy again. Lex, on the other hand, had already stopped thinking about the matter. It wasn't as if he didn't care about his home planet, but rather that he had too many other tasks to deal with. But also, on some level, when he left his home behind and moved into the inn, a part of him started treating the inn like his home, and Earth is just another planet the inn was linked to. As for his family back on Earth, Lex shook his head. For a while now, he had done his best to avoid thinking about them. In fact, it was precisely after he removed his tumor that he subconsciously started avoiding thinking about them at all. It was not very difficult, for he was swamped. There was one task, especially, that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been searching for some race or some unique guest who had an innate advantage in this field while completely ignoring those already available and with sufficient skill for the role. He was thinking specifically of his quest to start a news service he got back in chapter 162. No, of the quest he got back when Earth was undergoing civil war and he was desperate for news about how things were going. He had been thinking that he needed to find someone with an innate skill or ability to collect information. Now that he thought about it, if he ever encountered someone with a newspaper system he would be perfect for the role, but there was no point in completely putting off that task until he ran into someone like that, especially when he had someone as skilled as Velma. Her ability to gather information had genuinely surprised him, and it went far beyond the scope of general information available to the public. She was sifting through information so hidden even the upper echelon of Earth itself had been unaware, not to mention what she told him about Nibiru. Considering these were only 2 binders, he couldn't even imagine what the hundreds of other binders contained. She was more than qualified, he just had to now give her the tools required to do the job well. Lex teleported back to his office, which he was growing incredibly fond of, and summoned Velma back. She showed up excited, with another binder in her hand, but before she could begin, Lex started speaking. Velma, I am genuinely impressed by your ability to collect information and have reevaluated your role at the inn. You've been placed in upper management because of how long I've known you, and your deep understanding of the inn, but I see now that this is not where your skills are best put to use. For a while, I've been interested in starting a news agency, and I think you'd be perfect to run it. What do you think? I'll give you full control of how you want to run it, and monitor your performance. Then, as your operations finally begin, I can continuously give you feedback on how you can improve. Yes, she blurted out, filled with immense excitement, while in her mind she could only think of one thing, the gossip column. Excellent, said Lex with a smile and, after a ridiculously long time, finally completed the quest by designating Velma as the head of the news service. Quest complete. Reward: Midnight News Building. Without hesitation, he put the Midnight News Building on Main Street, once again contributing to the most unique street at the inn. He teleported himself and Velma over to inspect the new building and check out all of its features. It was a long, rectangular building with only the ground, first and second floors. The ground floor was a public area, with dozens of counters where guests could come in to purchase specific news. Lex went through the functions of the building in his head, and began sharing them with Velma. The most common feature of the building was its ability to publish newspapers instantly, and have them appear throughout the inn instantly. On the first floor, there was a records room as well, where a single copy of every newspaper ever published would be recorded for posterity. Other than that, the building had an interview room, where any lie told by the interviewee would immediately but discreetly alert the interviewer. As much as Lex was hoping, the building lacked any function to detect huge scoops, and searching for and retrieving news would completely be up to the journalists hired at the building. There was, however, one feature that greatly excited Velma, though Lex did not exactly see the charm. It was the advice column. Chapter 396. Boulder Shrine. While Lex had told Velma that he would let her run the news service as she wished, he still inquired about what her plans were and what kind of help she needed. Despite the short duration of Velma's designation, she had already come up with an extensive plan for what she wanted to do. While it was a news service, it was based out of the Midnight Inn, so whatever news they published would be based around the inn. In fact, she was not planning on doing a full newspaper, anyway. Velma had planned on releasing a single-page newsletter once a day detailing events and incidents, as well as stories featuring prominent guests and inn workers. There would, naturally, be a special events section that would mention if anything significant was happening on any worlds related to the inn. That, naturally, did not mean that she would not collect information about other worlds, just that if anyone wanted something more specific, they would need to come to the Midnight News Building and purchase whatever they had available. Obviously, Velma was not omnipotent, so it would not be possible for her to always know everything. But the more time she spent doing this, the better she would become. Besides, all the information she had on the binders could directly be added into the agency repository. But at that point, Lex realized that if all the news was spread equally, it could cause problems. After all, some information was sensitive. In this case, he told her to divide information into 2 categories, and the more sensitive information was reserved only for employees, such as himself or potentially others who would be interested in it. Of course, even they would have to pay, though they would get a discount. But naturally, collecting news casually and actively collecting news was different, so Velma would need help. But, contrary to what Lex expected, she did not ask for any new employees. Instead, she said she would only require the help of Anita, the pregnant lich that had become an employee. Lex didn't ask in too much detail how she planned on collecting news and information, she was clearly an expert. He did, instead, ask about what she intended for the advice column, since she seemed a little too excited for that. The advice column, as the name suggested, would be a column in the newsletter where guests at the inn could ask for advice regarding any problem they were having, and Velma vehemently hoped they were romantic problems, and she would answer under the column heading called, Ask Rachel. Anyone could submit questions through their personal holograms, and then Velma would filter through them and answer as she liked. It seemed very ordinary to Lex, but then again, he had a lifetime of experiences behind him while Velma was on the verge of turning 1 year old. Speaking of which, for a long time now, Lex had a little something planned for the inns as well as Velma's and Gerard's first birthday, and he could finally start working on it. Feeling quite pleased with the enthusiasm Velma was showing for her new position, Lex disappeared from the news building. He was on a roll for crossing things that had long been waiting to be done off his to-do list, so naturally he wanted to keep that streak going. The next thing he did was retrieve a small pebble from the Midnight Tavern. This was no ordinary pebble, for it produced water that drastically raised Lex's strength. He was planning on submitting it into the gift shop for a moment so he could read the system's description of it, but something unexpected happened the moment he retrieved it. He got a system notification regarding the tiny rock. New notification. A unique treasure worthy of being an attraction has been discovered. Generating a new room to maximize use of treasure. Unique treasure. Dead core of a divine boulder. Remarks. In an era older than most can remember, even the mundane was worshipped. But in this era, even something as grand as the inn has no worshippers. Such a useless era. New room unlocked. New room. Boulder Shrine. Boulder Shrine. A shrine that collects divine energy and channels it into the dead core, causing it to produce the divine essence of a boulder in abundance. Those who are not immediately poisoned to death by the divine boulder essence gain many of its divine attributes. At first Lex was extremely impressed at what he was reading, but when he read the part about immediately being poisoned to death, he trembled. He had taken a huge risk by absorbing that water, or divine essence, as he now knew it was called. But then again, Lex was being guided by his instincts into absorbing it, so on some level, his body clearly knew it was good for him. "Mary, is there any way to prevent this poisoning?" he asked, as he tried to look deeper into the building's specifications. "Maybe if you upgrade it further, but at the moment, there are none. Moreover, there's no guarantee that the recovery pod will even be able to heal such a poisoning, as the only way to be really sure is to find someone suffering from it and scan them." "Is this really something we can add to the inn then?" Lex asked with concern. He knew for a fact that the system judged him negatively if a guest who had not violated any rules died at the inn. Since this is a building provided by the inn in the first place, there should be no problem. We'll just have to make sure that everyone who tries to use it is aware of the risks first, and that the inn takes no responsibility should an accident occur." Still hesitant, Lex looked into what he needed to upgrade the room. After all, he was a rich man now, so he could surely afford to directly upgrade the Boulder Shrine a few times. Unfortunately, that was not how the room worked. To upgrade unique rooms such as this, Lex not only needed to pay an MP, he needed to provide some unique materials as well. In the case of this room, he needed to provide material that was compatible with the dead divine boulder core, and he had no idea where he could go looking for it. He thought for a moment, but then decided to add the shrine. He would make sure anyone who took it was adequately warned. Also, he wanted to see if the divine essence produced by the shrine could continue to help him improve his body. He placed the shrine right next to the inheritance lounge and teleported in before anyone else had a chance. Instead of a room, the shrine consisted of 4 pillars placed in such a way that they were forming a square, connected only by leafy vines that went from the peak of each pillar to the next, drooping in the middle. The vines formed a natural curtain with only one entrance, allowing anyone to enter. In the middle of the shrine was a small bird bath, in the middle of which lay the dead core of a divine. The difference now, though, was that while the rock barely produced any moisture previously, even after a while, the pebble-sized core was already producing essence now. It was not fast enough to quickly fill up the bird bath, but it was much faster than before. Without hesitation, Lex dipped his finger in again to check if anything happened, yet it was not to be. It seemed that this level of divine essence was no longer useful to him. Next up, he had to think of a price for this. It was not hard if he did things normally, but while Lex was thinking of what he could offer to Aegis, he realized there were truly too few incentives to be an employee when he could gain everything as a guest. So now, the prices of things, especially unique opportunities, would no longer be simple. To use the divine essence, a guest would have to pay 10,000 megapixels for 10 milliliters, but at the same time, the guest also had to be at prestige level 3 minimum. This was a kind of division he could have always had, but he never bothered to do so. Now, however, he was going to put it to use. After all, the more exclusive an item was, the more its value increased. In fact, he even changed the qualification of using the inheritance lounge, keeping the price at 100,000 megapixels per attempt but setting the requirements as minimum level 4 prestige. Of course, employees did not need to care about prestige and could use all facilities directly so long as they paid. This may seem like the difference created was not huge, but it was. It would just take time for it to become evident. After all, the first few levels of prestige could be unlocked with money, but not the later ones. Chapter 397. Second Seed. The inn's prestige system had been unlocked for quite a while, but it remained mostly unused beyond the first level. Even then, it was mostly because the first level was free and anyone who arrived at the inn would automatically get it. The only benefit Prestige 1 availed was the use of special glasses with the Clark Kent effect. Anyone could put them on and hide their appearance and energy signature perfectly, allowing them to come to the inn in perfect disguise. This was a feature all guests had, and was probably the most used feature that the inn offered. Then came Prestige 2. A guest had to spend 10,000 megapixels to unlock this level, a feat that was originally very difficult when the prestige system was unlocked, mostly due to the fact that there was nowhere to spend the money. Now though, renting a small village for a single night costs 15,000 megapixels, which would put you well within the prestige limit. But the only benefit this level offered was to be able to instantly teleport to the inn once a year without the use of a golden key or door. There were genuinely a few circumstances in which this feature may seem useful. For example, if you ran out of keys or for example were in the middle of an intense fight and needed a sudden getaway. But outside of those very special circumstances, the feature seemed very lacking. After this came Prestige 3. Though the feature this level unlocked was also time sensitive, it was definitely more attractive. This level would allow the user to directly travel to a planet connected to the inn once every 10 years. Considering that interstellar travel could take hundreds of years, especially while traveling between galaxies, the appeal of this feature was considerable. It was somewhat unfortunate that the reach of the inn was limited so far, but over time this would become an extremely sought-after feature. But despite its attraction, it was just one feature. Considering a guest had to spend 100,000 megapixels to unlock this level, it was both cheap and expensive. For anyone who needed to travel large distances in the Origin realm, it was dirt cheap. But for everyone else, it was too expensive. Moreover, traveling to another world would pose considerable risk if one were not strong enough, so why would they leave the comfort and familiarity of their home planet? Such features, that were limited in their use cases, made it so the privilege level was an almost forgotten feature of the inn. But now Lex intended on increasing its uses and setting certain features as only available at certain prestige levels. Not only would this be an incentive for guests to spend more MP, it could increase the attractiveness of becoming an inn employee, as they would not need privilege to use any facility or feature. After all, while the first 3 levels were simple to achieve, from Prestige 4 onwards, there were more and more restrictions. The 4th prestige level itself, other than requiring guests to spend 10 million megapixels, required the guest to be minimum at the nascent level Cultivation, and have spent at least 1 month renting a room at the inn. The requirements may seem simple, but they became progressively more difficult as the level went higher. At the same time, the level of difficulty matched the subsequent perks. For example, Prestige 4, which would allow guests to have a 5% discount on all inn services, would also allow guests to use any inn facility once while outside the inn once every 10 years. This meant that they could use anything from the facility of the meditation room, recovery pod, hot tub room, etc. from anywhere in the universe. As Lex added more and more services, the number of facilities they could use would continue to expand. For example, now anyone who reached Prestige 4 could directly retrieve some information from the news building without having to come to the inn and then approach the building for specific information. Speaking of which, Lex suddenly had an idea and sent it towards Velma. Instead of dividing news into two categories, one available for public and one only for the inn staff, she could create various levels of sensitivity and make certain information available only if the guest was at a certain prestige level. Yes, once Lex started thinking like this, more and more ideas started coming to him. He recalled that the Sovereign Galactic Turtle had charged someone for growing a plant. He had been so occupied with hiding the greenhouse, he forgot it could be used as a service. He still would not let guests into his greenhouse, but he created a small portion of it available to the public in the forest that surrounded the greenhouse. He then decided to create a service which would allow guests to submit rare or difficult plants to grow, and the inn would grow it for them. Or, they could also sell it directly to the inn. Lex was interested in collecting rare plants as he wanted to develop his collection, who knew when he would encounter something useful. According to the difficulty, the payment and prestige level would be raised. Lex assigned the duty to the turtle, but since he was doubtful about how serious the turtle would take this job, had Mary keep an eye on him. After assigning the tasks, Lex already moved on to other tasks. Had he continued to pay attention, he would have realized that the turtle was nowhere near the greenhouse, as usual. Instead, he was standing over the ravine which contained the fire temple. Its eyes contained a fanatic glow as it lowered vines into the lava pool. Strangely, the vines were not incinerated by the heat, though, of course, they never directly came in contact with the lava. Near the peak of where the lava reached until, the vines drilled into the ravine walls and disappeared. A short while later, black-crusted mushrooms began to grow, feeding off not only the heat, but the divine radiance of the temple. After watching its experiment succeed, the turtle carefully took out another seed. This seed was one of 3 Lex had given him. The first one had bloomed on its own after the inn underwent an increase in star levels, and became the world seed lotus that now resided on Lex's back. He lowered the seed, this time even more carefully, and planted it in the ravine, as close as possible to the lava without actually touching it. At first nothing happened, but a short while later the aura of the fire temple fluctuated as a majority of it was sucked away. But just as quickly as it vanished, it returned, for the system's control over the inn was insurmountable, and it quickly adapted for the aura being absorbed. A short while later, a single charred stem grew from the ravine wall, pointed towards the temple. Its growth stopped, as if it was satisfied with simply being exposed to the temple's aura, but the turtle grumbled. Clearly, this was not the result it wanted. Back at Lex's office, he had to temporarily stop his growth of the prestige level, for something else important attracted his attention. Marlowe had delivered the binder to Fernanda. The reason Lex knew this was because he had slipped one of his business cards inside it. Not only was this a good way for Lex to experiment on how useful his business cards were, this allowed him to know how Fernanda would react to this information. This was a loophole Lex discovered in the system's design. Originally he would not be aware of anything related to the card until someone channeled spirit energy into it, activating his consciousness clone. But when he sat in his office chair, his connection to the system and the inn was deepened completely. This included, among other things, any business cards he had given out, since they were also generated by the system. Returning to Fernanda, the strange thing was that Marlowe handed the binder to a projection of Fernanda on Earth, but once the projection disappeared, the binder disappeared with her. But Lex knew that the binder reappeared on a space station somewhere where her real body was. Lex raised an eyebrow. That was cool, he had to admit. He was watching silently and intently as she read the binder, though he could not detect any changes in her expression. Either she was used to maintaining a cold expression, or she already knew all the information she was reading. All Lex could really do was observe the environment around the card, otherwise he would have started considering whether or not to activate the card. He really needed to see what a consciousness card felt like, but there was no way he could prompt her to find it and channel her energy into it. After a few minutes, she closed the binder without finding the card and went away. Lex did not know if she planned on doing anything, but he would keep an eye out for any changes on Earth. If she did nothing, well, even if the Innkeeper did nothing, Lex Williams was also now a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 398, A Matter of Laws. Lex waited an entire day, but Fernanda did not return, so there was no opportunity for her to find the business card. Time was running short, and he had to test out its capabilities, but it seemed like he would have to do it himself. He could, naturally, just find a random person on any planet and have them activate the card, but he had a better idea. Time was tight, so he did not sit around and teleported out of the inn, reappearing in a familiar environment. He looked around to ensure he was alone before he turned in a particular direction and used Home Sweet Home, blasting off in a straight line. Home Sweet Home was a technique Lex used, which was ridiculously fast in a straight line, so much so that if an ordinary person were to use it they would need to wear glasses just to keep their eyes open against the wind pressure. But now that Lex's cultivation had reached the peak of the Foundation realm, his speed had reached a whole new realm. In fact, Lex's speed at the moment had somewhat crossed the threshold of what normal Foundation realm experts could achieve. Of course, this was because of the unique nature of the technique as well. Otherwise, without the use of any techniques, the only aspect of his body that transcended his realm was his toughness. In fact, from the moment Lex achieved his latest boost in cultivation, the way he perceived the world changed dramatically. The human body had an inherent gauge for danger, and certain things would naturally make you hesitate. For example, an ordinary person would not approach a high ledge with a cavalier attitude or would be very careful when touching a blade. The care or hesitation hidden behind those actions was rooted in the body's perception of the possibility of harm and its instinct to avoid it. To a large extent, all such instincts had basically vanished from Lex's day-to-day life. The only danger he perceived, if at all, was from extremely strong individuals. He felt nothing when he looked down from high places, most sharp edges felt as dull as a boulder. He was pretty sure that even the oh-so-intimidating guns from back on Earth would not scare him much. In fact, if he did not feel the need to perfect his foundation through his actions, he would have broken through to the Golden Core realm. At that point, his defense would have been even stronger. A side effect of his increased defense was a sense of security that made him more comfortable taking risks, which is exactly what he was doing now. He was currently in X-142, and he was returning to the Infinity Emporium. He ran until he reached a small town, where he used some of the massive supply of spirit stones he had in his home at the inn to straight out buy a hover car from someone. It took him quite a few hours, even at the fastest speed, to reach the Emporium, but it was completely worth it. Even the last time he came here, Lex ended up buying quite a few valuable things. In fact, it was at this moment he recalled he had an amulet or something that hid identity from cameras or something like that. He had no idea where he put it, to be honest, and had forgotten it even existed right up until this moment. It seemed even cultivation could not prevent you from losing your own things. He stepped into the familiar building, once again amazed at the fact that dozens of people entered before him, yet once inside, he arrived completely alone. The only other person in the shop was the familiar Paul Grant, standing behind the counter with a familiar smile. For a moment, Lex could not help but wonder if the Emporium was a part of a system or something. How else could so many people enter, yet detect no difference as they all get teleported to an individual room? It certainly did tick the box for systems by manipulating space, but honestly that was not enough to confirm his suspicion. After all, just because it was impressive did not mean it could not be achieved through other means. "Dear customer, it's good to see you again," said the shopkeeper with a smile. He seemed to recognize Lex as if it was yesterday, and rightly he should. Lex sold him some premium information, the likes of which were not easily encountered. "It's good to be back," Lex said, as he glanced at the items on display. "Just in case you returned, I had our catalog updated," the shopkeeper said, bringing out a book from beneath the counter. "Last time we could not provide you with truly impressive items due to the kind of sales we have on this planet normally, but now I have arranged for a premium selection that can be made available in as little as a day upon order. After all, since your last transaction boosted you to a level 8 membership status, we have to make an effort to cater to your needs. I recall during your last purchase you were interested in items with spatial properties. All such items are level 7, and usually too valuable to keep on a planet with a level 4 rating like this, but I managed to stash one here in case you ever come back." The shopkeeper was filled with pride as he elaborated on his preparations, though Lex doubted the man expected to encounter such an amazing deal yet again. Regardless of what he thought, Lex was about to clean out his so-called premium stock. The talk about level also gave him similar vibes as to how his system worked, as it divided guests into prestige levels instead of membership levels. But once again, this was too arbitrary a comparison to make a judgment, yet. "I'm glad you've made preparations this time," said Lex, his smile very sly. "Because this time I'm in search of very particular items, and I already know how I intend to pay. The burden is on you now to perform." The shopkeeper listened with excitement. It seemed like Lex was his lucky customer. "I have a card here, a business card. It belongs to a mysteriously strong person, suspected to be in the Dollard realm. If anyone channels their spirit energy into it, a temporary clone of that person will be summoned that one can interact with. The person in question is known to not be very hostile or aggressive, so summoning the clone should not earn you any ire. But the drawback is, the card will only remain active for the next 24 hours. The shopkeeper was momentarily startled. The time limit of the card greatly reduced the value of the card, yet the inherent value of such a card was monumental. When he recovered, a massive grin painted his face as he opened the latch on the counter and welcomed Lex to the back. The item had to go through appraisal before any further discussions. Lex had spent the last few months in the Crystal Realm, and a lot had happened to him during that time. In fact, it was not just himself who underwent a massive change, but his system as well. But the level of his change, while massive compared to his starting line, was not enough to get him in touch with the higher levels of the universe, directly at least. While he was in the Crystal Realm, due to the natural boundary of the realms, his changes were detected by none, for there were none in that realm looking out for the kind of changes he underwent. Once he left the Crystal Realm, he went directly to the Midnight Inn, which had a destiny-level protective formation, preventing the influence of karma, destiny, scrying, prophecy and so on. Thus, once again, for better or for worse, his changes lay undetected. The moment he landed on X-142, however, his aura resonated with the laws of the Origin Realm, and like a ripple, the resonance carried out into the vast unknown. Due to the ridiculously size of the Origin Realm, one would expect that it would take a long time for the ripple to travel throughout the realm, yet this was a matter of laws. In a unit of time so infinitesimal, Lex could not possibly perceive it. Like a trumpet announcing the arrival of a lord, news of Lex's changes were declared in the very fabric of the realm. What this meant was too complicated to explain simply. The repercussions of this, however, while few, were significant. On a planet far away, Serene Williams was sighing as she thought of her rebellious daughter. It would be so much easier if she rebelled by bringing home a boyfriend or something. But no, she had to go participate in an intergalactic war for honor and pride and a few other equally worthless things. Before her thoughts could go deeper, though, a tremor ran through the entire planet, splintering it instantly and causing many continents to instantly collapse. In fact, had it not been for several formations that sprang to life immediately stabilizing the place, the splinter would have run directly through the planet, destroying its core and causing an explosion that would have changed this from a planet to a bunch of meteors. "What happened?" she asked, instantly appearing beside her husband, her eyes extremely grave. Only he could have done this, but it didn't make sense. His training was going well, he should not have lost control of his strength like that. The mark one left on Lex's skull has vanished. He is either dead, or someone has removed the mark. Horror filled her eyes as she visibly paled, but her husband spared no time to reassure her. Things had to be done quickly. Chapter 399, Emporium Treasure List No. 1. The cracked planet slowly started to heal itself under the influence of various formations, but that did not mean all was well on the surface. Billions of creatures had already died due to the sudden cataclysm, while hundreds of millions more were affected by the drastic change in climate. But fortunately, the formations that were healing the planet were treating the planet holistically, so the creatures that managed to survive the first few dangerous instants had a very large chance of surviving. To Serene Williams and her husband, however, that did not matter at all. To begin with, this planet was a training ground for Lex's father. After all, since he restarted cultivation from the very beginning, he would have to have a host of proper enemies to face and arduous tasks to complete. Thus, this planet, which was originally in its early stage of developing life, had been artificially populated with the most dangerous predators in the universe. In fact, there were even several beasts with impure dragon bloodlines, and one very real dragon, all kept as prisoners on this planet as the man's grinding tools. Well, Technically, the dragon was no longer a resident of the planet, for it had been killed long ago. After all, they could not afford to let it go free after imprisoning it for so long. Individualistic though they may be, dragons had immense pride, and if it ever got out that a dragon was kept as a prisoner for a human's training, let alone the Williams family, the entire human race may not be able to face the repercussions. Again, none of that was a concern for both of Lex's parents at the moment. The news shared by Lex's father was the worst possible outcome. Neither of them considered the fact that anything dangerous could happen to Lex, for they had gotten a prophet to see into the future and predict the direction of Lex's life. He predicted that so long as Lex stayed away from cultivation, and stayed away from the influence of the cultivation world at large, he would live a relatively safe life for 50 years. Based on that information, they had made their own timeline to increase the pace of their cultivation, and accomplish a few things. About a year ago, when they learned that Lex had begun cultivation, they feared the worst and increased the pace of things. When they began hearing news of the presence of the Midnight Inn on Earth, they feared the day Lex might himself get involved in such matters. Now it seemed like that time had come. Get someone on Earth to locate Lex, if they can. But do it discreetly. My gut tells me he's gotten himself involved with something dangerous and I don't want to attract any attention. What about you? Serene asked, her voice laced with concern. You still haven't mastered Neelam's slash. The man, Lex's father, frowned for a moment, before it seemed like he made a hard decision. Standing there, the man's aura changed, and if Lex saw him now, after getting over the fact that the pot-bellied old man now had sick abs, he would recognize that he had entered the state of flow. A second later, he transcended the flow state and went into the overdrive state Lex had recently unlocked. Then, he went beyond even that, and soon it seemed as if the world itself began to bend according to his will. Ultimately, for the briefest of moments, he reached an even higher level that almost brought him to the threshold of causing a ripple in the fabric of the origin realm, much in the way Lex just had. The moment did not last, however, because the very instant he achieved it, the man drew his practice sword and slashed forth. Something seemed to click, and the single slash he had been trying to master for years became so simple it became more inherent to him than breathing. His form, his strength, his swing, his intention were all perfect. There was no sound of the sword cutting through the air, because it was not thin air through which the sword swung, but the fabric of space itself. A straight, neat cut through space appeared before the couple, before some mysterious force seemed to stretch the cut open, revealing what looked like a ballroom. A tall, rather handsome man stood in the hall, a glass of wine in his right hand and a book in his left. He looked up to see the couple and raised an eyebrow. This, he was not expecting. Father, said Lex's old man, as he stepped through the cut space, as if he was simply walking through the door. Serene followed closely behind him lest space began to heal itself, separating them. I was just thinking about you, my rebellious child, the handsome man said, his voice just slightly forbidding. Would someone like to explain to me why I suddenly have a 23-year-old grandson suddenly appearing in the family tree? Instead of replying, Lex's father responded with another question, his voice reeking with the desire to murder. Would someone like to explain to me why my daughter is going off to war? The handsome man was startled by his son's tone until he noticed he had overlooked something incredibly obvious. His son, meaning Lex's father, had entered the family grounds holding a sword. Crap. Powell Grant was grinning so widely it almost hurt his cheeks. Almost. Not only had he verified the veracity of the card, the instant he entered the card in the business's database, someone bought it with a price so amazing Powell was looking towards a bonus several times the size of what he got for the information regarding the Bangle of Narn. Mr. Lex. No, I mean, Sir Lex, I think you will be greatly pleased with the price we're offering for your card. Of course, if you have anything you need, feel free to mention it, and I personally guarantee that as long as it exists on the market I will get it for you. Why don't you tell me what you're offering first, said Lex, feeling pretty good. One would think he would get sick of earning money after all the MP he had, but not really. It always felt amazing. Sir Lex, I would first like to tell you that your membership rank has been raised to level 9, the highest possible rank one can achieve without meeting the owner of the Emporium himself. What that means is that the list of items available to you none is even larger, though if you select a rank 9 item it will directly be traded for the card. If that is your wish, I can arrange it for you, but I had already created a carefully selected list of items I suspected you might like based on our previous experience together. First, as requested, I have created a list of spatial items that I can easily arrange for you within the next 10 hours, as well as their sizes. Next, the rarest and most sought-after seeds in the galaxy, as well as the most optimal fertilizer for plants of various grades. After that, I recall you had a unique interest in preventing your identity from being exposed, so I managed to get my hands on a unique bangle that prevents long-distance tracking via prophecy so long as the other person doesn't have some of your blood. Then I noticed that you were using a very old version of one of the Emporium's bestseller items, the fancy monocle, so I procured the latest version for you, the AR contact lenses. The man continued elaborating on his list, but Lex was momentarily startled when he heard what he had said. The fancy monocle was actually a product of the Emporium. Lex always thought that it was something his own system had created. If it wasn't, did that mean that all items he got from the system were actually stolen goods from across the universe? Or was his earlier guess correct, and the Emporium was actually a part of another system, and that systems could somehow trade items internally or something? Without any outward change, Lex focused on Powell and tried to use one of his new features that allowed him to scan people even outside the inn. Name: Powell Grant. Age: Sex. Cultivation details: Species: Unknown. Midnight Inn. Prestige level: Oh, never been to the inn. Remarks: If you want to sell your soul, he can get you a good price. Species: Unknown. Wasn't he human? Before Lex could continue to ponder such important questions, the shopkeeper showed him a list of items available to buy with his new and increased rank. On the top of the list was an item that Lex could not believe he was seeing. Emporium Treasures List No. 1. History Wiper. In case of an untimely demise, this valuable treasure will be sure to erase any and all evidence of any actions you may want to keep hidden. A must-have for adventurers, entrepreneurs, Casanovas and those with questionable browsing history on the Henley portal. Chapter 400. Martsu. After buying the History Wiper, for no reason in particular, Lex quickly went through the list. The things the shopkeeper had arranged for him were tempting, but he wanted to get a look at some of the really valuable items as well. Unfortunately, as monumentally rare and impressive as they were, the truly high-tier items had no way of helping him as they aided in the cultivation or requirements of very high-level cultivators. Either way, it did not matter much to Lex. His next focus was going to be on finishing the foundation and beginning his journey on the Golden Core realm. As such, he would now start getting items that would help the inn better nurture Golden Core cultivators, as well as himself personally. The first thing he got was a spatial bangle that would allow Lex to store items within it. For example, if he had a chest full of gold in front of him, he could teleport it directly to the space within his bangle, without being burdened by its weight or having everyone see him moving it. Siwenhild used to have such a treasure, and it made Lex supremely jealous, though he was pretty sure that the one he had now was far superior to hers. After all, it contained a space the size of 5,000 cubic meters. After that, despite how odd it felt, he got himself the upgraded version of the fancy monocle. For better or for worse, he had to know if they truly were the same, or were at least the same kind of technology. Then, naturally, he bought the other bangle that would help him hide his identity. After that, he bought a couple other level 7 items that would ultimately aid his own cultivation, and his guests as well, of course. One particularly interesting item he bought was a spirit stone vein seed. It was an item that would absorb chaotic energy from the universe and create spiritual energy in the form of spirit stones. Of course, the level of energy produced wasn't too high, and could barely suffice for nascent level cultivators, otherwise such an incredible money-making machine would never be up for sale. Then he bought an entire repository of techniques. His real purpose was to get various spirit techniques for himself, but there was no reason he shouldn't populate the inn's library at the same time. The size of the repository Lex requested was so large, in fact, that even the Emporium couldn't deliver all the books at once. After all, the amount of books that could be fit into the payment for the business card were beyond count. Furthermore, ensuring that techniques were not repeated made it even harder. Even Powell was troubled by the sheer volume of this request, and ultimately had to promise Lex regular payments every month instead of delivering all techniques to him at once. That little maneuver made Lex a little proud, as he more or less solved his technique problem for the near future. There was, however, one more thing Lex bought, something he had been on the lookout for many months. He bought information on the Craven race. He was very pleased to see that the Emporium actually had information on Craven, until he started reading, that is. Instead of a detailed report on their race, their culture, their strengths and weaknesses, the information was only a summary of their history in the Origin Realm. Much like they were behaving in the Crystal Realm, the Craven were a warring race. They waged continuous war throughout several galaxies and were responsible for the extinction of many races. Perhaps this trend would have continued, but in their mad desire for conquest they attacked another extremely strong and extremely vindictive race called Martsu. After being attacked once, the Martsu wiped the Craven from the Origin Realm. The matter for how they were wiped out remained a mystery to this day, because the race had not been encountered ever again in the Origin Realm, even in newly encountered galaxies. This was a huge deal, since there was a pattern of races reappearing throughout the realm. Even planets completely separated from the rest of the realm, several races reappeared, as if they had evolved as an original race of that planet specifically. It was in the way that humans kept reappearing on various planets throughout the realm. Yet according to the information, the Craven had never been encountered again after that incident. Unable to help himself, Lex looked up information on the Martsu as well. When he read about them, he was startled to learn that he had already encountered this apparently ridiculously strong race. In fact, they had once been natives of Earth as well. The only thing was that now, on Earth, this race had gone extinct. Moreover, after studying their fossils, the name humans had given them was Tyrannosaurus rex. Apparently, their innate advantage in cultivation was so immense that they controlled over 100 galaxies in the realm. That was several times the size of the Jotun Empire. Since he failed to learn anything useful about the Craven, he collected information on the Martsu and returned to the inn. There were only 2.5 days left until the assembly now, and he was getting impatient to try out his business card. Fortunately, he did not have to wait for too long. On a massive space station, a teleportation formation powered on, revealing a square block of metal. A mechanical arm picked up the block and put it on a conveyor belt, transporting the block across the station to what looked like the command center. A gray-skinned being that had its body merged with various machines weakly opened its yellow eyes and looked at the metal block. Though it appeared to do nothing, the metal block was sliced open, revealing a thin paper card buried in the middle. The card looked extremely ordinary in the spaceship, surrounded by exceptionally advanced technology, yet the being knew its worth was immeasurably greater. With a pained expression, it channeled some of its spirit energy into the card, activating it. Once energy was channeled into the card, it gained a life of its own and began absorbing energy from the environment on its own. Lex, who was sitting in his office, felt a brief but sharp pinch in his mind before he suddenly realized that he felt like he had another brain. Though still linked with his main body, somewhere out in the universe another version of himself appeared, completely able to think and behave on his own without even slightly affecting the brainpower or awareness of the Lex who sat in the inn. A few moments later, that Braun also developed a complete but ethereal body. Lex looked around and found himself in an extremely dark room. He immediately noticed that in front of him seemed to be some kind of face buried completely in an avalanche of tubes and machines that seemed to keep it alive. Lex did not immediately address the being, for he was busy investigating the features of his new clone. He seemed completely unable to move, and he could vaguely detect how long his clone could survive. He felt he could shorten or elongate the existence of his clone, but there was a limit to how long it could exist. At the same time, his clone seemed completely able to use all the system's features. "Oh, Your Excellency, please excuse me for summoning you without your permission. I am desperate for any kind of hope, and am willing to pay any kind of price I can." It was not the being that spoke, at least not on its own. The sound came from various speakers throughout the spaceship, as if the being had merged with the ship itself. Lex did not respond immediately, and instead observed the being. His physical body was not present, obviously, but his instincts were still active. The being before him was much, much stronger than himself, yet it seemed unable to gauge his strength. If the clone hid his strength, that would be most convenient. "What kind of hope are you searching for?" he finally asked. "Your Excellency, I am on the verge of death, yet my mission remains incomplete. My cultivation has regressed so far that I have no hope of breaking through, while my technology is no longer able to support my body. If you can allow me to live a while longer, you would have my eternal gratitude." Lex raised an eyebrow, for this request really was too convenient to fulfill. After all, he had just received an upgrade to allow just such a thing. Would you choose to continue living, if it was only as a spirit? The being closed its eyes, as if it had been asked the most painful question it had ever heard, and yet it was one he needed to answer.